season together. And they basically, they needed, who was it? I think they needed the Hawks to win. Anyway, there was a great win. The Jack Jumpers made it in. They lost last night. They're playing Melbourne United in one of the semi-finals, and they're doing 3 games this year for both semis. And then in the other one, the Hawks take on the Sydney Kings. So tough for the Jack Jumpers to come back from 1-0 down, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, and can I say off the back of that Alex Pearce chat, I really want to see a Tassie AFL team as well. I feel like Tassie's been left out. He's converted us into Tassie sympathisers.
And you were on the Tassie Devils.
Yeah, I'm about that.
Yeah. I think that's a winner. All right, that's Sport and Spice. Marley and Declan hanging out with you, and it's time for us to go.
See ya.
Good evening, ABC News. I'm Nicole Asher. Melbourne's embattled Crown Casino will pay more tax on its 2,600 poker machines under new changes to be outlined in next week's Victorian budget. State political reporter Richard Willingham has the details.
Crown Casino currently has a lower tax rate on its pokies winnings and pubs and clubs, but from July next year, that will be increased. Treasurer Tim Pallas says the increase will raise an extra $30 million a year and make the system equal for all pokies venues. The change was only made possible in the wake of the damning Royal Commission into the casino after the Parliament removed a compensation clause for Crown if taxes were increased. The budget will also include $55 million for the special monitor who is scrutinising Crown's operations.
The way has been cleared for the trial of a man accused of raping former Liberal staffer Brittany Higgins after the ACT Supreme Court dismissed an application for a stay on the charge. Elizabeth Byrne reports.
Bruce Lehrman was charged with sexually assaulting Ms Higgins inside Parliament House after she complained to police last year. He argued the media scrutiny of the case meant he would not get a fair trial. He asked for a permanent stay, or if that failed, a temporary stay on the charge. His lawyers also sought a takedown order on stories already published in the media. But the ACT's Chief Justice, Lucy McCallum, dismissed all applications, with the trial due to commence in June.
The Prime Minister insists energy price increases are out of the government's control, while warning external economic influences will continue. Political reporter Kathleen Calderwood.
Cost of living has continued to dominate the election campaign as figures show energy prices have surged on the East Coast. But the Prime Minister insists that's due to international factors like the war in Ukraine.
The external influences on the economy are going to continue for some time, and that's why we took the decision that we had to halve the petrol tax.
Labor's Jim Chalmers says more needs to be done to alleviate cost pressures.
Our plans will bring power prices down by 2025, $275 a year.
Figures released by the energy market operators show wholesale electricity prices have spiked by 141% compared to this time last year.
An animated cartoon posted by One Nation leader Pauline Hanson has been removed from multiple social media platforms for spreading false claims about election fraud in Australia. Elise Worthington has more.
The cartoon, which depicts Labor Senator Penny Wong and leader Anthony Albanese discussing voter fraud, was removed by Facebook and TikTok within hours. It included false claims about deceased people voting, postal votes being stolen out of letterboxes, and also incorrectly stated the 2010 election was swayed by electors fraudulently submitting multiple votes. The AEC, which has complained to the social media companies, says there's no evidence that the level of apparent multiple voting in Australia has ever been sufficient to overturn the margin in any one contest.
A federal election candidate in the Victorian seat of Higgins has been arrested. United Australia Party candidate Ingram Spencer has been charged with 12 counts of breaching a court order and 1 count of using a carriage service to menace or harass. Victoria Police confirmed a 33-year-old Malvern man had faced court and was remanded in custody. The ABC has contacted the UAP for comment. Overseas, and the mayor of Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, says rescue workers have recovered a body from the rubble of a building that was hit by a missile. The death is the first reported from the missile strike that hit a 25-storey apartment building in a central residential district. Ukrainian emergency services say at least 10 people have been wounded. Russia has not commented on the incident. And in sport, Australian cricket selectors have named 3 nearly full-strength sides to tour Sri Lanka for a series of test matches, one-day and T20 internationals in June. A number of star players who missed a recent T20 series in Pakistan are back, including Glenn Maxwell, Steve Smith, David Warner, Josh Hazlewood and Mitch Starc. Test captain Pat Cummins won't play in the T20 series, but will play in the one-day matches. The tour runs from early June to mid-July, the first time Australia has toured Sri Lanka for a test series since 2016. To the weather now, there's a strong wind warning for Port Phillip. A band of rain and isolated thunderstorms will continue moving across the state from the west this evening and overnight. Mostly cloudy with mild to warm north to northeast, northwesterly winds, shifting cooler westerly from the west tonight. Cloudy in Melbourne this evening with a very high chance of rain and the chance of a thunderstorm after a top today of 21. Tomorrow partly cloudy and 18. Sunday partly cloudy and 20. Right now in the city it's 18 degrees. ABC News.
The aged care sector.
Cost of living.
Tactics from the government.
Young people really care about climate change.
Keep across all the election news that matters to you.
With a lineup of some of the ABC's best podcasts on the ABC Listen app.
Get in-depth reporting from podcasts like Hack,
The Party Room,
and daily coverage from Australia Votes, hosted by Melissa Clark, James Glenday and me, David Spears, as we run through the issues that matter to voters.
All the latest election news that matters to you.
With the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
Runs into the 50, steps on the right foot, scores a level.
This is awesome. What a moment to be here.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
Kicks from 45, starts right, but it's coming back. It's a miracle at the Adelaide Oval.
You ain't seen nothing like.
Akers hard up against the boundary in the right corner. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
That is incredible.
Buddy Franklin steps forward now. He's done it. A legend joins the immortals.
Grandstand AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Now from 55 goes bang. Oh, he kicked it. He has kicked it.
Welcome to the big time.
He can be a game breaker, this kid. And he'll kick the goal. It's what he does best. Silvani 2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square.
We're gonna be kids.
Throws up from 55. An unbelievable finish. Shuts it down. The big man sorts it out there. This would be absolutely extraordinary. He is all class. Bolton runs toward the boundary to kick a miraculous goal.
He can't believe it. Gives it everything he's got. It's going, it's going, it's there.
The superstar on the left. He's got a third. Brilliant.
Do you want it? How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kids.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
Bells to Van der Veer. Sweeping hand pass to the board. Shut the door.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Welcome to Friday Night Football from Perth. The last time the West Coast Eagles met the Richmond Tigers was round 13 last year. Both then sat in the eights. The Eagles won a thriller by 4 points from a Josh Kennedy goal in the last minute. Fast forward to today, and the two clubs who between them won the flags of 2017, 18, 19 and 20 seem a shadow of their former selves. Since that game last year, the Tigers have won just 4 matches, the Eagles just 3. It is now or never to have any sort of impact in season 2022. Clint Wilden with you in commentary from Perth Stadium. Ben Cameron is alongside me. Ben, the West Coast fans are angry here in Perth. Their team, after one of the best wins in the club's history against Collingwood, have been nothing short of insipid for the past 2. Awful at home to Sydney. And then against the Port Adelaide side who are winless, they made the Power look like premiership contenders. How do West Coast respond tonight? Welcome along.
Hello, Wheelie. Good to be here. Yeah, that'll be the big question, won't it? I mean, really, it takes no talent
to deliver effort, and that will be the key marker for the West Coast Eagles tonight. I mean, these two teams, as you put it, really well off the top. They've won 4 of the last 5 premierships across that period from 2017 through to 2020, when Richmond were on a dynastic run, winning 3 of the 4 premierships, West Coast the other in 2018. We only saw this contest 4 times. It felt like we never got it when we wanted it, when their styles were very much oil and water. And, Richmond liked to play chaos, keep the ball moving forward, knock on, surge on. West Coast slow, control, kick mark. We never saw it, and now as they both decline, we get it on a Friday night, albeit when they're probably not too far from each other's stations. So that does make it interesting when they go head-to-head tonight. So I'll be looking at that, expecting a better effort from West Coast and certainly something from Richmond, but a 5-day break. How big is that going to be for Richmond? The fact that they played on Sunday, travel across the country and play on Friday night.
Lots of changes for the Tigers. The two key to talk about, Tarrant and Cochin, both being managed. And they welcome back one of their most experienced in Grimes, Dylan Grimes, their 2021 best and fairest and an All-Australian, a 3-time premiership player. He returns alongside Lambert, Stack, Soldo and Morris Rioli in as well. So we had the delight of seeing for the first time 3 Riolis on the track at the one time. And there was a lovely moment early on when we just got here a couple of hours ago at Perth Stadium with Morris and Daniel from the Tigers having a chat to Willie in the centre square. It was nice to see from up here. The Eagles have made some changes too. Foley out, health and safety protocols. Langman's been omitted. Williams out through injury. Yeo through concussion. McGovern comes in, big key for them. Petreski-Seaton as well. Clark makes his debut. We'll talk more about Greg Clark in just a moment. He's a terrific story, but we suspect as well, while the team's only about to become official right now, and we're waiting for the teams to drop, but Tom Barras was not downstairs when the Eagles had their team meeting, as they tend to do on the Perth Stadium surface. He wasn't there. Josh Rotham was, and we think it's now official, Ben.
Yeah, so it is official. Tom Barras is out. Hugh Dixon has come in for the West Coast Eagles. So Barras presumably into the health and safety protocols as we understand it. Andrew Gaff and Jack Ross will be the subs. No late change for Richmond. So Barras is a late out for West Coast.
Okay, so it was Barras definitely going out, but Hugh Dixon coming back in, the former Fremantle player and part of the 2022 supplementary pick-up for the West Coast Eagles. Our experts tonight, Brownlow medalist Shane Woden, Michael Braun, Eagles premiership player. The Tigers come across and they still would fancy their chances a little bit, despite only having won 2 of their games so far. They're in 12th, but for season 2022, if they're going to fight back, they simply have to beat a West Coast side who have been terribly disappointing. Shane, Michael, welcome to both of you.
Yeah, evening, Clint. Evening, everybody. Yeah, great contest, isn't it, that we've got ahead of us, even though where they sit on the ladder right now is still intriguing in all areas, I think. And I think the 5-day breaks are relevant. I think they're good enough now to be able to get themselves right within that time, even travelling. And this will hold no fear for Richmond. And I think they'll see it as a real siege mentality to come across here, get the job done and go home and get ready and go again in a week's time. So, yeah, really looking forward to it.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Clint, Wowie, Benny. I think it's going to be a cracking game. Both sides, cracking game in the terms of they're both desperate. They're both midfields are lacking in contested ball and getting their hands on the football. So the run's going to be very important. And I just think at the moment, like what we said, I think Richmond are going to come over here, get the 4 points. I just don't think that West Coast are finding the football as much as in previous years. I know they had a good win against Collingwood a few weeks ago, but they're just not playing good enough football, and their goals are drying up. The key forwards aren't getting in it. The little fellas, Rioli and Ryan, aren't getting involved. It's just because it's the supply. Yes, everyone's laying the boots in, but it's the supply to these forwards. So how can you kick goals if the ball's not inside your 450?
Correct. Absolutely. And it's the post-clearance contested 42. So once that ball's won from scrimmage or contest or stoppage, that ability to get to the next contest, and again that comes down to conditioning and intensity and effort to be able to get across the ground and win that ball too, which is just as important, if not more so, than the actual where the coalface is. which does help. And that's the supply battle. Two midfields that right now, with no Martin, no Cochin, so two A-grade superstars missing, and some different types and different mixes from Richmond's point of view to an under-conditioned type of West Coast midfield. So that's a really intriguing battle in itself too there. But for me, I reckon it's the other end. I reckon it's West Coast's back half, the speed and the power of what Richmond do deliver from a forward line point of view. McGovern, Hearn, Edwards, then it's a cumbersome back line. It's not a real... Well, they can't press the field and get up as high as what other defences do. So, and can they control those ground level players in Bolton at times, Rioli, Castagna, Stack, genuine speed and power, who can get up and get back. So, yeah, that's going to be a difficult one for West Coast, no doubt.
We'll head down into the Richmond rooms very shortly. Adam Kingsley, their defensive coach, will join us. Bridget Lacey downstairs on the boundary, waiting to have a chat with him. But a couple of the other big talking points across the week in football, and we understand why this has happened, but challenges over injuries to ruckman, something we seem to have been speaking about, well, for the last 20-odd years or thereabouts. But with the injuries in the same weekend to Brodie Grundy and to Mark Pitnet, both now missing with PCLs, a number of other ruck injuries. There's so many throughout the competition. Questions about what needs to be done. Can you make a difference without intrinsically changing the game? Because even the calls for perhaps changing the bounce again have come up. Ben, you've followed this pretty closely. I'll get the thoughts of our experts too, but has it just been a case of bad luck and these things will happen, or is there a deeper problem?
Well, I don't know, but I don't know if the bounce and the ruck injuries are actually the same topic, because if you throw the ball up and the rucks still jump into one another, it's the same injury that we're seeing. I feel like...
I would even argue with that front, it's more likely to happen, because if you throw the ball up for a basketball tip-off, you know, the rucks know every time exactly where it is going to go.
Exactly.
So you would have to make a situation where neither ruck can run at it. They just have to jump like they do in basketball, and I don't want to see that at all. So having a bounce, which means there is a slight variation on where the ball goes, I think it's actually to have less chance of that.
Yeah, that's the exact point I was about to make. So I think the two topics have been confused a little bit and blended together. I'm not sure they're absolutely the same issue. It is an interesting point, and this was made by Corbyn yesterday, that we basically have three different ways that our rucks can test a stoppage. We have the centre bounce after a goal or at the start of every quarter, in which they start sort of 5 metres apart in the circle and run at one another. You have a ball up around the ground where they just lock up, and then you have the boundary throw-in where they lock up and run towards the ball in the way that it works. So there's actually three different methods that our rucks use in contesting stoppages around the ground. Shane Woewode and Michael Braun.
And it hasn't changed for forever, really. And you see in junior footy too, and up to the ages of even amateurs do it too. Even ball-ups around the ground, they don't engage like they do at AFL level. Ball-ups around the ground, they are like a set of bounce. They run at each other the whole time. So I'm one for leaving it where it is. It's an anomaly. It doesn't happen very often. I still feel and have sympathy for the rucks, no doubt. It's a damning injury. We don't want to see that in the game. But, yeah, it's more the technical side of it for the ruckman to be able to work their way around it, maybe.
What did you make of the comments from Corey McKernan, basically, that you need to penalise the ruck who looks at the opposition ruck? So he made the suggestion that when one ruck really looks at the other, it tends to be them that jumps into the opponent and causes their opposite number injury. He made the point that, well, it's really difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more the how. How does the central line who's got his eyes at the ground first and then to bid up and then try and watch both? It's really hard to adjudicate that, isn't it?
I think that when the ball goes straight in the air, that's when the actual contact happens, because when they're done, I think, well, as far as I know, the ruckman are looking at the other ruckman to try and get which way he's going to run so he can get a better position and get higher than him. So I think it's just a matter of a timing issue than trying to be aggressive. Like, I don't think any play goes out there to hurt someone, but I think when the ball is bounced properly and straight up, that's when the collisions, because there's no advantage to either ruckman. So they'll look at it and say, okay, how are you jumping? And I'm going to try and jump first to maybe get a knee and get at that higher level, I suppose. And then obviously if two ruckmen are at the same kind of, vertical leap, that's when obviously the knees hit, don't they?
It's nearly the same as the straight arm block.
Yeah.
That when they go up, and that's adjudicated as a free kick against. So it's very similar action, although different limbs.
Well, the point was made that so much of the actual bodywork in the ruck contest has been taken out of it. So you can't use your arms, you can't push with your arms. So literally the only part of their body they have to weaponise and try and position themselves and use it against their opponent is their knee. And that was a point that was made, I think, on Wednesday night on Footy Classified, that, perhaps if there was a little more of the art form with the arms like there used to be, there were less knee-on-knee clashes and less PCL injuries.
Yeah. I've never been a ruckman, and not especially in the area, but I've always felt that when ruckmen change their angles of going in, you can vary up your hit zones and where you put the ball. I find it very hard. Matty Leuenberger was a very much a straight-on ruckman, and then that limits it to where you can put it around the circle, but changing your angles, which would limit the injury and the contact of knee-on-knee. That depends if they comes from the other side or two, but they would cross the line themselves and wrestle. But it's an art form. It really
Most of
is.
the ruckmen are using shin guards these days too, plastic hard ones, aren't they too? Yeah. So if you get a shin guard onto the knee, quite painful as well.
The last change we saw was brought back in 2005 when the second circle was brought in to limit how far rucks could run at each other, trying to reduce the amount of damage they could do when they clatter into each other. So that's the last time they've made that change. And of course, even last year we saw both, Toby Nankervis, who will be watching tonight, Tom Hickey, another one, have PCL problems. So it's not something that goes away. The challenge is, without intrinsically changing the game, can you make a contact sport, and what is a key moment of contact, a genuine battle in the middle of the ground, can you make it 100% safe? So I'm not sure that you can, if you want to have a ruck contest in the middle, I'm not sure you can ever eliminate the chances that the rucks, the way that they currently contest the ball, you just can't rule out them getting an injury.
No, it's a combative sport.
Yep.
We
the
play
technique thing too.
It is definitely a technical thing from a ruckman's craft point of view and how they alleviate that.
And not to confuse the issues, I think the bounce will go at the end of the season. That seems to be the general consensus, and it feels like we're moving towards that, even if it's not this year, and it does come.
Do you like that? I always look, and again, I don't have to bounce the footy, so it's easy to sit here and say it. I love the bounce. I think it's one of the great parts of our game. I like that umpires, again, on one of the only games in the world where umpires are required to have a ball skill. I like that. And again, if you look in the record as I do, and you quite often see the interviews with the players, keep the bounce, almost every player says yes.
But umpires say no.
Is
it through injury or through pressure or combination of both?
I would even incentivise the bounce, because surely there's the ability to find umpires who can bounce the football.
Yeah, good point.
And so therefore pay them more.
But the question,
you laughed, Ronnie, but again, you pay them more.
But the question becomes, would you rather have an umpire who can bounce the ball, or would you rather have an umpire who makes the right decision on a free kick 30 metres out from goal?
Well, by incentivising it to make sure at least one of the three can do it, I think you can get that answer.
No, I don't disagree with you, but that seems to be the point, that the umpires will say that.
Let's go downstairs into the Richmond room. We'll chat more about this, and if you'd like to have your say, let us know, 0437 774 774. Adam Kingsley's downstairs with Bridget Lacey.
Hi, Clint. Yeah, great to be with Adam. Adam, it's always a big trip across to Perth. How's the group feeling ahead of this one tonight?
Yeah, really good. We came across yesterday, got here about lunchtime or just a tick after. Trained on the oval. It was immaculate. And we've got a lot of West Australians in our team too, which always helps getting back home, seeing the family, seeing their friends. And we kind of embrace that for them because we know it's a special day for them. It's been really good.
And you had, of course, dream time here last season and that very dramatic game against West Coast that you lost narrowly. So which sort of memories are you drawing on?
Oh, look, we feel like we've played well here. We didn't get the result against West Coast last year, obviously, and that was a great game. And Kennedy bobbed up when we least hoped he would, but he's a special player, so we know that he's capable. We love the oval. It's probably the best oval in the league to play at. So, it's going to be a packed house tonight, back to full capacity, I believe, and it's going to be very loud, and they're going to challenge our guys. But, if we can do our jobs, get back to, what we know, we're confident in our game style, and it's proven to stand up for a long period of time now.
And you got some very nice ins tonight, which helps. One which interests us locals is Sydney Stack. Good to see him back in the mix. And what sort of role are you going to see from him tonight, and what are you expecting?
Yeah, he's. We have got a few players back. We made 5 changes to the team. Sydney's been really working hard in the VFL, playing as a forward, and that's where he'll play tonight. We feel like his contest ability in the front of the front half of the ground is really, really important to win the ball for us, to play that high pressure front half game that we like to play, and to hit the scoreboard. And he's been able to do that in VFL level, which has been really good. So we're looking for him to do that tonight. But, he just needs to contribute, keep showing up to contest, keep providing pressure, all the really basic stuff that we know he's really capable in. If he can do that and play his role, we'll be really pleased with him.
The guys upstairs have got some questions for you. Clint Wilden, Ben Cameron, Shane Woewode and Michael Braun.
Adam, good evening. Shane Woewode, welcome to WA, mate.
Thank you.
As a coaching group, and we're always looking to pick apart our game style and where our trends are going, or going south or north, where has been the drop-off from a match committee point of view and internally within your 4 walls? Well, where's the drop-off been from a game style point of view? We know you're probably defence maybe the big part.
Yeah, that's probably the key area. We just haven't been winning contests behind the ball like we have in the past, and that's a couple of different factors. The way that we're playing in the front half of the ground isn't quite to the same level as what it's been in the past. We've had some personnel change, obviously, that have challenged that at different times, playing some young guys behind the ball. Certainly they're finding their way. Having Vlosten and Grimes out for the majority of the season, I think both have played 2 games of the 6 so far, has challenged us. So we're getting those guys back. Our younger guys are getting a bit more experience. So we're hoping to get back to those levels. West Coast will challenge us in a different way tonight that some of the other teams had. I guess the majority of the league is playing quicker. They're trying to take the contest a lot quicker and play that style of game, whereby West Coast seems to be sort of controlling the ball a little bit more than most teams. And if we allow them to do that, then they'll challenge us in a different way. Clearly, their forward half of the ground is really special, talent-wise, and certainly have been able to kick high scores in the past. So we're quite wary of that. But the defensive aspect of the game is something we're focused on. We need to tidy that up to get back to our best.
Yeah, mate. One of your young kids who you've just recently drafted is not playing tonight and hasn't travelled over, but and has some limited preparations. Just want to know how Tyler Sonsie is going and where's he at? I know he's played some recent VFL form and played pretty well.
Yes.
But for our listeners, where's he at as a highly talented young player?
Yeah, he's a talented player. As a 16-year-old, he was touted as pick 1. We didn't play too many games over in Victoria during those last 2 years as an underage group. So he slipped back to pick 30, I think it was, in the end. He's a high intelligence, high skilled midfielder. He's not the best aerobic athlete that we've seen, but he finds a way. His contest to contest stuff is pretty good. I would expect to see him in Richmond colours pretty soon. He's someone who we've been really impressed with. He's building his base of fitness as each game passes by, and his intelligence level, particularly at VFL as an 18-year-old, kind of stands out. He's very clever. So he's one we hope to get in pretty soon.
Yeah. Adam, it's Michael Braun here. All the best tonight. You've actually come over on a cracking weekend. What a night for football. Nick Vlosten last week had a career best 30 possessions down back for you guys. How important is he tonight with the tall timber of West Coast forwards?
Yeah, look, he's really important to us as a group. He's a possession game player. He's had 23 in the last 2 weeks, which I think leads the league in that period of time. He's only 2 games for the season, mind you. So, he's a great contest player, a really intelligent player, good in the air, good on the ground, great kick. So, he's floating around that All-Australian mark each and every year that he's been playing. So, he'll play on smalls, but there could be times where he plays on the talls. We've picked quite a big back 6 for this game. Noah Bolter will play back. Again, we've sort of flipped him between back and forward throughout the course of the year, but he'll play back tonight. Gibcus again, Broad, they're all capable tools, as is Grimes. So we've really got a lot of guys who are quite versatile back there. So it'll free Nick up to be able to play his game, but he'll get challenged on the ground. I mean, Willie Rioli, Liam Ryan, Cripps, all these guys are really, really dangerous forwards if you give them opportunities, and they show up to a lot of contests and spend time, which is the way that small forwards need to play. So he's got to be able to do his job against those guys and then try and get us into offence again.
Adam, we really appreciate your time before the game. Best of luck tonight.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Adam Kingsley from the Tigers, their defensive coach downstairs, joining us here on Grandstand AFL. Clint Wilden in commentary alongside Ben Cameron, joined by Shane Woden, the Brownlow medalist, and Premiership Eagle Michael Braun with us here on Grandstand AFL. Coming up, Trevor Nisbet, the West Coast Eagles CEO, will join us very shortly. As we welcome our listeners around South Australia, WA, the Northern Territory and News Radio in New South Wales, the ACT and Queensland to Perth Stadium. Good you could join us here for the West Coast Eagles, who have been nothing short of appalling for their past 2 weeks, up against Richmond. Both of these sides have lost their past two. The Tigers have had a bit more of a shout, and if they're to have any chance of continuing what has been the most remarkable era with wins in 2017, 2019 and 2020, Melbourne victorious last year, they will have to get a wriggle on, the Tigers. And on Grandstand AFL, a lot to talk about as you join us. Bad news for the West Coast Eagles. There is a late change. One of their key defenders, Tom Barras, out of the side. He's been replaced by Hugh Dixon for the West Coast Eagles. As suspected throughout the week, Andrew Gaff has come in as the medical substitute. And for Richmond, it'll be Jack Ross being the medical sub. Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron in commentary. One of the other key talking points, and I'll get our thoughts of our experts, Shane Woden and Michael Braun, on this, is the fighting fixture has seen the next group of games drop between rounds 12 and 15. I'm really keen to get all of your thoughts. Thursday night returns in round 13, and then most fascinatingly, in round 15, we have an overlap. There is one coming up already, but an overlap of games on Friday night, which seems to me to be just simply bizarre that you would cannibalise your own audience across the nation to send them so you can't watch one game after the other. And we know it's possible because if we go back about 20 years ago, it used to happen all the time. There was a game in Melbourne, an early-ish game in Melbourne on a Friday night, and almost it was the Freo special for a year at the WACA ground, the late starting game here in Perth. I can't for the life of me work out why the AFL will do what they've done, where, well, I'll speak in East Coast time here for our listeners and the rest of the nation. Round 15, Western Bulldogs versus Hawthorn starts at 7 o'clock Eastern, and then the West Coast versus Essendon starts at 8:40. Why would you not push the Bulldogs game a little bit earlier and bring the Eagles game a little bit later and squeeze them in back-to-back? I find that bizarre.
Yeah, I agree, Clint. The rollover and that where they overlap each other, yeah. And why is there? Have we heard anything as to why?
Nope.
No.
I did ask a question. I actually rang the AFL today, and obviously because I'm not based in Melbourne, they never got back to me.
Yeah, I would prefer all year our Friday night games, our Thursday night games, to be brought forward a half an hour earlier. 7:20, all of it, not 7:50. But yeah, the overlapping I just find ridiculous.
Yep, totally agree. Thursday night football, I love it. I reckon it's fantastic. It's something else to watch on a Thursday night. I thought, Friday night football, I love tradition. Friday night football, you gotta leave it as the one. Two's okay, but traditionally one. And then if you're going to squeeze like that, have it on a Thursday night. Like if you're going to, and you're going to get more audience watching on a Thursday night anyway. I would have thought.
How do you feel about Thursday night footy?
I love it. I reckon it's fantastic. As I said, I think it's just something else to watch, and it's Thursday night. We obviously finished training as a junior. My boy going to the change rooms, and it's on TV, and everyone's sitting around, all the coaches, and at the North Beach Footy Club, and it's fantastic. We do it for the first 5 or 6 rounds, and then obviously it stops now. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, it certainly brings the community together.
It does.
I think. I love it. I love it. I think it's a great concept.
if they can get the collective bargaining agreement right, should it be every week next year?
I don't think you can do every week.
Well, you could if you got a deal done where players and the playing group were prepared to actually have a couple more 5-day breaks. You could get it done, but that's what it would require, which is why it's so useful to have it back throughout the bye weeks. Because people do often ask me this: why on earth do you have it during the bye rounds when you then have less games across your set? Well, the simple reason is because if teams are coming off the bye, they don't have to worry about limiting the number of 5-day breaks. It allows you to have the Thursday games. I don't know about you, Ben, but I'd be staggered if we don't see Thursday night footy more if they can get the deal done from next year pretty much every week of the season.
Yeah, a bit of a suggestion that the AFL were using it in the early part of the season to collate some numbers for a potential new TV broadcast deal as well, and now we see it again right as they're in the heart of those negotiations. So possibly a little bit there, but the CBA with the players is the big issue in the 5-day breaks, whether they can make it possible. I love it. I think it extends the weekend. Less chance of overlap, which we were speaking about with the Friday night games, if you've got Thursday, Friday, and then can divide the rest Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah. Let's hear from the West Coast Eagles. Trevor Nisbet, their chief executive. He's been involved with the club now for a remarkable 34 years. Going through that in his time as the chief executive in his 24th year with the West Coast Eagles. Let's see if we can have a chat to him right now. G'day to you, Trevor. Welcome to the program.
Good evening, Clint.
Is this as challenging as you've seen in an on-field sense at the club?
Oh, well, I think we've had our challenges in the past. I think when I first started at the club at the end of '89, it was a challenge. It was another challenge, a really big on-field challenge after 2001. Probably 2010 where we finished last, and but this is a challenge in a different manner in that we haven't been able to actually settle a team and get a consistent team either on the training track or on the park. So it is different, but they're all big challenges, but certainly one that all of our staff and players have to accept, and we have to keep moving forward.
With hindsight, would you have handled the COVID issues around the club any differently than you did?
I don't know how you do it any differently other than to take as many precautions as you can. I guess the problem with some of the COVID cases, once it infects your club, you're in all sorts of trouble. And unfortunately, we had about 10 players all at one time. And, of course, because they're in groups and as much as you separate them, they are in constant contact with each other, as are staff. And, you know, we've been unfortunate, but we've also realised that that's the deal we were dealt with. So we have to work our way through it. And it is... No, I don't think we would have. I think the instructions that everyone was given, the efforts we went to protect everyone were probably as stringent as we could possibly do. Unfortunately, I think also that we've got a dozen guys with families, which probably exacerbates the problem and made it even more difficult. But we will work through it and, hopefully get to a healthy list in the very near future.
With where West Coast is at right now in the season, and I know that the club and certainly the coaches talked about transitioning rather than rebuilding, but is it a case of that West Coast now have to face a rebuild from this point onwards? Is that fair to say, Trevor?
Yeah, well, I guess that's for I guess you guys and others in the landscape to make those decisions, but rebuild, I think, is a bit of a concession that you're not out there to win games of footy, and consequently we've used the terminology transition, and that's what we're doing. And sometimes this is forced upon you and you've got to adapt and change, and that's what we're endeavouring to do within the football club. So we need to adapt, we need to change, and we've tried to install a different game plan and strategy as well at the same time, which hasn't been effective yet because we haven't had enough players participating on the park on a regular basis since January. So it's been a really difficult process for our coaching staff. But having said that, I mean, they're not excuses, they're facts. And we need to change and we need to do things differently, and we're well aware of that.
G'day, Nizzy. It's Brawny here. All
Hi,
the best
Brawny.
tonight.
Thank you.
West Coast are a proud club. We all know that. What sort of effort are you looking tonight from the players, given the last 2 weeks' performances?
Well, it has to be obviously a vast improvement on the last 2 weeks, Brawny. As you know, we're not going to sit here and accept performances like the last 2 weeks, and we're very hopeful that our players accept that challenge, and it's a challenge against, a really good football club. So we have to be up for it. And I guess one of the things when you are going through transition, you look at assessing the player group and which players are up for that challenge, so that you can then make assessments going forward. So it's a brutal business, and unfortunately, the players that aren't up for the challenges going forward, they may have to assess their futures, and we'll have to do the same, because we need to find out over the coming weeks, including tonight, which players are up for this challenge, because it's a big one, and we need to keep improving. And we'll be training to improve. We'll be training to get vast improvement every week from this point on.
And you've got your two assistants in Daniel Pratt and Jared Schofield missing from the coaching panel tonight due to H&S protocols. How unsettling is that for the playing group tonight?
Well, it is a little, and of course it always is with your line coaches and so on, senior coaches involved. But we've got development coaches assisting. They do a lot of the work behind the scenes with our younger players, and they'll do their job as well as they possibly can. Albeit you want your senior coaching staff there, but we've adapted before, and we'll do it again this evening.
Izzy, evening, mate. Shane Woden here. Great to have you with us, mate. There's been obviously a fair bit spoken about your club, particularly this week, and maybe a couple more, and been really challenged in all facets and areas of the game. Internally, is it just white noise for you in particular, and just let the coaching group go about it and get the players up to bed, or is it really affected it in some way?
Look, it's the external conversations where we've all experienced what people think, and we've got a lot of critics, and we've also got a lot of members who voice their opinion. I'm certainly getting a lot of feedback, so you can imagine how that goes each week. But I accept that, and if we don't accept it and get on with it, we'll be dwelling on everything else that everybody else is talking about rather than what we do internally. So we have to focus on how we transition this group into a winning formula, and that's going to take us a little bit of time and a little bit of patience, and I've written to the members about that. But having said that, look, the effort has to be there and the commitment has to be there, but that starts with me as well. I mean, I have to get involved, and I have to make sure that everyone at the football club has got their shoulder to the wheel, because when you're not performing well, the expectation is you can either shrivel up and hide, or you can get on with it and get moving forward, and that's what we plan to do. So, look, there'll be no stone unturned to get this right, and they're all cliches, but they're facts. We have to get on with it and make sure that we improve this squad to be a winning squad as soon as possible.
Yeah. One of the hot topics, I suppose, probably not externally spoken a lot about, but it'd be certainly on your high agenda list now and going towards the end of season, is the soft cap. Where's that at right now? Are we looking at small changes, larger changes? Are there definitely going to be changes at this stage in your eyes?
Well, I don't know. Look, it's one of those things that the AFL have been, very guarded on, whether they're going to increase the soft cap. that whether that be for AFLW or AFL. But we are one of the clubs who have been pushing for higher soft caps so that we can rehire people, so that we can get a full staff complement involved with our club. And certainly that's the first thing we want to do, and we want to put more and more people in the player services space, because our players need that, both from the women's perspective and the men's. So we think it should go up substantially. Other clubs are saying it should only go up marginally. But look, certainly there's a number of clubs now realising that, you know, cutting the soft cap by $3 million, which the AFL did a couple of years ago, has had consequences, and it'll continue to have consequences if you can't have the staffing numbers that you require to assist the player groups.
Is that the area that's been challenged the most, is the player services in your football department?
Yeah, and I think the welfare of our staff as well, because when you're getting a substantial 30% pay cut, some of our staff have left, as they have at other clubs. And then, of course, rehiring these days, you know, you've almost got to pay more to rehire someone, and then consequently, it's defeating the purpose of keeping, you know, the costs down. So it's a really catch-22, and unfortunately, I don't agree with what the AFL have done with retaining the soft cap very close to what they did a couple of years ago by cutting it by $3 million.
Yeah. West Coast Eagles CEO Trevor Nisbet with us here on Grandstand AFL. Trevor, the apparel sponsorship that the West Coast Eagles currently have, it might seem like a small thing, but I hear from a lot of members they're disappointed with what it provides in the team store. We've got this situation where draftee Campbell Chesser was pictured wearing a bed sheet. It was far too big for him. And then we've got Patrick Naish running around in Tom Cole's jumper, number 28. How is that partnership going from your point of view?
It's fair to say not well. And that's something, obviously, we're looking at very closely, and we will address it and we will fix it.
Do you think you'll continue that partnership beyond the current deal?
I would doubt it at this stage. It's the partnership that we've had has been successful in some respect, but it's been unsuccessful in others, and totally unacceptable from our point of view with delivery of apparel and other things. So there's a lot to discuss in the coming months, but certainly I would say that there will be a change in that direction.
Trevor, very interesting. We've seen Gillon McLachlan announce that he is going to depart the AFL, and generally there's some level of succession planning there. You've been at the West Coast Eagles for 34 years now. This is your 24th year as the CEO of the football club. What does your future hold?
Well, I guess that's up to the board of the board of directors of the club as to how long I continue. But obviously I'm getting towards the end, and it's something that is in the back of our minds and has been for a while now, is how we successfully have a succession plan in place for our own club. And we've certainly put that in place, but that doesn't mean that the board won't decide to go out to market when it's time for me to leave, and time for some others. We've got some staff members, long-term staff members, and again, the same thing is happening there. We're planning, we're putting things in place. We're in really good shape off the field, but we need to make sure that we've got the right personnel in place moving forward, and that's going to be really important for us.
How much longer do you think for you in the role of CEO? I'm not trying to push you out, I'm just interested.
Yeah, I think you're trying to get me to sack.
I'm not.
This is it's always a difficult time for boards and CEOs when things aren't going well. So because you get a lot of rhetoric about your own position. But for me, because I've been here for such a long time, I'm hoping to make sure we get through this transition and get the club on track. Now, how long that takes is really going to be on how hard we work. Now, if we put in the work and we put in the effort with our player group, I feel that'll turn pretty quickly, and then there's an opportunity for me to make a decision.
Thank you.
Trevor, before you depart, a couple of quick ones here. The floating fixture, would you like it to stay? Would you like it gone?
I'd like it gone. I'd like everything to be in place so that not only fans and members get the opportunity to plan their year, but it means that if people are travelling east to give us some support, it gives them the opportunity. But it's also planning for, dare I say it, media, sponsors, others who are involved in the game. It's making it extremely awkward for people to plan ahead, particularly with a team that travels so regularly, and it's really debilitating in some senses. And we've expressed our opinion to the AFL that we think it should be set in place, and particularly when all the restrictions come off, it's a no-brainer for us to make sure that the rest of the year is released so that people can plan.
Should Friday double headers clash? It seems odd to me, Trevor, that you're going to have in round 15, for example, the Bulldogs and Hawks bounce down an hour and 40 minutes before West Coast host Essendon here. A chance normally Friday nights to sell your brand around the country, and yet it looks like the AFL's happy to cannibalise its audience. Were you perplexed when you saw that come out?
Oh, not really, because there are games fixtured here for Optus on Saturday and Sunday. So the option was probably limited to what the AFL could do. So I wasn't surprised, but I was surprised that it was a double header. Yes. So that's an interesting concept. I don't think that works. But anyway, that's what's had to happen because of the Optus Stadium situation.
And a last one for you. The broadcast deal we know has been negotiated at the moment, or the AFL is certainly talking to interested parties. Non-Victorian states have always been able to see their teams on free-to-air television, even occasionally with the odd delay. How important do you think it is for the non-Victorian states, like the West Coast Eagles, that stays part of any new deal?
Well, they've sort of drifted away from that in the past, but that's one of our major requests every year is we do want free-to-air. We want the public of Western Australia to be treated with respect, and we want the free-to-air broadcast back into Western Australia on a regular basis. So, no, that'll be certainly part of our request with any broadcast deal going forward, albeit the broadcasters these days do get a major say in when games are played, and also when they're broadcast. So it is, and who it's broadcast to. So it is a difficult one, but certainly that would be one of our aims.
We appreciate your time, Trevor. Thanks for making yourself available. Best of luck with tonight, and for, as you say, the transition with the West Coast Eagles. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Thank you.
Trevor Nisbet, Chief Executive of the West Coast Eagles, joining us here on Grandstand AFL. Wide-ranging interview. We appreciate his time. Good to have a chat with him about most of the issues taking place in the competition at the moment. If you've just joined us, there is a late change. No late change for Richmond, but there is a late change for West Coast. They get one of their key defenders back, with Jeremy McGovern returning, but they've lost Tom Barras officially through from the Eagles. He's out with a hamstring injury, so Tom Barras out with a hamstring injury. The late inclusion, Hugh Dixon, will come in for what will be his 5th game of the season, the former Fremantle Dockers. It's 17th versus 12th here, with West Coast knowing that a bad loss will see them drop. In fact, any sort of loss really, because of percentage, will see them drop to last on the ladder after their round 7 game. Remarkable to think, as we said at the very top of the coverage, when these sides met back in round 13 last year, they were both sitting in the 8. From that point onwards, West Coast has just won 3 games and Richmond 4. Incredible how things change. You never know when the end of an era is coming. Certainly it appears that might have been a little bit of a signpost, the end of the era for both Richmond with their premiership dynasty and West Coast. Well, they did win in 2018, but certainly were up and about for the majority of that time as well. Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron, our experts. Good to have them with us. Shane Woden, Brownlow medalist, and of course alongside him, Michael Braun, the West Coast Eagles premiership player. We're more than a third of the way through the home and away season before we look at this game, and we've pretty much put a line through both of these clubs. But how many teams do you think can win it, Michael Braun, Shane Woden? We've got Melbourne, who are so far ahead at the moment of everybody else. Who else is in your mix for the sides that you're looking at?
Brisbane at this stage. I think there's a big gap between... I think there's Melbourne.
Yep.
I reckon there's still a gap, marginally, to Brisbane, and then I think it drops away a little bit. I think there are, that 3 to 8, I reckon there's a bracket there, but at the moment, Melbourne and Brisbane.
Sydney, don't give Sydney a chance?
Oh, absolutely, but I just don't think they're in that top echelon bracket just yet with those two other teams. And again, if Brisbane get home finals in at the Gabba, they're formidable up there. They're hard to beat in Queensland.
Would you change your mind with that if Sydney, and I know it's in Sydney, but if Sydney could beat the Lions this weekend, would you put Sydney into that mix?
Oh, if they can knock off a top 2 team,
yep,
yeah, absolutely.
Well, that is it. Brisbane are favourites for that game.
Yes,
the Sydney game.
Yeah. Yep. And a different ground also, and still, Sydney's start last week probably still holds them there. They didn't come out of the blocks yet. They had a 10-day break. I think after the previous game leading in, but they did come home with a wet sail in that second half, but over a young Hawthorn team. So let's get some big boys up against Sydney first, and then see where they're at.
What about you, Brawny? Before we start to dive deep into this game, West Coast up against Richmond, who do you think?
I think Wowie's spot on. I think Melbourne definitely are the benchmark, and then Brisbane. I said I'm with it. I think everyone can see the standout teams. But anything happens. It's a long year, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's 23. Who knows if Melbourne, they might get a couple of serious injuries in 4 or 5 weeks' time, which could be career-ending, or not career-ending, but season-ending. So you just don't know, and you could come out of the block. Collingwood might start to play some really good football and start to win some games on there. Then you've got Geelong. You can't count Geelong.
No, not at all.
Fremantle. We haven't even spoke about Fremantle. I'm still not convinced about Fremantle yet. They are playing some good footy only because their small forwards are playing good football.
Every right to be too, yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just don't think they're kicking enough goals. But if it wasn't for the mosquito fleet of the Fremantle forwards, I don't think Fremantle will be where they are.
Yeah, their pressure and their heat in their front half at the moment, and their ability to get length on the ground and put teams to the sword with their speed. When they put speed on the ball and those boys get out the back, they're very dangerous, aren't they?
And this is why I reckon why Richmond win tonight is because the inclusion of Rioli and Stack and co is the speed of which they can cover the ground and put the ball carrier for West Coast under enormous pressure and dry up the supply to the forwards. I think Richmond are going to be all right tonight.
Yeah. Pause on that for just a second. The Tigers on the ground, as you can hear the theme song being played in the background, and while it is 17th versus 12th, there's a bit to get excited about. Tom Lynch will play his 200th game, and he's 2 goals shy of getting his name written into the AFL record season guide. You get in there in the top goal kickers if you make 400 plus. So on 398 at the moment, the 29-year-old Tom Lynch. Jack Revolt needs 5 goals to reach 727 goals, so he'll go alongside the likes of Wayne Carey and Peter Hudson for the most goals kicked in the competition, so he can get 5. And Josh Kennedy, who kicked the winner last time these sides played, but was actually the last time he kicked 4 goals in a game, that game in round 13. He's 4 goals shy of 700. He'll be the 25th player to bring up 700 goals if he can kick 4 tonight. West Coast versus Richmond, Friday night footy in the West. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron. Downstairs is Bridget Lacey. We'll hear from her very shortly. But as we wait the West Coast Eagles to run out onto Perth Stadium to join the Tigers out in the middle, let's get our preview. Our experts Shane Woden and Michael Braun.
Well, Bronny, you don't have to get 2 top teams to have a good battle and have a bit on the line, where both teams here are struggling at the bottom half. in Richmond and West Coast, so we should expect a good game of footy tonight. There are 17 premiership players in this Richmond lineup tonight, so a lot of quality, a lot of experience, and far outweighs obviously the list of what West Coast is at the moment. But that's extraordinary. It's only 2 years ago where they won the flag in 2020. But they get some handy inclusions back today, and although experienced but very good players, Lambert is really critical. Grimes is one for their back half, which is exceptional. And I think defensively is where they need to get their mojo back. It's their DNA where those premierships come from. Yeah, they could score and go fast, but what they did defensively in their front half over that time with those speed forwards were really important. But they're ranked 16th for defending ball movement at the moment, so it's not high at the moment. And again, as we heard from Adam Kingsley before, whether it's personnel, different players coming in, trying to find their way into the thing, that might be the bit part of it. But this right now, for me, as I said, the speed in the front half by Richmond could cause a few headaches, because I still think that West Coast back half a little bit cumbersome. Not just necessarily with their talls, but even with their small players. Like Witherden's not quick, Duggo's not quick, but can they go up the ground with these speed forwards and defend them on the way back as well?
Yes, evening all. Yes, it's Wowie. It's going to be an interesting game. I think that given the fact that West Coast past two performances, and everyone's been talking about the lack of effort. Now, everyone doesn't go out there to lose games of football, make mistakes. Totally agree with that. But what people in the media and supporters and members, they don't like their teams losing through lack of effort. Yep. And no one is shying away, especially anyone inside the West Coast Eagles four walls are shying away from that. They are not accepting the lack of effort. And I was a huge critic of them during the week about how players aren't chasing. And
that vision's damning, wasn't it, mate?
Oh, absolutely, yes. Yep.
That defensively, no effort.
There was no effort. And I'll bring it back to Darcy Parish a couple of weeks ago against Fremantle. He got picked out from on the couch, and he let four Fremantle players run past him from a stoppage. It looked horrible, all Australian. I think he won the best and fairest last year. I'm not too sure, but outstanding player. And he got ridiculed. Come out a week later, Anzac Day, had 33 touches in the first half. That's the sort of response that you want to see from West Coast tonight. And through the midfield, and yes, they've been hit by injuries and they haven't had their best players on the park for long periods of the season, COVID, etc. But it doesn't matter who's coming in, if it's young Westy on a wing who's played a handful of games, or Shannon Hearn. If you are out there with a West Coast Eagle jumper, or any jumper in that fact, you try your hardest. Yeah. Regardless of getting beaten by 20 goals or you're up by 15.
Effort's attitudinal.
Absolutely. There's no talent in effort.
Nah.
To chase and tackle and run and just put pressure on the ball carrier takes zero talent. It takes a want.
Yeah, it's irrelevant for me tonight whether they win or not. But again, I want to see the contest. It's at the coalface, and the contest is the ability to run too and get to the next contest, and defensively. I want to see them,
two-way running,
support their back half, don't leave their backs out to dry. Supply will be and we spoke off the beta tonight at the front of the show, that the supply battle, and although not quite conditioned well enough to get the West Coast midfield, but an undermanned Richmond midfield, not of high quality, good players, but there's no Martin, there's no Cochin. So that's going to be an intriguing battle. Who can win that supply battle to give their forwards that first use? Have field position, keep it in their front half, and play the modern game and lock it in there and create front half turnover.
Because I think if West Coast are going to put in that sort of effort lacking through the midfield or through their forward line defensive pressure, Richmond will get hold of them tonight. And with Lynch's 200th game, they will get up for this. And as we heard by Adam Kingsley, they've got a big supporter base over here in WA. They've got lots of players from WA, so they'll be looking for a big game. And with Richmond, you Revolt out forward as well. They're confidence players. If those power forwards start marking and kicking goals, this could be a real ugly loss for West Coast. It's both teams are struggling through the midfield. Now, which midfield are going to stand up and have a real dip tonight?
It's interesting with the talls, though, in there. You've got two big monsters in Soldo and Nankervis up against a second gamer in Stranatica, Dixon, who played a handful of games, who will pinch hit, and not a ruckman. Here's a forward who will pinch it. So, yeah, the tactics of what West Coast do at ground level there, with probably the big boys will win first hands and first possession. So, yeah, it might be a little bit... is it a negative role more so around there, or they still go and play?
They might have to go back and pinch a little bit from the Richmond playbook from a few years ago when they had Greg rucking and go, well, we'll just concede this and we'll try and win it down here, because you can't see them beating Curvis and Soldo out there.
Not with size, and Simo made the comments during the week. It's effort's there early, but better sustain that effort over the 120 minutes it's very difficult.
Touched on this earlier as well, but I always reckon a footy game's better when there's a Rioli playing. And we've got three of them tonight. 3 Riolis running around magic. Ben Cameron. That is fantastic.
Yeah, I think football's most magical family, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Whatever they touch turns to gold. And there was a period of time, you got a Rioli on your list, you won a flag within 3 years. So... they're a talented bunch, the Riolis. I love watching them play.
And I love the story with Willie out there, of course, for West Coast. But Morris Rioli, the son of Morris Senior, makes his first appearance of the season in just his third game, the 19-year-old. And alongside them, Daniel Rioli with just a casual 3 premierships to his name as well. I did want to mention very quickly before we head downstairs, I love the story, and I know you're a Subiaco man, Ben Cameron, in the local competition, but Greg Clark, who finally makes his debut, and he's another one of, the Subiaco players who have shown such resilience to just keep battling away. He makes his AFL debut tonight, the 24-year-old.
Yeah, 24 years of age. He was the WA under-18 captain when they won the competition, so... it was very much preordained that from the point in time, I reckon he was about 14, 15, that he would transition through, be picked up in the draft, play AFL football. It didn't follow that traditional pathway for him, and now he's worked his way onto an AFL list at a mature age. And, of course, Matt Prittis came from the same club as him in the WAFL, so he had a good mentor in that sense, or a good model to follow. And that's what he's done, working his way onto an AFL list.
He comes in as a 3-time premiership player in the WAFL competition, and on this ground, he was best on ground in last year's WAFL premiership decider, winning for Subiaco. He won the Simpson medal, and he certainly deserves his opportunity. He probably would have got it earlier had he not suffered a shoulder injury in the pre-season, but he gets his chance out there. Well done to Greg Clark. We wish him the best of luck, taken at pick 62 in the national draft of 2021. Both teams warming up, not too far away from a start. It's a cool night in the west. I say that, of course, with the Brett Delidio weather wall in full effect. A cool night here is not a cool night in Melbourne, but it's a cool night in WA. About 17 degrees at the moment. We're expecting it to get, somewhere down in the vicinity of 15 degrees by the end of the game. The person who'll be out in the middle of all that is Bridget Lacey. G'day, Bridget. Welcome again. Good to have you with us.
Thanks, Clint. Yes, it does feel like the cold's already setting in, but as many people know, I'm pretty soft, so it's about 17 degrees at the moment, but I do expect it to get cold, just a slight breeze, but otherwise a perfect night for football. We do see often in these night games at Perth Stadium players slipping around a bit. Had a bit of a feel of the grass while I was down. It's slightly damp underfoot, but not expecting the conditions to have much of an effect tonight for either team. Not much of the normal Friday night crowd for West Coast in just yet. I'm hoping to see a lot more come in the next while with people coming from work, etc. But only looking about half, 3/4 full at most at the moment. So interesting to see what we end up with tonight for the West Coast Eagles. The starting benches for West Coast: Xavier O'Neill, Jackson Nelson, Greg Clark, Hugh Dixon, and the Medi sub Andrew Gaff, with Tom Barras late out with that hamstring injury. And for Richmond, Ivan Soldo, Jack Graham, Nathan Broad, and Morris Rioli on the bench with their Medi sub tonight, Jack Ross.
Thank you, Bridget. Just had the toss of the coin downstairs. Benny?
Yeah, won by Dylan Grimes, and they've elected Richmond to kick to the city end of the ground in the first term.
So that's the right of our broadcast position. Which way are we tipping, gentlemen? Ben?
I'll go Richmond by about 4 goals.
Wowie?
Yeah, Tigers. Tigers by 16.
Oh, West Coast might get an upset win because we're all tipping the Tigers, and we know what happens.
You on West Coast?
No, I'm on Richmond. So we're all tipping Richmond, which means... Bad luck to Richmond. Every time we all go the same way in this broadcast box, the other team miraculously seems to get up and win. Apologies to Tigers fans around the nation. 0437 774 774. 0437 774 774. We'll try and run through some of your text messages, certainly between now and halftime, and we certainly will have a little gap at halftime as well. Players going to their respective positions. The Eagles, their fans would be desperate for a response. Richmond also hoping to end 2 games without a win. Who will prevail? Can the Eagles keep themselves away from the foot of the ladder? Can the Tigers start to mount some sort of a case for 2022? It's all about to unfold in front of us here at Perth Stadium. Great you could be with us. Grandstand AFL, thanks to ABC Sport on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. It's the Eagles and the Tigers. Ben Cameron to get us started.
So 2 teams that have won 4 of the last 5 premierships. Finally, we get to see them together again, possibly both on the decline, but around each other's station. Noah Bolter playing at fullback on Josh Kennedy. Sydney Stack starting out of the goal square. Stranatica and Nankervis stand opposed to one another. Richmond and West Coast underway. Stranatica jumps early. Nankervis slaps it down, trying to come through Prestia. Now paddling it out short. Eventually, Collier Dawkins picks it up. Handball to short, jams it on the boot, tumbles it to half forward. Bouncing ball out of play. We'll get a throw in right on the arc of 50 in the boundary line.
Speak of the ruck battles, Stranatica only looks at Nankervis in that right at the start.
Interesting positional changes. Naish back starts tonight. Good to see one Connor West start inside as a mid.
Throw in at right half forward for Richmond. Nankervis wins it down. Redden for the Eagles steals it though. Kicks towards the logo. Loston comes up and takes the mark on the logo for Richmond. No score through the opening 40 seconds.
While Stoner elects to go short, he finds Edwards. He's got it for the Tigers. Just inside the logo on the commentary wing. He'll move it short as well to Rioli in the form of Daniel. Marking on true centre wing, northern side of the ground. Very congested forward 50 for the Tigers. He goes on a bit of a run and then he'll kick into the forward 50 for Richmond. Big fly. Oh, good mark. What a start for Lynch. He was at the back and was able to drag in the footy. He'll go back and try and kick goal 399.
Well, that's the start that Lynch wants, isn't it, in his 200th game? And that's not the start that West Coast need. And, confidence player Lynch is. He's a big, tall man, 6'5", 200th game.
See, again, unopposed there. So Edwards, his direct opponent, who started on Lynch.
He'll put boots a ball from about 35 out. It's a shocking kick. He was in the right forward pocket. It was tighter than a 45-degree angle to the right. And he just hammers it between the right-hand goal post and behind post. That's a poor kick to start from Lynch. One behind to the Tigers. Eagles yet to score, opening 2 minutes first term.
Here's Naish running beyond defensive 50 for the Eagles. Kicking to the wing, unable to mark Kelly. Comes down to Camden McIntosh. Kicks Richmond inside 50. McGovern there to mark. Handball to Redden. Handball to Shuey. The Eagles quickly towards this northern wing. Bouncing ball for Rioli, good enough to control it. Now he turns a couple, gets around another. A little bereft, eventually kicks into the middle of the ground. Dangerous, Collier Dawkins almost. Comes down to Duggan for the Eagles though. Handball to Witherden, kicks long inside 50. Looking for Darling, doesn't get there. Loston, it comes to him for the Tigers and he sends it to left half back.
Crowd appealing with Darling falling over the Tiger who was prone on the ground. Lambert kicks towards the outer side of the ground. Up there, Castagna, he marks. Didn't think there was anything in it myself with the free kick. The Tigers towards left half forward through Castagna. Duggan is able to outpoint Revolt and he marks it right half back for the Eagles. Tigers with the only score on the board in the opening 3 minutes. They're one behind and the Eagles yet to score as West Coast head back inside their defensive 50 through Naish, the former Tiger, and then back to Waterman. Normally see him at the other end of the ground. He marks and plays on. He comes through Edwards. Here's Naish again. Kicks to the outer side. Had to be precise and was. And Redden marks just shy of the logo, southern wing.
Bites off the kick into the middle of the ground. Shuey can't take the mark. It might allow Richmond in though, Lambert. Goes to ground trying to gather. There's a free kick. It'll go the way of Lambert. Shuey just took him high. Lambert gives the handball off to Short. Attacking edge of the square. Pinpoint pass. And it finds the chest of Castagna, who marks 40 metres out, plumb in front. And will go back trying to kick Richmond's first.
It's going to be a challenge for West Coast on turnover. Turnover through the midfield. Didn't quite hit the target. They get bounced back and just find an easy uncontested possession where Richmond's forwards do get back hard and just take an easy uncontested mark inside forward 50.
So Castagna, set, shot, drop punts have been an issue at times for him. Comes in 45 metres out and puts through the first of the night. Richmond strike first. They're 1-1-7. West Coast yet to score. We've played 4 minutes. Opening term, Grandstand AFL, round 7 out west on a Friday night. Shane Woden, Michael Braun.
It was probably an example of West Coast forwards just flat-footed then, wasn't it? You know, obviously their backmen ran off down the ground to get that handball received. West Coast have got to go with their man all the time, and Richmond will do that. I think it's just going to be a battle of who's going to work the hardest tonight, who's going to really work both ways.
I didn't mind, West Coast a couple of passages of play. They looked to take the game on a little bit more off their half back line. Be able to use a few more pivot handballs, a few handball receives and get going. You just got to execute when you come back through the corridor, don't you? It's got to be 100% on. And Jaden Short just lowers his eyes nicely.
It's all on his own, Castagna. The ruck battle. He got a tap on it. Tries to slide out and soccers it off the ground towards the southern wing. Chance to gather. Came from Lambert. Hand pass again. Moving it forward. This is McIntosh. McIntosh turns it over. Chance for the Eagles again here. Duggan gave it to Kelly. Kick towards the southern wing. Couldn't find Darling. Ball picked up though. Waterman. Short hand pass. Comes to Kelly. Sweeping hand pass again. This is Cripps. Chance for West Coast now. Going by Nash. Thumping kick inside forward 50. Which way will it bounce? It'll cannon into the right hand behind post. So yes, as Shane said, out of bounds on the full will be the call by the umpire. 1-1-7. The Tigers. West Coast yet to score. 5 and a bit gone in the first.
So Grimes to bring it back in for the Tigers. We'll kick it long out towards the southern wing. Lynch launches, doesn't take the mark. Down at ground level, Prestia gets a handball away. Stranatica picks it up for the Eagles. 1-2 with Edwards. Handball back to Duggan, now on the southern wing. Snaps towards half forward. There's a free kick. It'll go all the way back to Duggan. We'll have it on the southern side of the ground. Richmond with the opening goal of the match. West Coast yet to score. Duggan on his left, kicks long inside 50 for the Eagles. Darling goes up, brings it down at ground level, but impedes his opponent in the process. A free kick to Gibcus in the left back pocket for Richmond.
This is his target. Having to get back there. The Tigers, they were really under pressure for a moment. Comes to Rioli after Bolter was able to mop up the errant kick from Gibcus. Taken by Rioli now. Still in his defensive 50. Right up against the boundary line. He'll kick towards the commentary wing. Big pack up. Off hands. Spills down here. Chance for Collier. Dawkins to move it on. And turn it over again, the Tigers. It's quickly inside the forward 50. Darling has to turn. He's got 3 to beat. Broad tackles him. The hand pass from Darling is straight to Grimes. Got it out again. Oh, it spills once more to Darling. Still looking to work it away. Stolen by the Tigers. Grimes kicks beyond defensive 50. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in. The umpires all look at each other. What are they going to call?
Oh, you're kidding.
Insufficient intent to keep it in. It's a free kick to West Coast. They've got it at right half forward.
That's 2 metres in front of Lambert.
Took a turn as well. West sends it back from whence it came. Offhand spills down. Oh, Stranatica kicks the goal for West Coast. It's his first in AFL footy. And they come from everywhere, the West Coast Eagles, to celebrate with the young man. The 24-year-old, in just his second game, kicks a goal to put the Eagles back to within a point. The Tigers are 1-1-7. The Eagles won straight 6. 8 gone in the first. Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, and ABC Sport Digital.
It's a good goal from the big guy. Playing the small forward there. Good to see him push forward. Put pressure on his opponent. A great crumbing goal.
Wasn't just front and centre, wasn't it?
I disagree with the free kick.
Yeah.
I know you can't change their minds, but that was a really poor example of deliberate.
A lot of plays seem to be slipping over too, real early.
Bounce back in the middle. Srinatica in the ruck. Opposed to Soldo here. No decisive tap. West is taken to ground. And a secondary ball up. Luke Srinatica, he comes from a family of diehard Dockers fans, and he was drafted there first. Didn't get a chance. Now he does at the Eagles. Going after it, Bolton. Kelly loses it with a handball. Eventually Lambert for Richmond. Gives it off to Edwards. Kick into the pocket. Looking for Lynch. Finds him. Plays on. Check side. Misses.
Kick 2.
15 metres out. Slight angle. And Lynch has let a golden opportunity go. A couple, in fact, in this first term. Richmond 1-2-8. West Coast 1 straight 6. 9 minutes and change played in the first.
Could have thrown that through Lynch.
Would have had his 400.
He would have. He's had 2 great chances. Spoon. As the Eagles move it beyond offensive 50, McGovern at left half back and turns it over. Mark taken by the Tigers. It's Baker on the logo commentary wing. To Collier Dawkins running by. Opportunity here for Short. Kicks inside forward 50. Good mark. Revolt. He's got the footy. Takes the mark about 30 out from the Richmond attacking goal at the city end of the ground. It's slightly better than a 45-degree angle to the left.
Young Jaden Shorts started well, isn't he? He's up and about, hitting targets, lots of run, providing run.
He gives him good bounce off half back. Got a great kick too.
Yep, nice, solid.
Jack Revolt. He's on his way. The kick. He doesn't let the Tigers down. They've got their second. Revolt punches the air with the right hand in celebration. Teammates come from around the ground just to congratulate him on the effort. 2-2-14 Richmond. They respond quickly to the Eagles' goal. West Coast 1 straight 6. 11 gone in the first. Grandstand AFL and ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron. Our experts Shane Woden and Michael Braun.
Modern key defenders these days aren't... They're taught differently because they don't take body enough to. Harry Edwards still young in his career. He's not a Jerry McGovern yet, but the 2 marking contest just does not take body on both Revolt and Lynch in the 2 occasions in D50 at this stage. Should have brought both of them to ground.
From the restart, Soldo slaps it forward. Bolton onto the loose footy. Advantage paid from a free kick for Richmond. In fact, it's going to come back. So the free kick will go to Shea Bolton. One of the West Aussies coming home for Richmond today. His dad, of course, played for the Fremantle Dockers. He goes short. Graham leads up and marks. 52 metres out for the Tigers. Looks into the pocket. In the Rewalt direction. Not quite. Nelson at the fall of the ball for the Eagles. Off to Naish, who turns it over. He was under pressure and he's kicked it straight to Castagna, who marks 45 metres out. 45-degree angle. Right-hand side.
That ball as a defender, this ball is going to... I've always tell my young kids, make the mistake furthest away from goal. You don't kick short inside your defensive 50, not under pressure anyway.
He kicked Richmond's first.
Made a couple of errors, Naish.
Jason Castagna. Boot to ball from alongside the digits on the arc of 50. He sprays it wide right.
Very clunky, wasn't it?
Out of bounds on the full. So Richmond don't add to their score. 2-2-14 plays 1 straight 6. They lead West Coast 12 minutes into the first.
I'm not overcooking this. They could have 5 straight Tigers.
Yep.
They could have almost put West Coast to bed in the opening 12 minutes. It's their errant goal kicking that's keeping them in it. The Eagles content to give them a lot of chances. They turn it over again. This is Gibcus who marks it right half forward, sends it inside attacking 50. Hearn, premiership captain for the Eagles, takes a steadying mark for them. Puts it out to Edwards in the right back pocket for West Coast. Beyond defensive 50, Grimes attacks the footy. Brings it to ground, up against Clark. Still there to be won. Umpire says holding the ball. Great tackle on McIntosh. West Coast rewarded with it. Well done to Clark, who plays on quickly by hand. Comes down the outer side. West Coast into attack from O'Neill. No mark taken at right half forward. Scooped up by Short. Goes to Broad. Juggles the football, regathered, then hard up against the boundary, kicks high up into the air, all flying up, almost a good effort, not quite that time from Stack. hits the ground again. Trying to burst his way through Collier Dawkins. He's well tackled. Ball spills out. Eagles pile on top of it. There's a Tiger somewhere underneath all of that. Shuey, the last player up. Climbing up off the deck and Stack once more. Ball up between centre wing and left half forward for the Tigers.
Umpire puts it aloft. Soldo hooks it down onto the footy. Prestia. Tumble punt inside attacking 50 in the Lynch direction. Edwards slaps it down. Loose footy. Rewold onto it. Handball to Castagna. Tackled by McGovern. Big tackle. Ball spits out. Umpire says play on. Castagna goes again. Jams it on the left boot. High ball into the pocket. Lynch. He marks it just inside the field of play. About 20 metres around from the goal mouth in the left forward pocket.
Look dangerous inside 50, don't they? When that ball hits the ground and the chaos game style they bring in there and the heat that they bring, there's a lot of pressure on West Coast back half.
He's missed 2 relatively easy shots. This the banana from the pocket. He bends it through beautifully. Richmond get their third. They're 3-2-20. West Coast 1 straight 6, a 14-point advantage. And Tom Lynch gets goal 399 at the quarter-hour mark of this first term.
The alarming thing for mine is the marks inside forward 50 for Richmond, 6-0. So, and Clint, you're spot on. They could be 5-6 goals ahead of them right now. That's an increase, 6 inside forward 50 in 14 minutes of play. That's big numbers.
This is 2 easy-ish goals and kicks the ridiculous one from the boundary.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Yep. They were just siders, Ben. A couple of siders early on for Lynch. 1 shy of 400 for him. In a milestone match, it's his 200th. Bounce again. Soldo up against Dixon. Dixon went early, hit the ground. O'Neill gathers. He's tackled right in the middle of the centre circles. Thrown aloft again. Soldo with 2 hands, but it's down to Cripps for the Eagles, who sharked it. Kicks around the body towards right half forward. Ball bounces. Darling meets it. Takes on the tackle. Hand pass was poor. Turned it straight over. Gibcus was able to work it away to Rioli, who goes on a burning run and then spears the ball up the middle to Rewalt. He marks and plays on. Sends it inside forward 50. Lynch can't mark. Spills down. Morris Rioli has it. Forced to go back by hand. Sits up again. Chance here for Graham. Spots a teammate and marking inside forward 50. A chance for McIntosh to go back and have a shot from 40 metres out on a 45-degree angle to the right.
So there's a sliding wingman coming down, but again off turnover. So Cripps came up to the stoppage to maybe support the mids. Wins first possession, kicks it, but then you kick it to a +1 where Richmond's sitting back, where they win the ball, create a good tackle, and then bounce and go.
Camden McIntosh looking for his first of the season. It's as straight as you could possibly want. Fires it through for a goal. And the Tigers have got their 4th. They're 4-2-26 to the Eagles' 1 straight 6. 17 gone in the first. And this has got the early signs of a shellacking written all over it. I say that, by the way. And what about the little bit of ooh around the crowd the moment Morris Rioli touched the football?
Yes. And he was very clever with his hands there, wasn't he?
He was.
I don't think you can give the advantage to Richmond's back half and give them the +1. And when Cripps rolled up there, with this back line of Richmond, they're very clever. They play a lot of footy together. Yes, they've got a couple of newies in there, but their ability to support either aerial or ground level is very, very good. I'd just go even numbers and get the fight, the contest around the ball.
Dixon into the ruck for the Eagles, wins the tap down. Edwards coming through, then Shuey soccers it forward for the Eagles. Petrovski-Seaton picks it up, handball to Kelly, attacking edge of the square, run down in a tackle. Good chase, Shane Edwards. Caught him holding the ball, and Curvis wanted to take the advantage. The umpire won't let him. It'll come back, a free kick at centre half back for Shane Edwards. He kicks into the middle of the ground, dangerous kick. Clark brings it down for the Eagles. Rioli onto the footy. Handball to Shuey. Middle of Perth Stadium. Short looking for Darling. Gibcus with the spoil. Baker the row for the Tigers. Handball back to Bolter, who kicks dangerously. almost to Redden for the Eagles.
Redden tried to work it forward to Shuey. Bounces up in the air. Willie Rioli gathers it. Kicks to left half forward. Kelly trying to tap it to his own advantage. Good pressure came from Baker. And the ball spills off the hands of Kelly and over for a boundary throw in left half forward for West Coast. Inside 50s 10-6 to Richmond at the moment. The hit outs, they are dominating as expected, the Tigers, 7-2. Tough one here again for Dixon up against Nankervis. Dixon took front position, was able to palm it down, but it spills straight towards Prestia. Got it to McIntosh. Kicks towards the commentary wing. Hearns there. Gathered it brilliantly. Dragged it in with the right hand. Worked it on nicely. Comes through the middle of the ground. Withenden then kicking inside forward 50 Cripps. No mark taken. Eagles wanted a free kick. Trying to gather Ryan. Tackled immediately. He gathered the football. Umpire Lurks will ball it up. Inside West Coast forward 50. It's the Tigers who lead by 20. We've gone 19 minutes into the opening term.
Umpire puts it aloft, Nankervis, hooking it down. Kelly onto the footy for the Eagles, snaps towards the pocket. Grimes swats it away from Kennedy, down towards Bolter, who kicks towards halfback. Looking for Gibcus. Shuey does enough. Halves the contest out of play. A throw in left half forward for the West Coast Eagles.
He meant that, Grimes. The spoil back to his teammate.
Yeah, good bit of play.
Just awareness, understanding.
Smart.
Very clever.
And they call the Grimes stopper. Doing it again is Nankervis. Slapping it down in front. Shuey there for the Eagles. Handball to Kelly. Left half forward here for the Eagles. Hooks it back to a dangerous position. Getting there. Grimes again almost takes the mark. Spills out to Rioli. Gives it to McIntosh, who whacks it out of there.
He wants Soldo up against Hearn. Neither could mark it. Nelson at the back for the Eagles under real pressure. Threw it on the boot. Anywhere would do. It tumbles across the boundary line for a throw-in. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Yeah, just a bit of a concern for Willie Rioli. He's already come off for his second break and he's been chatting to the docs and the physios. He was pointing to the back of his left leg. They're still chatting with him now. Keep an eye on him. And Andrew Gaff's on his toes. He's ready to go.
Gaff, of course, the medical sub. The Eagles making one late change. Tom Barris coming out of the side with a hamstring injury. Hugh Dixon, the player, coming back in as the Eagles track this ball back to the boundary line and set over for another throw-in. 20-point lead to the Tigers as we head into time on in the first term. Ball to be spun back into play right beneath our broadcast position on the northern wing. Nankervis palmed it down against Stranatica, went straight to West on big tackle. Nankervis, he wrapped him up. The ball jars free. Scooped upon by short of the Tigers. Kicks inside forward 50. Stretching Revolt, can't mark. It spills down at the back. Hearn. Oh, dangerous pass. Edwards stolen away by Castagna. Lynch all on his own in the goal square. That is goal 400. One of the easiest he's ever kicked. Was just waiting for the hand pass over the top. Castagna just had to find him. Did so. Lynch sends it into the city end of the ground. In game 200, that's goal 400. And another one for the Tigers, who are 5-2-32. The Eagles one straight 6, 22 gone in the first.
Just a quick kick from stoppage. There's even numbers around the ball, so both teams were playing +1 in defence. Just again where you put that spare, he just had limited influence here. You see Duggan up in the, probably getting a bit too high there. Didn't support your back six. Just become null and void there at times. Good by Shannon Hearn, real aggressive, but then a turnover in your D50. Probably had to go skinny, didn't he, Brawny?
Yep.
Keep it and stay skinny side of the ground.
Stranatica lays it straight down to Kelly. Handball chopped off by Nankervis. Kicks Richmond towards half forward. Bolton slaps it over his head. Looking for Lambert, who tries to play for a free kick. Graham picks it up. Handball away to Soldo. Now Bolton, 49 out. Close to the boundary. Goes long towards goal. Doesn't quite get there off hands. It's through, but there's a free kick.
Yeah,
and it'll go to Lynch. Deep in the left forward pocket for Richmond.
Sorry, mate. Edwards front on contact, didn't have eyes for the footy.
Lynch will lark around and hit the post. Slams it into the left-hand goal post. Could have almost had 5 first quarter goals. Tom Lynch got 2-3. Richmond are 5-3, West Coast 1 straight. Closing in on quarter time.
Eagles fans would know it could have been so much worse as West Coast move it beyond their defensive 50 to Nelson at left half back. Running by Naish, receives a hand pass. That's a shocking kick. Straight to a Tiger. Could have done more with it, Lambert. Lost it, though. Duggan's able to mop up. Hand pass to Petreski-Seaton. Now to West through the middle. Hand pass to Stranatica. Oh, bounced off his own player in Kelly. He's able to go back to O'Neill. That's a lovely kick out towards right half forward. Here's Clark, the debutant. Kicks into the right forward pocket. Big fly. Gipkus couldn't mark. At the drop. Darling! Not quite. Bounces into the right-hand goal post. So close not to be. 1-1-7 the Eagles, 5-3-33 the Tigers. 24 gone in the first.
They bring it down this northern wing, Richmond, where they have some room, though. Prestia turns it over straight to Jackson Nelson for the Eagles. He kicks it straight back. Straight to Soldo. He moves it short to Jaden Short, who goes longer towards Bolton. And he marks 49 metres out from the Tigers' goal at right half forward.
As they put speed on the game, don't they? They go back edge off turnover really quickly. This is where West Coast will struggle this evening.
They're just getting sliced open on the turnover.
Absolutely. Just poor execution there by Nelson. Naish the one before. Got to tidy up his skills a bit, Naish. He gets a lot out of it, but just ineffective by foot.
If anybody could, this is a highly skilled player. And Shea Bolton goes bang from 50 at right half forward. Wonderful finish. And Richmond have hit West Coast for 6 in the opening term. 6-3-39. Plays 1-1-7. They lead by 32 points. Clint Wilden, myself, Ben Cameron, Shameway Woden and Michael Braun, Bridget Lacey before them.
It looks like good news for Willie Rioli. It looks like a corky to that left hamstring. So he's got a heap of strapping around that now, and he's had to go on the bike. So just running back onto the field now for West Coast.
I love the call, Benny. Hit him for 6, all right. I said, I must be honest, I was going to tip West Coast, pre-game. I thought, with the heart and all that, but they're nowhere, aren't they? I was going to give them some hope just to respond from last couple of weeks shellacking. They haven't delivered one little bit, Clint.
I talked you out of it in the corridor, didn't I?
This is going to be a long night for West Coast.
Most impressively, Richmond, despite the grandstand AFL team, they continue to go about their business as Short gets a clearing kick towards left half forward. Anything they want at the moment, Richmond works out. Castagna marks. Kicks long towards full forward. They come from everywhere. Lynch goes up, couldn't quite mark. Tackle from Hearn. It was a beauty on Bolton. Eagles thought they should have got the free kick as it spilled out. They put a chain of hand pass, moved to Naish in the right back pocket. Shuey involved through all that. Naish's kick is the Darling. Couldn't mark but had time to regather. Kicks towards right half forward. Can't find Dixon. Onto it quickly. Rhino battles up against Rioli. Rioli tapped at the ground, leapt up in the air. Dixon's able to gather, and then he's tackled. That'll be holding the ball. Grimes got him. And you can't escape him, Dylan Grimes. It'll be a free kick for the Tigers in the left back pocket. Lovely tackle. Score 6-3-39 the Tigers, 1-1-7 the Eagles, 26 gone in the first.
Grimes just moves it short to Jaden Short. Second time tonight. Jaden just tiptoes the boundary line and finds Rioli. This is Daniel. He does the same. They move it short around that southern wing. Edwards looks further afield. Long towards half forward for Richmond. Lynch comes up and marks. 70 out from goal. Plays on. Goes long. Here comes Bolton over the back. Not quite opposed to Hearn. Ball comes to ground. Castagna. Handball away. Quick snap on goal. McIntosh has kicked it. His second. Richmond seventh. And West Coast are in all sorts. Richmond are all over them, running roughshod. It's 7-3-45, plays 1-1-7 at the 27-minute mark of this first term on Grandstand AFL.
Wow, there's silence in the crowd at the moment, isn't it? Just they've only had 7 more possessions, Richmond, than West Coast already, but just so much more effective with ball in hand and when they go forward.
It's just the marks inside forward 50. It's the fact is that West Coast are playing Richmond on a ski rope. Like they are so far behind, and their turnovers, turnovers are killing them.
10 shots from 15 entries. Can't defend it.
Bounce of the footy. Stranatica stayed down, got a hand to it. Trying to get through Graham, though. Lost it when he was tackled. Shuey picks it up for West Coast. The captain sends it inside forward 50. And the mark, has it been paid? He had first go at it, Dixon. It has. It was a juggled effort. There was a touch coming in from the Tigers defender at the back, but Dixon has been paid the mark. And coming into the side, after the loss of Tom Barras to a hamstring injury, can Hugh Dixon go back and kick the Eagles second?
It's great intent by West, wasn't it, in the middle?
Yep.
Good tackle by the young guy.
Real solid effort.
Yeah. West Coast have put Waterman behind the ball now, just to stop a bit of the leaking the back half of this quarter.
It'll be a kick from about 40 metres out. He'll start in line with the left hand behind post. Where behind the kick, it's out to the right. It's a disappointing finish. A minor score. 1-2-8 the Eagles, 7-3-45 the Tigers. Nearly 29 gone in the opening quarter.
Loston short to the pocket, to Bolter, to Dan Rioli, who kicks around the southern wing with a long check side. McGovern comes up, drops the mark, slaps it out towards West. Now the Eagles are out. Naish, handball to Kelly. Kelly gathers, handball back to Naish. His kick smothered. Well done. Great defensive work from Dan Rioli. And he smothers it out of play. Will get a throw in southern side of the ground.
Didn't hesitate, just pressed the ball carrier straight away. Great defensive effort.
Richmond lead by 37 points. 1 minute away from quarter time. There's a whistle on the throw-in. Free kick. It's going to go the way of Richmond. So Graham to have the free kick just backward of halfway, southern side of the ground. He sets it up long in the Rewalt direction. McGovern there too. McGovern in good position. Has a lot of it. Eventually paid the mark. So Jeremy McGovern, who's in career form according to champion data, he'll have it at right half back for the Eagles. Richmond by 37, almost quarter time.
So from right half back, kicks down the southern wing. Was Ryan pushed? No, according to the officials. Vostone took the mark and then gets told to play on. Kicks down their outer edge of the commentary, out of the outer edge of the square, I beg your pardon. Castagna was there. Picked up, though, again by the Eagles. It came to Shuey, gave it to Naish, on in turn to Clark, and now he spots Ryan. No one with him. He takes an uncontested mark. Pauses for a moment. Pops it short to Kelly. Not long to go in the turn. In fact, no time at all. It has been an impressive display by the Tigers and an equally frustrating and disappointing one from the West Coast Eagles. Adam Simpson, the coach downstairs, to the four players coming off the bench, Witherden, Kennedy, Petreski, Seaton and O'Neill, gives them a pat on the back as he makes his way out. What will be an interesting huddle at quarter time. The Eagles, of course, missing two of their assistant coaches because of health and safety protocols. It's going to make it even tougher for West Coast, but on the scoreboard, it's already a daunting task. 7-3-45 Richmond, 1-2-8 the West Coast Eagles. The goal kickers for the Tigers, 2 to McIntosh, 2 to Lynch, singles to Rewalt, Castagna and to Bolton, while for West Coast, their only goal of the quarter coming off the boot of Luke Stranatica, the Ruck's first goal in AFL football. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
It was the dream. The freedom of the ocean.
It's just like partying, surfing, starting a business with your friends.
If you could find a way to sell paradise.
It's selling an idea. Summers that never end. We're making board shorts.
We're going to be rich.
Could you ever get it back?
It is my company. You're salty, mate. What about loyalty, huh?
Catch new Aussie drama, Barons.
Sorry.
Trader.
Sunday nights on ABC TV or log in to stream on ABC iView.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Lambert gives the handball off to Short. Attacking edge of the square. Pinpoint pass. And it finds the chest of Castagna, who marks 40 metres out, plumb in front. And will go back trying to kick Richmond's first. So Castagna. Set, shot, drop punts have been an issue at times for him. Comes in 45 metres out and puts through the first of the night. Richmond strike first.
West sends it back from whence it came. Offhand spills down. Oh, Stranatica kicks the goal for West Coast. It's his first in AFL footy. And they come from everywhere, the West Coast Eagles, to celebrate with the young man.
Castagna goes again. Jams it on the left boot. High ball into the pocket. Lynch. He marks it just inside the field of play. About 20 metres around from the goal mouth in the left forward pocket. He's missed 2 relatively easy shots. This the banana from the pocket. He bends it through beautifully. Richmond get their third.
Oh, dangerous pass. Edwards stolen away by Castagna. Lynch all on his own in the goal square. That is goal 400.
Here comes Bolton over the back. Not quite opposed to Hearn. Ball comes to ground. Castagna, handball away, quick snap on goal. McIntosh has kicked it. His second, Richmond 7th, and West Coast are in all sorts.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Richmond lead West Coast by 37 points as Friday night footy gets round 7 underway at Perth Stadium. On the SMS number, love to hear your thoughts as always, 0437 774 774. If you want to send us a text, keep the bounce, says one correspondent. Many occupations require a certain skill set. Umpires should tidy up their skills. And also, with regards to the rucks, AFL is an injury-prone sport. John from Devonport says, are you seriously comparing Jack Reeve with Peter Hudson? We're not, except for the fact that he is closing in on Peter Hudson's number of goals that he's kicked. He needs another 4 now to equal 727, which is the same number that Hudson and Wayne Carey kicked in their careers. Don't like comparing players across years. Sorry?
That's all you stated off the top of the show.
Exactly. I wasn't making any comparison. I was just a statement of fact. And I do think it's unfair to compare players across eras anyway.
Absolutely.
Mind you, we do it all the time, so that's a different issue. Kevin from Myrtleford, great night for footy. It's been a bit one-sided so far. It absolutely has been. Shane Woden and Michael Braun.
Yeah, got a turnover game, particularly in this first quarter, isn't it? Like 7 goals from turnover, no stoppage goals at all. So as soon as their execution wasn't great, West Coast, which did let them down. I thought their contest stuff was okay. And again, like last week, competitive, doing their thing. But as soon as they turn the footy over, they can't defend turnover. So Richmond had, from 7 chains, they scored 4 times. They scored 3 goals, 1 from defensive mid. So pretty much every time they win the ball back from their defensive mid area, they're scoring. And West Coast can't defend it at the moment. And that's through turnover, drop mark, whatever it may be. But that's been the constant for a few weeks now. So they've got to tidy up their efficiency at the moment.
I think for mine, the Tigers are the ones. It's just the little things that the Tigers do, the taps and just the smart things. It's like the attitude. They don't care who marks, kicks or kicks the goals. They're just doing it because they're the best option or the best position. I like that about Richmond.
Some of the numbers to quarter time, the inside 50s, 15-9 the way of Richmond. Contested possessions, they're +6. Clearances, they're +2. Individual ball winners, Naisha's had it 10 times, leads all comers on the ground. Has had a couple of dodgy kicks though. Short with 9, Lynch with 7, Castagna 7. There's a bunch of Eagles, Hearn, Duggan, Kelly, Shuey, all with 7 as well.
Gavin from Dongra, how many Riolis going around? Question mark. There's 3 out there. So I ask you this question.
Don't forget Benny as well, who's playing at South Fremantle. They offered to catch up last night.
They did. The Riolis headed down to Fremantle Oval to have a look around the Bulldogs part of the world. I ask you this question on 0437 774 774. What do you call a collective of Riolis? A group of them together. I'm going to chuck out there a premiership of Rioli because wherever the Riolis go, let us know your thoughts. 0437 774 774. A collective noun for Riolis. As we're underway in this second term, Soldo wins the tap for the Tigers. Umpire spotted a free kick though. It's against the Tiger. It'll come to Stranatica. Fringed in the ruck contest. So Stranatica sees it open up in front of him. Tigers electing not to man the mark of the free kick, and the kick is well marked defensively by Broad. I'm a Swan Districts player, dragged it in, 3-time premiership player of course. Plenty of ink work on Broad as he kicks towards the logo commentary side, and Bolton floating across in front takes the mark. Just making this look way too easy here. The Tigers comes again from short to Castagna, who marks it left half forward, kicks low, down and flat, finds short again.
He's playing as a midfielder tonight, Jaden Short.
Ugly kick. Sets Wostone a bit of a task. Has to turn around. Kennedy got in the way. Looking to mop it up. Bolter got there. Tackled by Darling. Somehow manufactured a kick. Graham tries to dive over the top of it. Collier Dawkins lends support. Graham slaps it out for the Tigers. Straight though to Kelly. Umpire spotted a free kick. It's for a push in the back. It's coming back here for the Tigers. They will have it through Graham, who's between the centre circles and the attacking edge of the centre square. No change to that score. Richmond's lead 37 points.
The man they call Fridge Graham kicks long inside 50 into the pocket. No mark taken. Bolton hits it at speed. Lands on his feet. Sweeps a handball to Rewalt. Can't quite pick it up on the half volley. Coming through Stack. He bowls them all over. Rewalt tries to kick over his shoulder. He can't do it. And eventually Hearn fumbles it through for a rush behind. A minor score. So 7-4-46 Richmond. West Coast 1-2-8. 2 minutes played, second term.
The Eagles look to bring it up the corridor. It comes to Kelly eventually. Stabs it to Kennedy. He marks on the defensive edge of the centre square. Plays on by hand. Witherden runs behind him. He'll kick towards the logo. Southern wing. Good spoil came there. McIntosh won it to ground against Clark. Spilled out to Lynch. Goes back to McIntosh by hand. Now with Daniel Rioli. Hand passes on the bounce to Vlostone. In the centre square. Kicks the Tigers inside forward 50. There's Morris Rioli. The mark has been paid.
West Coast forwards just didn't work back hard enough when JK took that mark here in the centre square. The Richmond defence had 2 or 3 loose all sitting behind the ball. They've got to get back quick and reset. Lengthen the ground a bit just so they can provide options so we don't have to go so wide.
Just his third game of AFL footy, first of this year, already with a couple of goals to his name, with the famous 49 on his back. Starts the approach. He'll kick from 51 out. He's got underneath it. Does it have the carry? Not quite. Spills down off hands at full forward. It's been kept in. Trying to keep it in was Stack. Couldn't do so. It's over for a boundary throw-in in the right forward pocket. The Tigers are 7-4-46. The Eagles 1-2-8. 3 gone in the second.
I'm with you, forward. There's no use at West Coast trying to bring the ball in fast when their forwards are right up the ground and they can't get back. There's no one to kick it to once you bring it in fast anyway.
Soldo and Stranatica. Stranatica straight down to Kelly. Jams it on the right boot. Kicks the Eagles towards the wing. Big pack forms. Down in front. Cripps runs straight into a Rioli tackle. And Rioli and holding the ball.
Poor decision. Had no prior opportunity.
So Richmond with the free kick. Between wing and right half forward out on the southern side of the ground. Rioli goes low into the pocket. Looking for a marker. Bolton from the back. There's a mark or a free kick. It'll go to McGovern, who goes laterally across the face of goal, finds Redden. Richmond leading by 38 points early in the second.
They're under pressure, but Shuey's able to get a clearing kick away, but only as far as Vlostone, who marks just forward of the logo. Commentary wing here at Perth Stadium. Has it for the Tigers and stabs it short. Finds, well, as we've said a couple of times, short. Short for Richmond, inside forward 50. Oh, great mark, Bolton. No, not paid. It must have been touched by one of the players in front of him. Thought he had enough of it as well. Spills out. Graham tries to get a hand pass away. Well tackled. Redden got it on to Hearn. Might have been taken high. Down to Morris Rioli, though. And at the drop of it, he gets a hand pass away. The short kicks back inside forward 50 for the Tigers. Bolton's there once again to gather the bouncing football. He's been wrapped up. And a ball up will be the call.
Good mark though, wasn't it?
I thought so. Be keen to see that again. Must have taken a touch on the way through. Umpires spotted a ruck infringement again against Soldo. Stranatica is the recipient. Oh, dangerous kick. Really waiting for it was Naish. The pressure came from Castagna. Rioli gives it back to him. Castagna kicks around the body and Hearn takes a defensive mark for the Eagles.
Good mark.
Very good. Under a bit of heat there.
Hearn kicks really short to Duggan in the pocket. Richmond by 38 points. 5 minutes into the second. Duggan looks further afield, goes long in the Darling direction, rises up. Gibkiss in front, takes the intercept mark. So Richmond back with it. 80 metres out from their goal. Gibkiss goes into the pocket in the Rewalt and Lynch direction. Lynch juggles the mark, doesn't complete it. Clark comes in. Shuey's there for the Eagles. Dribbles a kick 5 metres. West picks it up. He's tackled quickly. Umpire says free kick. Push in the back. It'll go the way of West. So West to get it. The left half back for the Eagles. His mum shared on Facebook during the week a signed note from Nick Naitanui encouraging him to keep playing well at junior level and maybe one day make it to the AFL. Here he is, a teammate of Nick Naitanui's. Loose footy on the wing. Rioli wins it back for Richmond. Now kicks long inside 50. McGovern in good position. Spoils it away from Lynch. Coming through Rioli. Rewalt goes in. Now Naish comes through. Rioli picks it up and loses it. It spits out towards Collier Dawkins. Collier Dawkins runs into a tackle. Eventually gets a handball away. Umpire says play on. Picking it up. Quick snap on goal from Bolton. And it's through. The crowd thinks it should have been holding the ball. Bolton won't mind his second. And Richmond, they're out by 44 points. 8-4-52 plays 1-2-8. 7 minutes into the second.
Can't get out of their back half at the moment, can they? Certainly winning the territory battle, West Coast.
It's just the pressure, isn't it? That they just can't handle the pressure. Geez, Bolton's playing well. He's clean hands. He's got some grunt. He's strong overhead, and that was a good goal. That one step over the left shoulder.
And that's holding the ball.
That's holding. He went to ground with the ball in his hands. Got tackled that and.
Collier Dawkins takes Naish on.
Yes.
He elects to take on the tackle and he's brought to ground.
I wonder how he interpreted the fact that he didn't control the tackle.
Yeah, not sure. I reckon West Coast, and look...
Hard done by there.
They're hard done by there, but they deserve to be, well, probably the 7 or 8 goals should be down. Kick inside forward 50 here for the Eagles. Spills off the hands of Darling down to Kennedy in the right forward pocket. He gets away from Gibcus. He kicks towards goal. Good desperate play from Baker. Gee, they might be up by 7 goals or so, but Baker wasn't going to give anything up then, and he got back on the goal line to rush it through for a minor score. 8-4-52 to the Eagles 1-3-9. Plenty of suggestions coming through on the text. We'll get to them in a moment.
Vlosten with the kick in, runs to the pocket and spots up Soldo at right half back. Richmond by 43. Soldo kicks around the boundary on the southern wing. In the Lynch direction. Over the back it goes. Bolton trying to run onto the loose footy. Boundary line wins. Throw in neutral territory, southern side.
Marty Atkins says, who you would know, of course, at South Freo. What about a royalty of Rioli's?
I don't mind it.
Don't mind that.
Soldo slapping it down from the boundary throw in. Richmond get it moving forward. Nelson onto the loose footy for the Eagles. Tackled close to the boundary line. Gets a handball away. They pile on and the umpire says holding the ball. So a free kick against Sydney Stack. It'll go the way of the Eagles and Greg Clark, the debutant.
Clark for West Coast towards left half forward. No mark taken. Sliding onto the ground was Petreski-Seaton looking to work it out. He'll have another go at it. Tried to get it to West. Couldn't take the football. A bit hot for him. Still there to be won. Umpire says we'll ball it up. Clarko, not that Clarko, another Clarko. Clarko of Clarkson says a delicacy of Rioli's. Not too bad. I'll get Ben Cameron to make the call on the best collective noun for Rioli's as Clark brings it away for West Coast to O'Neill. Sends it inside forward 50. Vostone takes the defensive mark for the Tigers between fullback and centre half back. He'll flare it out to Bolter. Runs beyond defensive 50. The kick is down the line. Oh, that was clever from Lambert off the outside of the right boot. Juventus will be pleased with that sort of stuff. Real Madrid, magnificent. Came to Broad, then to Edwards. Goes inside forward 50. The mark taken by Soldo. Does he have a ping? Yes, he will. In fact, he points at the big sticks to let everybody know that's the way I'm going. Kicking the Farmer Freeway end here at Perth Stadium.
See, well, that was what I was talking about, the little things that Richmond, that for that first quarter, but doing well. They do those little bits of things like that. What do you actually call it? Like, it's just unselfish acts, I suppose.
Little Ronaldo special.
Yeah. Oh, it's outrageous skill. If Everton could sign him up, maybe we'll have some hope of surviving. Soldo from 49 out, sits to the left, off hands, kept in play according to the officials. Naish, was he taken high out of all that? Then he turns it over. It's straight down the throat of Prestia. Oh, wrapped up like a Christmas gift. He couldn't believe it. And he puts it back over the Eagles' heads. It's through for the Tigers' 9th. Oh, it's all lemony snickets at the moment. Just a series of unfortunate events for the Eagles. 9-4-58, the Tigers, they are up and about. West Coast to 1-3-9, 11 gone in the second. Grandstand AFL from Perth Stadium on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Bridget Lacey is downstairs.
And in the meantime, Clint, Toby Nankervis has been getting cold on the boundary. He hasn't been able to get on it at all this quarter after starting off. And so 11 minutes in, he's finally jogging out there, and he was actually jogging up and down the boundary trying to stay warm.
Pay the effort from Lynch. It's off his hands. He's kept it in play. It's spilled to Naish, who then under pressure, not realising it, has turned it over.
You had a free kick. You just build up the play. You don't need to rush. You're in your defensive 50 on your last line, and you're playing on after you've just been given a free kick.
Richmond have kicked the last 8 goals from the restart. Bolton in the middle for Richmond. Gets the clearance. Long inside 50. Looking for Rewalt. Not quite. Spills to Castagna. Jams it on the boot. High towards the point post. And Lynch juggles the mark. He keeps it in the field of play cleverly. And marks alongside the right-hand behind post. Deep in the right forward pocket for Richmond.
I think his way through this. Take his time.
Arcs out, goes on the left, hits the fat part of the ball. It balloons to the top of the goal square, and Willie Rioli, stands underneath it, takes the defensive mark for the Eagles. Richmond by 49.
Willie Rioli goes through the hands of Petreski-Seaton, has to turn, gather, broke one tackle. Kelly hand passes straight back into Lambert, or McIntosh, I beg your pardon. The free kick's been spotted. Underneath all of that is Mostone, receives the free kick, drops the footy as it's thrown back to him. He'll go back, twirls the yellow Sharon around in his right hand, runs inboard with a few steps. Looks to switch play. Baker forced to wait underneath it. The attacking point, the centre square at right half forward, goes short. Spoil came on Lambert, spilled out the back. Baker will have another opportunity as inside forward 50. Collier Dawkins can't mark. Now a chance for the Tigers again. Kicks into the middle of the ground, still can't gather this Collier Dawkins. Short, picks it up. Throws the boot at it, sends it towards goal. He'll miss to the left-hand side. A minor score. 9-5-59 is Richmond. 1-3-9 the West Coast Eagles. What about a glide of Rioli's from Big George in South Australia?
Rioli sits number 1 at the moment.
That's the clubhouse leader, isn't
Clubhouse leader.
Short kick in from Witherden.
Going into day 3.
Spots up. Jeremy McGovern right up the middle.
If you've just tuned in, we're asking for your thoughts. The collective noun on Rioli's. There's 3 of them tonight.
Dodgy kick from McGovern, hangs it in the air, and McIntosh comes in and intercepts for Richmond. Goes back inside 50, and Sydney Starkey marks 47 metres out. Just slightly better than a 45-degree angle to the left-hand side.
You just don't want this game to blow out to a 15.
100.
Yeah, it's on its way. It looks like they're playing with no, oomph. There's just nothing left, and there's no soul left in these boys.
No confidence within the group at the moment.
They're a broken football club right now.
At the moment. You can see the players, like their skill level at the moment is, whether that's decision making or skill.
Stack from the arc of 50, he tugs it left.
They're tearing the footy over far too much for this level.
Well, Richmond turned the ball over 5 times inside their forward 50, and they still kept control of the ball. West Coast couldn't capitalise.
Richmond by 51 points, 14 and a half minutes into the second term.
And without to harp on it, it should be more, because the Tigers might be 9-6, but they've butchered some chances in front of goal. As Witherden with the kick in to Naish. Looks to go back. This is Witherden again. Thought about going right back to Naish at full back. There is nothing really in front of him. West was on down the line. Witherden elects to go on a bit of a run. He'll take a bounce. Hand passes to Duggan. Steps around his opponent, McIntosh. Hand passes up in the air. It's back to Witherden, who's at right half back. Kicks high and long towards right half forward. Trying to get to it, Dixon couldn't mark. Nankervis turns, gathers, hand pass to Grimes, bounces out of the Ryan tackle, sweeps the hand pass inboard to Short. Now finds Vostone, still inside his defensive 50. Hand passes onto the run of Daniel Rioli. That's a beautiful kick out to Bolton, uncontested at right half back.
And now Richmond might be out down the southern wing. Rioli marks, gives a handball forward to the run of Graham, goes into the pocket. Lynch in good position. McGovern does well. Fists it away, and Naish, he can only gather as he takes it out. We'll get a throw in right forward pocket here for Richmond.
Graham's work rate there to get up for that handball receive. Outstanding running.
Richmond by 51. 16 minutes into the second. Stranatica and Nankervis. Nankervis slaps it back boundary side. McGovern onto the footy. Morris Rioli pressuring him. Comes out to Lambert. He jams it on the boot across the face of goal. Lynch going after it. Hearn the other way. Big collision. A free kick.
Absolutely.
Hearn's given away the free kick on Tom Lynch.
It was there. It was there. Absolutely, it was there. And I think he didn't mean to hurt him anyway, regardless. But it was just reckless.
So deep in the left forward pocket. He missed one moments ago. The inverse of this time on the right boot. He misses.
2-4. Put out 6.
Across the face, he misses to the far side. Richmond 9-7-61. West Coast 1-3-9. Almost 17 minutes played in the second.
There's a very good suggestion on the line I'll get to. Ball's moved short. This is Clark who has it, the debutant for the West Coast Eagles. Their 42nd player they've used this season. Their 12th debutant goes back inside defensive 50 to Hearn to McGovern. A switch of play out to the left to Dixon. Or Edwards, rather. Step one way, then the other. Kicks down the line. Wanted Waterman. Spoil came from the back. Down towards the Tigers. It's the Baker who turns it over. With it again as Edwards gives it to the captain in Shuey for West Coast. A switch of play to the commentary wing. Redden marks and plays on. Sends the kick towards Darling. Most promising move of the night from the Eagles. The fans respond as well. Darling for West Coast. Kicks towards full forward. He wants Dixon. Sticks out the right hand. Spill down to Kennedy. Got tackled. Ball spilled free. Players pile on top of it. What will the umpire say? They'll ball it up. Right at the top of the Eagles attacking goal square. A Virginia of Rioli's. Not Trioli, but close. Not bad.
Top of the attacking goal square for the Eagles. Umpire puts it up. Stranatica down. Baker gets the clearing handball for Richmond. Dan Rioli onto the footy. Snaps it towards the southern wing. Morris is there. Outpointed by McGovern. McGovern takes the intercept mark. So the Eagles with just a few moments of play. McGovern just sets it up to the pocket. Looking for Dixon. He launches at it. Staying down, Willie Rioli dribbles it on goal. Getting back, Broad will be there for Richmond. Close to the line, he sees it over. And another minor score. West Coast 1-4-10. Richmond 9-7-61. A lead of 51 points.
Here's Daniel of the Rioli clan. Into the left back pocket. That just hugged the boundary. Lambert was able to get there from short. He marks right up against the boundary line. He's at left half back. He'll kick to the commentary wing. Lynch attacks the football. Strong mark too. Both hands high up above his head. Dragged in the footy. There's options everywhere for the Tigers. If he wants to go short, he can. Too short. And he marks still on the commentary wing. Doesn't take a step. Just kicks around the body. Lands into the lap of Prestia. Just shy of left half forward for the Tigers. 9-7-1-4 they lead the Eagles. 19 gone in the second. Prestia will kick long into the left forward pocket. 3-on-3 battle. Offhand. Stranatica actually just tapped it straight down to Revolt. Centering kick for the Tigers. Spoil came from Withen, and in fact, he put his hand out to Spoil. It bounced up. He was able to mark. And then he moves it short up the corridor. Willie Rioli marks for West Coast.
He chips for Petrevski-Seaton, who takes the mark. Dan Rioli was closing.
Played on.
Petrevski-Seaton goes short and just finds Redden. Darling's out on the wing, northern side of the ground. Eventually, Redden will send it out to him. Now Darling just holds it up for the Eagles. Comes back infield. Spots up Redden, who looks for a leading Kennedy. Grimes right there with him. Kennedy can't mark. Ball at ground level. McIntosh dribbles a kick away. Now he slaps it away out towards Prestia. And Richmond back on the ball. Castagna just kicks across the body. In the Nankervis direction. McGovern there with him. Slaps it down to Nation. The Eagles back in possession.
So Redden moves it to Shuey. Marking 2 kicks from goal. He'll put it into the right forward pocket. Kennedy goes to ground against Broad. Umpire lurks. He's going to say nothing wrong with that. Broad behind. He takes the mark. Sends it back to fullback. Bolter marking. Goes on a run. Broad provides the assist. Running alongside him. He takes the hand pass receive. Now to Gibcus. Runs beyond his defensive 50 and then kicks to the southern wing for the Tigers. Oh, well read. Lynch behind in the contest. Kicks inside forward 50. All on his own revolt. Hand pass to Nankervis. Nankervis shares it with revolt. It's Harlem Globetrotter stuff as he kicks his second. And they kick their 10th goal, the Tigers. 10-7-67. The Eagles are 1-4-10. It's officially a shellacking now. Their leaders out to 57 points. 22 gone in the second. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Yeah, Jack Darling got the ball twice, as you guys know, in the last few minutes and very clearly been given the Bronx cheers by his own home crowd. It can't be a great place to be for Jack Darling out there at the moment.
No. It's pretty harsh.
I was going to say something. I think it's disgraceful.
Yeah,
He's trying his guts out. Everyone's trying. He's been a great servant of the footy club.
Absolutely.
And they got to show him a little bit more respect for mine.
Premiership player.
Yeah. He always makes mistakes, and he's the whipping boy of the Eagles. But I tell you what, there's some other players out in the ground at the moment that are playing worse than him.
At least he ran on 2 occasions to get himself free.
Yeah.
He wanted to try and get the football. It took him an age to get it to him.
Richmond with the last 9 goals from the restart. Soldo slaps it down. Picking it up, Redden for the Eagles. Handball to Kelly. His handball knocked down by Prestia. Stranatica goes in. Handball to Shuey. Handball to Duggan. Short little kick to Kelly. He turns and goes. Kicks into the pocket. In best position. Oh, Broad drops the mark. Darling picks it up. Handball to Dixon. Handball to Willie Rioli. Chips to the pocket. Ryan! Oh, he goes up and brings it down. Not his most spectacular. It was a little agricultural, but he was able to hold on to it. And he'll go back and kick for goal from a slight angle 20 metres out.
Just allowed to jump. Everything is sliding back. Baker didn't engage him early enough and used his strength well.
To win the run of 9 consecutive Richmond goals. Gun barrel straight. And didn't the Eagles need that? Something before half-time. They're 2-4-16 Richmond. 10-7-67. 51 points the spread. 23 and a half minutes into the second term on Grandstand AFL. Here's Shane Woden, the Brownlow medalist, and Michael Braun, the Premiership Eagle.
It's good work from the centre bounce. Probably the first one that had all game, really. A bit tight in there, but really clean at ground level. Fundamentally, were really good. Got out, tested tackle a couple of times, and you see Kelly out. And use it well inside 50.
It was Broad's mistake. They dropped the mark, uncontested mark too. But Rioli probably could have went for a goal as well. He was 35 metres out, but wasn't the best kick to Ryan. But as he does, he stands on people's heads and marks and kicks goals.
Soldo wins the restart, bounces around and spills down to Stranatica, his opposite number. He'll kick the Eagles towards centre-half forward. Baker with a good mark. He drags it in. Centre-half back. Kicks out towards the commentary wing and Collier Dawkins leading towards the boundary line. Marks sends it back towards the logo. This is Daniel Rioli sweeping it forward through Baker. Made it short to Vlosten. Got tackled by Kelly. Spilled out again. Under real pressure, West got a hand pass out again, and then Cripps was taken a little bit high by Vlosten. With the free kick, he'll send the pass inboard to Redden. Marks and then plays on by hand. Oh, West is in real trouble. Hand pass to Morris Rioli. He tapped it to his own advantage, then gathered, hands it off to Bolton. Stepped inside his opponent like he was a witch's hat. Kicks towards Castagna in the right forward pocket. Sells the dummy around Nelson. Snaps the goal. He's got a second. And a bit more razzle-dazzle from the Tigers as they go forward. 11-7-73. The Eagles are 2-4-16. 25 gone in the second term on Grandstand AFL.
For me on that passage of play, it's the intent to hunt the opposition and get the ball back off them very, very quickly. Like limited time. They're 2 and 3 hunting the ball carrier then. Forced a turnover. And then it's just shell and peas for them at in their front half.
It was Rioli and Bolton. Bolton just had that. He was on him like white on rice, wasn't it? And then just put West under enormous pressure and then bang, swoop. But yeah, how easy was that? It is. It's just pure work rate and the want to put enormous pressure on the ball carrier.
The West Coast Eagles, they haven't won a second term this season, and they've won only won one quarter in the last fortnight. And that isn't changing in this term. So you can make that one of the last 10 as Richmond out of the middle again, a procession. Dan Rioli goes low and flat towards full forward. McGovern onto the footy for the Eagles, overshoots the target and turns it over. Baker marks for Richmond. Kicks laterally to Webwards. Left half forward, mark 55 metres out. Edwards will set it up towards full forward. Lynch will launch and he's got it. Deep in the left forward pocket. The mark 5 metres in from the left-hand behind post. It's an acute angle in the left forward pocket. He'll snap around his body. He'll do it quickly as well. And this time, he'll find the major opening. 3 in game 200 for Tom Lynch. And the lead out beyond 10 goals. 63 points. 12-7-79 plays 2-4-16 as we approach half-time.
It's his natural game, McGovern, to go and mark the ball and then, again, front shoulder, go and mark it, went over his head. He's timed it and falls into Lynch's hands. But no body contact.
But missed the target by 3 or 4 metres over his head. But it's a dejected group, isn't it? Even the crowd somber, isn't it? It's just, there's no life at this game.
It's a train wreck at the moment.
And I hate to say it doesn't look like it's going to get any better.
Not indeed. Brisbane at the Gabba next for West Coast. Oof. That could be very ugly. It's going to be ugly here again as they go surging through the middle of the Tigers. It came to Edwards, to Bolton from 59 out. He decides to have a ping. Back there's Witherden, takes the mark at full-back defensively for West Coast. Short across the face of goal to Hearn. Hearn moves it again to Duggan, marking in the left-back pocket. And half-time we'll pick a winner for our collective noun for Rioli's. Haven't got involved yet. 0437 774 774. We'll go through all of those because it could be a darn sight more entertaining than this game of football has been. Unless you're a Tigers fan, because if you're a Richmond supporter, you're up and about. 12-7-79 the Tigers. The Eagles are 2-4-16. Goal kickers for Richmond. There's plenty of them. Tom Lynch has 3. He could really have had 7. 2 to Shea Bolton, 2 to Jason Castagna, 2 to Jack Revolt, 2 to Camden McIntosh. And he can chuck in a single as well for Dion Prestia. For the West Coast Eagles, 1 goal in each of the quarters so far. Liam Ryan's got 1, Luke Stranatica the other. 12-7-79 to 2-4-16. Now, your mate and mine, Ben Cameron, you know how well you're going when you're not even part of the broadcast and people are still asking you questions. Corby, Corby's not here. Marcus from South Melbourne. Corby, Freo won the first 14 or 15 in 2015, finished top of the ladder, and then they lost both of their finals, Corby. There's a long way to go in season 2022, says Marcus of South Melbourne. Not sure exactly what you're getting at, but you do know you've made it when you're not even part of the broadcast team and you're still getting asked questions. Big shout out to Corbin Middlemass. What have you made of things? Michael Braun and Shane Woden on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Clint, it was probably the same as the first quarter, wasn't it? It was all one-way traffic, riddled with skill errors, turnovers, getting punished through the middle of the ground. So I pointed to the stats just halfway through the second quarter to Wowie about all the forwards that aren't getting a kick, but Wowie pointed out that they just can't get hold of the ball, and that's the issue. And now West Coast last week, the contested ball and clearance was their real problematic areas, and it looks like it's the same areas again. It hasn't improved. They haven't come out and shown any fight whatsoever in my eyes. Young Connor West tried, but he's made some turnovers. Kelly's was kind of out of the game just then, but for the first quarter he was okay. Shuey's tried hard, but wow, it's a, if it wasn't for Lynch trying not to kick a goal, I tell you, they'd be 15 goals down. Like, Lynch has had about 7 or 8 shots on goal, missed 2 of them, kicked 4 points. He's on fire, but Richmond are doing as they please, pretty much.
Yeah, they're preying on a weak opposition at the moment, and there's a little bit of the old DNA back for Richmond tonight. The intent, the hunt, the ability to put speed on the ball, and they're not up against much at the moment, and nothing's really defending Richmond at the moment. But nearly all their score, 12 goals, 4 from turnover. All their score, pretty much. So their ability to counter-attack, I think they've kicked 4 from their back half. So West Coast's inability to defend the ground, and again, that's one of the areas I wanted to see tonight. Can they be better in that area in transition? Again, they're up against a lot more leg speed, but the contest is okay. Clearance even, contested ball bit even, but in transition they're getting found wanting at the moment, and all at sea, and they just can't defend it. Their back halves, as I said earlier, is cumbersome, is a lot slower, so their inability to keep up with the forwards, but they just keep turning the ball fully over too much.
And I think, I'm not going to defend their effort, but what I'm going to do, I think that when a club is under siege and their better players are trying too hard, they're not doing what they usually do, but they're trying to take that extra step, or they're trying to break that extra tackle, or they're trying to do too much because they're trying to will their side on. They're compounding the turnover more. Do you not understand? I think they're trying too hard because they're under so much pressure. They want to try and show the fans that they are trying, and they're overcompensating by not steadying and hitting a target or trying to rush, and it's just not working for them. And I really do hope for the club's sake that they come out like they did in Sydney a couple of weeks ago and show some sort of effort in the second half and start to just clean up their skill level, hit targets. That they bring the ball in from a rush behind, and they bring it so fast in, but their forwards are the half back line, and they've got no one to kick it to. So the backmen that are trying to bring the ball out, they're standing there wanting with the ball, and the Richmond forwards are just all over them, and they kick the ball quickly and turn the ball over straight away. Then the ball goes straight over their head, and they mark the ball. So I'm not too sure what West Coast can do, whether they're going to bring it out a bit slower and wait, or the forwards that are coming up the ground, they've got to run harder back and got to run much harder back.
They're trying to play a bit faster tonight. I reckon it might have to go a little bit back to the old school footy of last year. A little bit of build-up, a little bit of control.
But they did massively tweak what they would. In fact, tweak's probably not a fair comment. They changed what they were doing because I think they had a feeling that the controlled possession style of game wasn't going to get it done. But it's almost, with the players that West Coast still have, they've almost tried to change too much too quickly. And then they've had that compounded by so many players missing. So but that doesn't excuse the way they've been beaten tonight. I'm not looking for excuses. No. I'm just sort of saying what you can see from here is, I think you're right. These senior players sometimes are trying to do too much, which you take the extra step, you get caught. You try to rush the hand pass, or you rush the kick when you've taken the mark, and as opposed to finding your teammate, you make a blue, it gets picked off. And they are trying to play a lot quicker, and I'm not sure they've
got the skill set.
That's exactly right. The skill set to do it.
Yeah, particularly at D50, I think you've got to be a little bit controlled. Probably till you get to the shoulder, that 50 to 60 here at Optus, and then you can go a bit faster. We can create some overlap and go. But they're turning the footy over far too deep.
Well, the only other team, and again, apologies to our listeners in Melbourne, but we get to see live regularly is Fremantle. Compare how Fremantle work the ball out of their defensive 50 with the way that what West Coast are doing at the moment. Exactly. So, again, you see this so much better when you're live at the ground compared to watching on the television. But there is an absolute method, and they're happy to wait until an option comes forward. They'll switch play if they need to, and they'll switch back again if they need to. But West Coast do seem to be caught in this effort of trying to rush, which just turns it over at the moment.
They've got to be patient, and if you're going to rush, you need people with good foot skills to be able to execute that sort of game plan, and they haven't, and especially down back, the players are not skillful enough to execute that game plan.
No, and if you're going to use the footy by foot more and look for more of those shorter type kicks. You've got to lengthen the ground a little bit. The forwards have got to pull back a little bit more so you can find the space to get through. Otherwise, you just go along the line, which all the good teams at the moment are doing. They just take the long in the line, win contest and go. Yeah,
and that's the betwixt and between. Their forwards aren't coming up enough for what they need to do.
Because they're trying to they need support. Forwards need to support for defence first and foremost, but as soon as you win the ball, you've got to go. And right now, all quarter, Grimes sits out here by himself because all the forwards are wanting to help and support, but as soon as they win the ball and they just kick it forward, Richmond just win the ball back.
It's a lopsided game at Perth Stadium. If you're a Tiger, you should be thrilled by this. A huge percentage booster for you as well. 12-7-79 to the Eagles, 2-4-16. West Coast will be cast as the cellar dwellers at the end of this game if something doesn't change remarkably in the second half. We'll come back with plenty more from Perth Stadium and we'll go through all our collective nouns for Riolis. There's a few beauty here and give you some other score updates as well. But right now, let's pause and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, ABC News. I'm Tom Major. A Pacific policy expert says claims by the Solomon Islands Prime Minister he was blindsided by the AUKUS Security Pact announcement reflects broader public sentiment in the nation. Australia has criticised a recently signed security pact between Beijing and Honiara amid fears it could lead to a Chinese military base on the Solomons. But Manesse Sogavare says that's hypocritical as Australia didn't tell him about its negotiations with the US and UK. Griffith University's Tess Newton-McCain says Australia needs to be careful about how its political rhetoric is being digested in the Solomons.
You know, people in Solomon Islands, they have the internet, they can watch the news or read news online and they take to heart how their countries are described and discussed.
Ukraine says it's planning an operation to evacuate civilians from a huge steel factory in Mariupol, where a final stand is being made by the city's defenders as they're surrounded by Russian troops. The BBC's Joe Inwood reports from Kiev.
The idea that we would get a humanitarian corridor releasing some of the civilians that are stuck in the Azovstal steel plant, but also some of the wounded fighters. We understand there are a large number of Ukrainian soldiers in there who have been injured and are at risk of death if they're not evacuated, according to the Marine commander there. But there needs to be an agreement between both sides. Both sides say they want a humanitarian corridor. What they can't agree on is what form that humanitarian corridor would take. Does it include the wounded servicemen? Who would manage it? Where would the people who are freed be taken to? Would it be to Russia or to Ukraine?
Russia has confirmed it launched multiple missile strikes on Ukraine in the past day, including those which struck the capital Kiev. The Defence Ministry says it used high-precision missiles to destroy production facilities of a space rocket plant. It also says its airstrikes hit 10 Ukrainian military assets and destroyed 3 power substations across the country. There has been no mention of missiles hitting a residential block in the capital, where at least one person has now been reported dead. More than 40 Palestinians have been injured at Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque compound during the latest round of early morning clashes with Israeli police. The BBC's John Donnison reports.
Compared to the violence at Al-Aqsa over recent weeks, the early morning clashes were relatively minor. But ahead of the final Friday midday prayers of the Muslim holy month of Ramadan, tensions are high. During the early hours, Israeli security forces fired tear gas and rubber bullets to disperse demonstrators. They said they moved in after Palestinians began hurling stones and fireworks, some of them towards the western wall below Al-Aqsa, where Jews gather to pray. Thousands of Palestinian worshippers are expected to gather at the mosque later today, and Israeli security around Jerusalem's Old City has been stepped up.
Back home, and a senior constable at a northwest Sydney police station has been charged over allegations he assaulted 2 men while they were in custody. An internal investigation has led to the 46-year-old officer facing 3 assault charges, in addition to an allegation of recklessly choking a person. The officer has been suspended with pay while his employment status is reviewed. He's scheduled to appear before Parramatta Local Court in June. Lawyers for a boy on trial in the ACT Supreme Court for murder over the death of a man at the Western Skate Park have urged the jury to consider if he's been implicated by the lies of other witnesses. Elizabeth Byrne reports.
The boy was only 15 at the time of the incident in 2020. He's pleaded guilty to stabbing another person, but denies attacking the 18-year-old who lost his life. His lawyer told the jury today many of the others at the scene only discovered someone had died on the news the next day. He urged the jury to consider whether others who had ambushed the man's car in the car park may have been responsible for the death rather than his client.
And the UN's nuclear watchdog says Japan is making significant progress on its plans to release treated radioactive wastewater from the wrecked Fukushima nuclear plant next year. The water is being stored in about 1,000 tanks on site, which must be removed so that facilities can be built for its eventual decommissioning. Japan has sought the International Atomic Energy Agency's help to ensure the release meets international safety standards. It's also seeking to reassure neighbouring countries who have criticised parts of the plans. You're up to date with the latest in ABC News.
It's official. We'll be off to the polls this May.
Hi, Sabra Lane here. I'm the presenter of AM. I'm also a political tragic. Most interesting thing about the campaign trail is the razzmatazz and how the politicians cope with meeting everyday Australians and explaining their policies. That's what I love about campaigns.
Get accurate, impartial information on your ABC radio or head to abc.net.au/Australia Votes. Election news that matters to you on the ABC.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Collier Dawkins runs into a tackle. Eventually gets a handball away. Umpire says play on. Picking it up. Quick snap on goal from Bolton. And it's through. The crowd thinks it should have been holding the ball. Bolton won't mind his second. And Richmond, they're out by 44 points.
Off hands, kept in play according to the officials. Nash, was he taken high out of all that? Then he turns it over. It's straight down the throat of Prestia. Oh, wrapped up like a Christmas gift. He couldn't believe it. And he puts it back over the Eagles' heads. It's through for the Tigers' ninth. Oh, it's all lemony snickets at the moment. Just a series of unfortunate events for the Eagles. Lynch behind in the contest. Kicks inside forward 50, all on his own revolt. Hair past to Ned Curvis. Ned Curvis shares it with Rewalt. It's Harlem Globetrotter stuff as he kicks his second. Hands it off to Bolton. Stepped inside his opponent like he was a witch's hat. Kicks towards Castagna in the right forward pocket. Sells the dummy around Nelson. Snaps the goal.
Edwards will set it up towards full forward. Lynch will launch and he's got it. Deep in the left forward pocket. The mark 5 metres in from the left-hand behind post. It's an acute angle in the left forward pocket. He'll snap around his body. He'll do it quickly as well. And this time, he'll find the major opening. 3 in game 200 for Tom Lynch. And the lead out beyond 10 goals.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Brian from Tenterden, who is just about my favourite correspondent on text message, 0437 774 774. I'm going to call him the Tenterfield Terrier. Hey guys, you chaps in the box seem to have all the answers for the Eagles. How about you go down to the rooms and give your ideas to Simo? He may or may not appreciate it. This was Brian last week who told us that he didn't like hearing about what players should have done or how goals were created, which is generally how radio commentary works. But anyway, Brian, you're back with us again. And good that you are. Yeah. 0437 774 774. The Tenterfield Terrier. So let's go through some of the Rioli collective nouns because, you know, I don't want to upset Brian by talking about how horrific this game has been. What about this? A, supremacy of Riolis. Ben, you've got the vote on this, by the way, so far. Supremacy of Riolis. A kaleidoscope of Riolis. A Rembrandt of Riolis. That's from Kate in Woodville. Don't mind that.
I don't mind that.
Yeah, they do paint a magnificent picture downstairs. What about an awesome of Riolis, says Greg in Geelong. Griff's in Wanneroo. A highlight of Riolis, which is not bad, considering they do provide a few of them. What else have we got here as I try to get the SMS system to work? A ravioli of riolis, says Brendan of Nana. I'm not sure about that. A rapture of riolis, Jeff from Wangaratta. That's not bad. Another one, Barry. Sorry, Barry, this has already been taken by Marty. A royalty of riolis, but yes, I'm right with you on that one. Patricia suggests a talent of riolis. Anne from Northcote, an excitement of riolis. Steve also with a talent of riolis. A flight of riolis certainly works for Willie and maybe for Morris as well. A range of riolis is not bad either from Keith. It's not bad at all. A cabinet of riolis, as in a trophy cabinet because they put so many medals in there. Not bad at all, a cabinet of riolis. Whoever that was. Correspondent 112. A revelation of riolis. Don't mind this either. A sparkling of riolis. Pretty good as well. What else have we got? Mark from Adelaide says why is Cochin out? He's been managed. So basically he's been rested. What about, says Owen of Bruce Rock, a dynasty of riolis, which is not too bad either on that front. And a chalice of riolis, says John in Muck and Budden, who's on the tractor seeding at the moment. G'day to you, John. Thank you for listening. So Ben Cameron, you've gone through all of them. And as always, we'll give you helpful advice at the back of the box and sledge you by text during the week if we don't agree with you. Which way have you gone?
Honourable mention, a Rembrandt of riolis.
Yep.
A winner, a royalty of riolis.
Well done to you, Marty.
I think, obviously, alliteration is a key factor.
Like it.
And they're royalty. They're football royalty.
They are.
Just makes sense.
Royalty. So, Marty, congratulations. I'll dig around the ABC box over the next couple of days and send you something. Congratulations. Bridget Lacey's got something serious for us downstairs. Bridge!
Yeah, while you're talking about all the riolis, I'm trying to spot Willie out there on the field as of right now, and I can't see him, and it looks like Andrew Gaff has been activated. As the sub I mentioned, it looked like Willie had got a bad corky early on in the game in that left hamstring area. He's been on the bike every time he came off, but I'll try to get confirmation, but it looks like that's what the story is downstairs.
Yeah, so the sub has been activated because Gaff is out there and Rioli is missing. So
perfect for Gaffy, half a footy.
Well, that's exactly what the question was asked about whether he was ready to play. And Adam Simpson said not a whole game, but this will help build his fitness and get him ready to play AFL footy again. So for Andrew Gaff, that half is absolutely perfect. Late entrant, Henry, a September of Riolis because they always perform on the big stage. It's all about how much Richmond can win by and whether or not there's any bite left in this West Coast Eagles side. Remember, there's still 10 premiership players out there. It's the Tigers by 63 points as we get this second half underway. Ben Cameron with you.
Nankervis decisively wins the tap. Shuey on the burst, though, steals it, kicks the Eagles to half forward, going up. Baker can't take the mark. Bolton at the fall of the ball. Handball to short. Handball to Baker running through again. Gets his handball away right as he's tackled. And then eventually Kelly comes through for the Eagles. Clark goes in. Prestia bundles through. Gets a handball away. There's a free kick. It'll go the way of Prestia. Shuey a little ginger as he gets to his feet. So Prestia for the Tigers in the middle of the ground. Sends it towards left half forward. Baker marks. Boy from Country, WA. Feeds a handball to Bolter. 55 out. He launches it long. It'll go to the goal square. Lynch will come at it. There's a whistle. Free kick going the way of the Eagles. It'll go to Edwards. In the defensive goal square for West Coast. So as we were at the half, still Richmond by 63 points, 1 minute into the third.
Short pass to Hearn. Marks at left full back. What now for West Coast? Goes short again to Duggan. Sweeps the hand pass. It's where the 50 meets the boundary line. Petreski-Seaton played on quickly and found Shuey. Moves it across half back. That's precise. With it is Duggan. Marks selects the play on. Takes a bounce. Comes looking for Clark. Was closed down quickly but stood there and took the mark for the Eagles. Moves it down the line. It's more like the Eagles we've seen in the past. Precise, controlled ball movement to O'Neill. Kicks inside forward, 50. Good mark taken. Kennedy front position. He dragged in the footy. That was interesting, wasn't it? That was almost 2018 West Coast then.
Didn't go fast. I thought probably the handball from Duggan early it's gone back to fast again. But they worked their way through it. Again, executed their skill. Wasn't panic stations.
The result would be Josh Kennedy to have a shot on goal. The stuttering start we've seen so often. Kicks on its way. He's a beautiful kick. And he delivers for his team. Josh Kennedy gets his first. And the Eagles with the first of the second half. 3-4-22 West Coast. Still well behind Richmond. 12-7-79. Grandstand AFL from Perth Stadium. ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Yeah, official confirmation from West Coast that it is the hamstring for Willie Rioli that has seen him subbed out of this game. Hopefully it's just a corky rather than a strain.
I did notice earlier, Bridge, they did put the corky pad when they strapped it, so seemingly a corky, but still a concern.
Absolutely. The backs coach will be disappointed that ball didn't come to ground in that marking contest. I think JK's plucked that with 4 deep.
Bounce back in the middle, absolutely perfect. There's a whistle, though. Which way is the free kick going? It'll go to the Tigers.
I didn't see him.
Collier Dawkins to get the free kick. Sends it towards half forward. A pinpoint pass to Lambert. Looks inside 50. Can't get it onto Bolton in time. So he skips back off the mark. Now sets it up towards full forward. Going up Lynch. Spoiled away by Hearn into the pocket. Bolton onto it. Slips a tackle. Runs a little arc. Unsure where to go. Centres it back towards half forward. He can only find for the Eagles Cripps. Taking the mark across half back and sending it towards the northern wing.
O'Neill scoops up the mark at left half back. Sends it inboard. Marking Petreski-Seaton. Stabs the pass to Kelly for West Coast. They're still at left half back here, the Eagles. It's been a noted change in their style. Kickers towards Darling. Might have edged his opponent out from underneath that he has. It's illegal according to the officials. Now, he almost actually protested then, Jack. Sort of suggested that it was a shoulder, not a push, that got rid of Gibcus. They made the right decision. There was no, I wouldn't say dissent. So they've let them play on. Comes back towards Grimes and then short again to Gibcus, who's at right half back for Richmond. Tigers lead remains 57 points. The kick is to right half forward. Up and marking. Good grab. Edwards dragging it in. Dangerous kick. Just goes over the top of Baker, who was lurking there. Ryan can't do much with it. Baker's able to get it again. Gives it to Vlostone for the Tigers. Stabs the pass out towards Stack, who sweeps a hand pass forward. Now a chance to go long at inside forward 50 from Edwards. They came from everywhere. Spills down, tapped on by Revolt. That's beautiful play. Bolton's there and he runs through to kick his third. Ryan, meantime, is hobbling off the ground in the assistance of the trainers. But Bolton, he gets his third. He moves to 14th for the year so far, and the Tigers respond immediately. 13-7-85. Richmond 3-4-22. 5.5 gone in the third term.
It's just another example, Wowie, of Richmond just doing the small things, the team things. Doesn't matter, you know, who marks the ball, who kicks the goals. Just a great little tap on there by Lynch to put it out in front of Bolton. It was just good team play. They've been doing it all night. It's just the little things that are separating them from like, it's not selfish. It's just unselfish football.
Just making your teammate a better player.
Yep, that's exactly right. And it seems to be all over the ground.
Infectious.
Yep. Looks like he's hurt his ankle, hey, Ryan? Looks like it.
A bit of carnage on the bench there.
Yeah, Xavier O'Neill getting checked out as well for the West Coast Eagles. So from bad to worst. Back in the middle. Collier Dawkins picks it up. Handball to Nankervis. Back to Collier Dawkins. Kicks out towards half forward. Castagna going after it. Arriving to support Sydney Stack there for the Eagles. Witherden picks it up. Handball to Nash. Under pressure. Castagna comes through. It gets back to Petreski-Seaton. Retreats with a kick. Finds Duggan, who will heave it for the Eagles. Back towards the wing. Vloston in good position. And Vloston with the intercept mark for Richmond. Comes into the middle of the ground for Edwards. Takes the mark. Moves it to half forward. Bolton marks. Thinks about playing on. Instead, he'll set it up for Lynch. A little bit too high for Lynch and spoiled away by Edwards. Out of play. We'll get a throw in right forward pocket here for Richmond. They lead by 63 points as they did at the half.
Better by Edwards. A strong spoil.
Lucy's listening in from Manly. Hey, Lucy. Good to have our news radio listeners with us. A pride of Rioli's. A bad suggestion. Of course, Willie now off the ground, subbed out. And Curvis will hit the deck, tried to soccer it away. Picked up, though, by Clark. Kicks beyond defensive 50 towards the logo commentary wing. Umpire spotted a free kick. It's going to Darling. His hand hurt in that battle. He shakes the left hand. He's standing just ahead of left half back and sends it inside his defensive 50. This is McGovern. McGovern looks to switch play out to Edwards for the Eagles. Harry Edwards moving it on again to Duggan at right half back. Inboard pass to Nelson. Not far enough to be a mark. He wasn't aware immediately. Has to play on quickly. Got away from his opponent. Kicks long towards right half forward. Waterman in from the side. He's 55 from goal. Pops it over the top. He wanted Kennedy. Courage coming the other way. Broad. Courage from both players. Kennedy would have seen Broad coming at him. Ball ricochets away and is over the boundary line for a throw-in. 45 out from West Coast goal. They're heading to the left of our broadcast position in this, the third term. The Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium. Richmond's lead is 63 points.
And Curvis palms it down to Collier Dawkins. Handball to Broad. Tackled by Waterman. Handball to the boundary line. Umpire says deliberate. So a free kick to West Coast. 70 metres around from their attacking goal. Maish to take it. He'll set it up to the pocket. Kennedy will have a run and jump. Kennedy! He was at the back. It was barely a jump. It almost just fortuitously landed in his lap. 15 metres out, 45-degree angle, right-hand side.
Certainly did. Again, another contest where I think really disappointed with that, Richmond. Inability to get the ball to ground. Let themselves down the last couple of entries.
Going with the drop punt. Kicked the first goal of the second half. Comes in from 25 metres out and misses. To the right-hand side. A minor score. Let's go to Bridget Lacey downstairs.
There has been carnage on the West Coast bench. Xavier O'Neill came off just before Liam Ryan limped off and he was pointing straight at his right knee. That's now strapped up. Liam Ryan also has his right knee now strapped up, so he still doesn't look comfortable, Ryan, but it looks like he's going to try and get back out there.
Just watching O'Neill beneath our broadcast position, going a few short runs. Ball, meantime's gone over the boundary line at right half forward for West Coast. Boundary umpire throws it back in. Soldo gets to it first, palmed it down straight to Gaff. His yellow boots kick the ball inside forward 50. Leaping up, Gibcus got a punch on the footy. Great spoil, well done Short. Stranatica tried to send it back inside forward 50. Short was able to spoil. Kick towards the southern wing. Over the top of it, Lynch couldn't gather. Duggan could, burst his way through. The hand past the nation, run down by Bolton. Ball jars free. Play on, says the umpire. Pinballing around, it's to Duggan now. The Eagles was well tackled by McIntosh, but he's been thrown to ground in that. McIntosh just going a little bit too aggressively. Shuey goes in to say a few words to McIntosh. It's going to be a Duggan free kick. Shy of right half forward for West Coast. Richmond's lead 62 points, 10 and a bit gone in the third.
Gives it off to Witherden, who drives it long inside 50 for the Eagles. Loose footy, Clark going in. Vlosten coming the other way. Gibcus extracts it. Handball to Rioli now. Richmond rebounding off halfback. Graham's kick to the wing, perfect. Bolton marks. Elects to play on, doesn't really go anywhere. Takes a bounce in the end, gives a handball to Rioli. Kick perfect for Graham, who's worked up the ground. Back to Bolton. Has Castagna on at half forward. Beautiful left-footed pass. Castagna runs to 30 and shoots on goal to miss. It would have been a wonderful goal from Richmond. All the way down the northern wing. All it needed was Castagna to finish. It wasn't to be. Back to 63 points where we were at the half.
Everything but the finish as Redden. Towards right half back. Waterman marks for the Eagles. Moving on quickly to Cripps. A couple of metres in from the boundary line. Just shy of centre wing. Southern side of the ground to Witherden. Duggan runs by, receives the hand pass, puts the Eagles to right half forward. Wanted Dixon, Gibcus at the back with the spoil. Grimes is out after it, couldn't quite gather. Naish picks it up, kicks inside forward 50. He wants Kennedy. He had enough of it, was knocked out of his hands. He was falling to ground. Umpire won't pay the 50. It'll come back to Kennedy. He can have a shot at goal from the right forward pocket. He'll put boots the ball from about 40 out. He's only 2 or 3 metres in from the boundary.
West Coast have shown a little bit of fight. Well, you think they're moving the ball, they're hitting targets, and their supplies going inside forward 50. And guess what? Forwards are starting having shots on goal.
Josh Kennedy, he's got his second. 698 goals now for Josh Kennedy. West Coast with their fourth, 4-5-29 to the Tigers 13-8-86 here on Grandstand AFL. 12 and a bit minutes gone in the third term.
It's good to see Brawny a little bit up for the fight. Certainly showed intensity levels. Looks like the energy levels have gone up. They may have copped an absolute roasting at half time.
No doubt.
You would have thought so, at least a half a bake. Just about their effort and their execution, but no. It's a good push there by JK. But certainly, miss one end, capitalise at the other.
At least their intent and their work rate, they've, hitting targets, which is the most important thing in football. You've got to hit your targets when you're going forward.
What about the wink from Kennedy as he walked back? He knew he got away with that.
Dixon in the ruck, opposed to Soldo. Soldo down to Prestia for Richmond. Snaps them towards half forward. Bouncing ball. Lambert out after it. Clever little slap on from Castagna. It's not in the end because it's to Naish for the Eagles. Handball to Petrevski-Seaton. Kicks around the southern wing. Over the back it goes. There's a push. As you heard from Shane Woden. Waterman giving away the free kick on Grimes. A pair of number 2s going at it. So Grimes with a free kick at left half back for Richmond. Stabs it out towards the boundary line. Camden McIntosh takes the mark and just wheels around Gaff on the mark. Now he kicks long to half forward. In front, Dixon drops the mark at the back stack. Gathers the footy. Pulls his kick back towards a central position. Bouncing ball for Morris Rioli. Doing well there. Clark halves the contest, then wins it for the Eagles. And they should bounce off half back.
West kicks towards the southern wing. Darling marks. That's no Bronx cheer. They're up and about now, the Eagles fans. Kick towards right half forward. It's to Waterman. Oh, Waterman's kick smothered by Boston. Well done of Boston, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wasn't prepared to give away an easy entry inside forward 50. Diving out to his left. Got both hands to it. It ricochets over the boundary line.
Didn't even swivel the head. May have had options inside.
Spun back into play. Soldo with the tap. Down to Collier Dawkins. He broke away from a tackle. Kicks high up in the air. It'll land in the centre square. Rioli, that's Morris flew, so too did Clark. Ricochets out in the direction of Petrevski-Seaton. Has it for West Coast. Gives it to Shuey. The captain for the Eagles kicks towards Ryan half forward. Now a chance to build. Dixon inside forward 50 attacking it. Kennedy couldn't mark. Cripps kicks on goal from 40 out. He misses to the right. A minor score. 4-6-30 West Coast. Richmond are 13-8-86. The lead now 56 points to the Tigers. 16 gone in the third.
Grimes bringing it back in. Runs to the pocket. Shorts it to Vlosten. So the Eagles at least winning this third term. Vlosten chips it over the top.
That's all.
To Liam Baker.
Yeah, so far down. Just little small wins along the way. Out comes the scoreboard, but
would it have been the message?
Potentially, yes.
Baker kicks to the wing. No mark taken. Morris Rioli onto the loose footy. Handball knocked down. The Eagles win it through Nelson. Handball from Hearn. Hot to West, who's taken down immediately. Ball spills out. Umpire lets them play. Short. Moves it on to Lynch, who marks it right half forward for Richmond. 50. And there's going to be 50. And Tom Lynch, who's already got 3, will be marched to about 20 metres out on a slight angle.
Where is it?
Over the mark, was he? Or
I don't. Well, no one encroached on the area.
So it must have been McGovern moving on the mark.
Or didn't come back quick enough.
Tom Lynch.
Listeners can't pick that one up.
In game 200. Slow approach. Slams it through for goal number 4. Richmond back out by 62 points, 14-8, 92, plays 4-6-30, 17 and a half minutes into the third.
Yeah, West Coast are showing a little bit of fight. We're not too sure what that 50-metre penalty was. I do believe it was McGovern probably got asked once or twice to come back, and he didn't come back quick enough. That's my take on it. But, I think the fans would be, semi-happy with their effort.
It should be, absolutely.
West
flying
Coast
the flag.
Yep,
flying the flag. Again, like Simo said during the week, they had a poor first half, but sustaining this effort now for the remainder of the game.
Unless he's been told to stand,
which I did
hear. Told to stand, and then he's continued to run away. So he's gone back, he's stopped, call's been stand, and he's gone to back off again. But without the audio from the officials, your guess is as good as mine. As the Tigers tumble a kick inside, forward 50 again. Revolt went up, couldn't mark on the ground. Petreski-Seaton hands it back to Witherden. Nelson under extreme pressure. There with it once more. Lynch got tackled to ground. Umpire says we'll be balling that up. Redden one side, Witherden the other. Throw up inside the Tigers forward 50. Comes down to West, who's tackled immediately. Or perhaps, I beg your pardon, no, it's Nelson underneath all of that. Spotted the mop of hair, surrounded by Tigers players. Nankervis taps it down. Came to Kelly, couldn't get it cleanly. Lambert got a hand pass out Morris Rowley, now to Bolton. Backtracks, got through traffic, kicked around the body. It bounces through for a minor score. Through boot to ball from about 25, maybe 30 metres out. He missed to the left-hand side. 14-9-93 Richmond, 4-6-30 the Eagles. Heading towards time on in the third.
Short kick in from McGovern to Redden, who goes laterally to Witherden. A couple of ex-Brisbane Lions combining. Witherden will kick long towards the wing in the Stranatica direction. Caught behind, he fists it down, does well towards Redden. Handball turnover. Floston wins it back for Richmond. Gives it to McIntosh. McIntosh kicks it long towards full forward. Off hands, it goes over the back. Edwards there for the Eagles. Takes on Morris Rioli. Handball a little dicey. It gets through to Kelly. Handball a straight turnover. Prestia, he's tackled by Kelly on the follow-up. Umpire lets them play. Now Nash with the football. Handball away to Petreski-Seaton. Zigging then zagging. Cutting back infield. His kick's a good one to Redden. The Eagles at halfback. Shuey slips over. It's a handball away.
He had to hand pass back quickly as he lost his footing to Redden. Gave it straight to Nelson. Set upon by Bolton one way. Coming in from the other was Graham. They lock it in.
Just an appetite, haven't they? Get the ball back.
Dixon wins it down. Spills down though to Lambert of the Tigers. Gives it to Prestia. Back to Baker. Kicks Richmond to full forward. Lynch couldn't mark. Had a second go at it. Ricocheted away. Witherden hand passes backwards. Hearn taps it towards the goal line. Harry Edwards under real pressure, decides to concede. A rushed behind. 14-10-94 the Tigers. 4-6-30 the Eagles. 21 gone in the third term.
Should have swallowed that one, Lynch. He was in the midst. Kicking for his fifth.
Richmond now winning this quarter by a point. Out by 64. It was, if you can't do the math, 63 at half-time. Witherden, off a step, kicks to the wing and finds the chest of Gaff.
It's about as complicated as it gets for me.
Yeah. 6 times tables have always been okay, but apart from that, no good. Gaff comes infield to Redden. Redden just takes his time. Now we'll kick around the southern wing. Looking for Darling. He goes up. Might have marked it on the second bite. Umpire says play on. Gives it off to Gaff. Gaff kicks to half forward. Oh, Broad drops the mark. Now he's under pressure. Ryan closes. Does well to get it off. He doesn't. A throw, says the umpire. And Ryan to get the free kick. The mark set 40 out. Worse than a 45-degree angle at right half forward.
Oh, yeah. He just thought he was the only player on the back half, isn't he? He's just cruising around. that's how little pressure West Coast have been applying to Richmond.
So Liam Ryan was darting infield, but the approach as if he'll kick for goal. 47 metres out. It's a good-looking kick off the boot. It's just across the face. Back to 63 points, as it was at the half. They're breaking even in this third term, West Coast. That's all we can do.
If you wanted a response as a West Coast supporter, you've at least been given that in this term. They have up their rating. Lost home beyond defensive 50. Stabs the pass to Bolton. Did well to mark it. He takes a bounce at right half back too. Draws Naish to him. Hand passes over the top to McIntosh. Hand passes on again. Finds Graham on the bounce. Hand passes back to Bolton, who continued his run to Morris Rioli, who marks inside forward 50. That's as slick as a passage of play as you could hope to see. And now Morris Rioli just needs to go back and convert. He's kicking, I'd say, from 45 out. He'll start pretty much in line with the right hand behind post.
It's not his skill level, his vision. He's a very good player, Bolton, and in full flight. It's hard to go past him as a player to watch.
So Morris Rioli gets right underneath the kick. It's out to the left. Will have the carry. It won't for any score, and then it's punched through for a rush behind. 14-11-95 to 4-7-31.
Naish drops the mark on the kick in. Turnover again. Bolton short. Rewald on the lead. He marks 25 out.
He hasn't had a great night, Naish.
He's had a mare. He's had a complete mare. Poor kid. He's just been under enormous pressure. Just turned the ball over, but they're just getting... Those turnovers are costing goals.
So Rewald.
Drop Mark Cough up.
Who's got two. A very straight approach, a simple kicking action, and the desired result. 3 for Jack. Richmond are out by 70. 15-11, 101. Plays 4-7-31. 24 minutes into the third. Just the second time this season Richmond have crossed into triple figures. They won on the other occasion.
Just going on Bolton, he surprised me of how actually good he is.
He's a great player.
I actually, that bit of play with Vlosten and his work rate, ran past 3 or 4 plays to get that third touch down there, then delivered to Rioli in the forward 50, that last shot on goal. That's enormous work rate. He's quick, he's hard, he's got great hands. I'm actually attracted to how he plays now.
Yeah.
He's caught my attention. Good player.
Yeah, he's a number of outstanding performances. Might have ended up with a goal to a teammate rather than his own, but that was as good as you could hope to see. The work rate and the skill. Free kick spotted from the restart here. It's in the hands of Prestia. Prestia will stab the ball, looking for Rioli. The Morris variety couldn't mark. Spill down to Lambert behind him. Hand pass to Castagna. Hand pass to Morris Rioli. He steadies. He shoots. He kicks the goal. Dare I say it? Delicious. 15-11, 16-11, 107. West Coast 4-7-31. There's something truly special when the Riolis are involved in anything, and a broad smile breaks out across Morris Rioli's face. 26 gone in the third.
Yeah, it's good little play. He was actually a bit nervous. It looked like he stabbed at that ball. I didn't think he was going to kick through the ball, but it had a little bit of left to right. Bit of Rioli magic, making the ball talk through the air. Good finish. And look at the Richmond players get around him too.
Vice versa. I didn't see many West Coast players get to Naish on the previous one, where, he's probably just wanting to be in a hole somewhere, but not many players, if any, went to him for support and just to keep his head up.
Back in the middle, Stranatica, double palm down, but Bolton bursting out of the middle. Forward handball to Graham. Looks inside 50. Soldo leading at the football. Spoil comes from Hearn. Then Rewalt sweeps a handball over the top. Stack onto the footy. Rioli in the goal square. Sockers it through. 2 in the space of 30 seconds of game time. And magic from Morris. 17, 11, 113. Plays 4-7-31. Out to 82 points. The Richmond lead.
You think about it in the space of, as Ben said, 30 seconds, he's actually doubled his career number of goals. Had 2 going in tonight, now got 4. That's magnificent.
That was Bolton out of the middle.
Again?
I thought he was going to get the handball receive again and knock it over from 50.
So
I was hoping it.
Yeah, so was I. He's just got some zip, hasn't he? He just looks balanced, doesn't he?
Clever.
When he's got the ball. And then it's the thirst when he gets rid of the ball, the thirst to get onto the second or third kick or handball down the road.
The restart. Spills out in the direction of Edwards for the Tigers. Hand pass to Short. Has time to think about where he wants to go, and that's deep inside forward 50. Flying. Revolt at the back. One down by Edwards. Petreski-Seaton hacks it out of danger. Towards right half back, but Nankervis is there to mop up to Baker. Stabs the pass through traffic, bounces the way of Clark. Hand pass to west of the Eagles. Now to O'Neill. Broke the tackle, got it onto Kelly. Under pressure, hard up against the boundary southern wing. Kicks the right half forward, Gibcus. It was a 2-on-1 for Richmond up against Dixon. Go back through the middle of the ground. They go bursting through here, the Tigers. This is a huge run, it has to be said. Bolter gets it back once more. Bolter kicks towards full forward and Soldo marks. Sorry, Shane, what was the reaction for particularly?
I was just looking at Benny and just the kick from Gibcus. Just ability to win the mark first and then to slice, come out of back half.
What about the run from Bolter as well?
Just can't go with them, can they?
It was a 35-metre switch, up the guts, bang in the goal square. It was 3 kicks. It was a magnificent change of angle.
Soldo from the top of the goal square just pops it through. It's the Tigers 18th, 18-11, 119 to the Eagles 4-7-31, 29 gone in the third. It's now an 88-point margin. It's a rout in the West. And Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Dion Prestia came to the bench a couple of minutes ago and the doctor went straight over to him. The left boot came off and they've had a look. He is putting the sock back on as we speak, but I'm keeping a close eye on him. Obviously had a lot of calf issues in the past couple of years, Dion Prestia.
I did love a quote from Gibcus when he was drafted. He was asked about all of the star key forwards in the competition and how many good ones there are. He said, I think I can match up against them. It's a pretty self-assured answer, isn't it? He's living up to it.
But he does the simple things really, really well. Like he'll spoil where, Edwards out the other end chooses to mark sometimes when he should spoil.
Nankervis looking to put it in the path of Bolter, who can't quite get onto it just yet, but he goes again. Eventually Duggan steals it for the Eagles, floats it towards half forward. Darling comes up, doesn't take the mark. Eventually Vloston wins it for Richmond. Shorts kick out towards the wing, finds Lambert. Now Lambert goes inside 50, getting back. Petreski-Seaton the intercept mark for the Eagles. Flares it across towards Greg Clark, the debutant.
Short it goes to Gaff, who marks it right half back. Plays on by hand to Clark running by. Bounces the kick, came off the shins of Darling. Duggan coming the other way. Oh, bounced off Collier Dawkins. It hurt too, Duggan. He stayed down. So what was, at half-time, a 63-point advantage to Richmond, despite the best efforts at times in that quarter, has become an 88-point lead to the Tigers over the Eagles. They had a dip, certainly early on. Absolutely blown away again. Bridget Lacey's downstairs. Bridge?
It does look like Dion Prestia's night is done. He's put the training top on. And it looks like Jack Ross is about to enter the game in this next quarter. He's warming up now.
Yeah, Ross has been sent inside the forward 50 at the City end of the ground to warm up. So, 18-11, 119. That's Richmond's score. West Coast 4-7-31. The Tigers will be climbing up into the eights, at least at the end of tonight. West Coast are going to be a long way last on percentage. That's just after the first game of round 7. The goal kickers for Richmond. Lynch has gone 4. 3 to Revolt, 2 to McIntosh, 2 to Bolton, 2 to Castagna, 1 to Prestia. While for West Coast, Kennedy with 2, singles to Stranatica and to Ryan. It's the Tigers. They lead at three-quarter time by 88 points. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
I can feel the excitement building all week. In between work, family, all the other things that keep me busy. It's always in the back of my mind. And before you know it, the ABC has the footy on the radio again.
Doherty on his comeback from cancer. They come from everywhere.
Buddy Franklin, a legend, joins the Immortals.
Light up your week with the best call in the game.
Grandstand AFL.
AFL.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital. The 2022 AFL Premiership season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Control ball movement to O'Neill. Kicks inside forward 50. Good mark taken. Kennedy, front position. He dragged in the footy. Stuttering start we've seen so often. Kicks on its way. He's a beautiful kick. And he delivers for his team. Josh Kennedy gets his first. And the Eagles with the first of the second half. Now a chance to go long and inside forward 50 from Edwards. They came from everywhere. Spills down, tapped on by Rebold. That beautiful play. Bolton's there and he runs through to kick his third.
Short. Moves it on to Lynch, who marks it right half forward for Richmond. And there's going to be 50. And Tom Lynch, who's already got 3, will be marched to about 20 metres out on a slight angle. Tom Lynch.
Distance can't pick that one up.
In game 200, slow approach. Slams it through for goal number 4.
Rioli, the Morris variety, couldn't mark. Spilled down to Lambert behind him. Hand pass to Castagna. Hand pass to Morris Rioli. He steadies. He shoots. He kicks the goal. Dare I say it, delicious.
Spoil comes from Hearn. Then Rewald sweeps a handball over the top. Stack onto the footy. Rioli in the goal square. Suckers it through. 2 in the space of 30 seconds of game time. And magic from Morris.
Huge run, it has to be said. Bolter gets it back once more. Bolter kicks towards full forward and Soldo marks. Soldo from the top of the goal square just pops it through. It's the Tigers 18.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
18-11-119, the Tigers. West Coast 4-7-31. It's a belting at Perth Stadium to start round 7 of the AFL. In the NRL, 2 games full time. The Panthers have beaten the Titans 18-4, and the Rabbitohs over the Seagulls. Sorry, put your teeth in, Clint. The Rabbitohs over the Seagulls 40 points to 22. The Sydney Kings have beaten Illawarra 89-79. That was in game 1 of their semi-final series. And the latest score we have here in the A-League for our listeners throughout Victoria, 82 minutes gone in the game between Melbourne Victory. No, it's gone full time, I beg your pardon. Melbourne Victory 3 have beaten Wellington 1. Here at Perth Stadium, well, good luck, Shane Woden, Michael Braun.
Yeah, they were all right for the first 15, maybe 20 minutes. It sort of just broke open again, didn't it, that last 8 or 10 minutes where they just put the foot down and put the numbers on the board. I think the break came at a good time for West Coast in that quarter too. I just hope this doesn't now blow out, another kick, another 6 or 7 and blow out to 120 and finish off the night in an ugly fashion.
Yeah, I think that quarter went 5 to 7 minutes too long. That they just that last little bit of that quarter get away from him to undo all that good fight, so to speak. Get back, to the chasing, hitting targets, to let themselves down to get blown away again. So this next 5 minutes, I want to see West Coast really go for it and try and sustain it for 25 minutes, not just for 15, 17, 18 minutes.
Some of the numbers, the inside 50 differential, 50 to 24. Contested possessions, plus 16 the way of Richmond. Leading ball winners short, 26. Nation with 21 for the Eagles.
Fair to say this is no longer home sweet home for West Coast. In their last 10 games, they've won just 2. What they will know, certainly their supporters will, is that their previous worst loss to the Tigers in their history was 77 points. That back in 2008, round 15, 2008 at Subiaco. The moment they trail by 88, it looks like it could get so much worse. And can they respond? Sorry, guys.
That's right. And off a 5-day break, Richmond.
That's the other thing too.
They look fresher and they're running harder. I said.
Well, you did say it would be irrelevant in the pre-game. I think they've been able to put their feet up for the better part of the last week. The Tigers had come in refreshed. And Soldo starts by winning the tap down. Getting a chance to go forward through Ross. Gets an early touch. Tigers through short. Towards left half forward. Defensive mark taken by Hearn for the Eagles. He can move it short to the other sub, who's Gaff, who's on the ground. Pops it short to Shuey, who marks it right half back. Lead comes up from West. That's honoured. Between three Tigers, Shuey's kick was precise. He finds West and he hits him on the chest. West short again to Shuey. Runs across half back. Under pressure, gets a kick away. This might be turned over. It is. Onto it quickly. Lynch got in front of McGovern. He takes the mark for the Tigers. This would hurt West Coast even more. Lynch moves it short to Lambert. Marks 51 out from goal right in front. Pauses for a moment. Short ran behind him. Wanted the quick hand pass. That's ignored. Lambert goes to full forward. Bolton up almost to a tremendous mark. Hearn's hand pass dangerous. Rebolt was lurking. Oh, it spills down again. Morris Rioli's got his third. It's showtime for Richmond. 1911, 125. 4-7-31 the Eagles. We've only travelled 70 seconds into the final term.
Shannon Hearn had to go to Greg Clark on the other side of the ground. He had that much room to play on Greg Clark when he would have received that ball. You know, the old West Coast of old and changing angles and shift the other side of the ground. Didn't take it. Turnover.
Whitehead downstairs. Bridget Lacey's got an update for us. Bridge.
Yeah, it's the left ankle for Dion Presti. I mentioned he had the left boot off and they were working on that before he was subbed out, but it didn't look super serious for Richmond fans.
So Rioli with 3 of the last 4 goals. Richmond with the last 6. And 7 of the last 8. That's how they lead by 94 points. Soldo slaps it down, but following it up West for the Eagles. Picking it up eventually, Collier Dawkins. Handball back to Soldo. Now the sweeper short. He'll kick long inside 50. Goes towards full forward, looking for Stack. With it and drops the mark. Recovers with the handball, or does he? Turns it over. Ross, the sub into the game. Handball to Morris Rioli. Slips a tackle to Bolton. Clever little grubber kick out into the pocket. McIntosh, time to gather. Fires on goal. Everything's coming up yellow and black. McIntosh with 3. Richmond with 20. And the lead is a neat 100. 2011, 131. Plays 4-7-31, 3 minutes into the fourth.
I don't know who it was, Benny, that you just handballed it, just not knowing where it was going. Was it Witherden? And it was a 10-metre handball to no one. It was just like
corridor.
Yeah, I don't want the ball in my hands, pretty much. And so if you're going to make a mistake, make it on the wing. Don't make it in the middle of the ground in your defensive 50, 25 metres out. That was horrible play. It was like you didn't want the ball in your hands, someone else can have a hot potato. Yep, and then the fact is that Bolton just kicked along the ground 20 metres and not one West Coast within 5-10 metres of it, and he could pick it up and kick an easy goal. That's just lack of work rate.
Soldo and Nankervis have monstered the 2 rucks inside centre bounce and ran stoppage.
Worth mentioning in the history of the West Coast Eagles, going back to 1987, they've only lost by 100 points on 8 occasions. If this remains, it'll now be 9. They'll be able to go inside forward 50 here, West Coast. Kick's actually going to come back. Kelly got a kick away. He's been given a free kick still in the centre of the ground. They've been a powerhouse club. They're a behemoth off the field. They're a minnow on it at the moment. Kelly thumps it inside forward 50. Kennedy! In a pack of about 8.
3 now.
Goodness me. Just dragged in the football. Good mark. He'd go back and he will have a shot from about 35 metres out. He starts on just better than a 45-degree angle to the left.
But it's the fact he's just standing there getting it. Because the very first one, about 3 minutes into the game, it went through 4 or 5 plays and hit him in the guts and went through that many plays. But this is the third time he's marked standing still in a pack of 5 or 6 players.
Josh Kennedy, a steady approach, kicks on its way. That's goal 699. A 7-time leading goal kicker, a 3-time All-Australian. He closes in on that mark of 700. It's about all West Coast have to play for tonight. West Coast 5-7-37, Richmond 20-11, 131. It brings the margin back under the 100 points to a 94-point lead to the Tigers. 5 minutes gone in the last. Bridget Lacey is downstairs.
Unfortunately, I haven't got any good news for West Coast fans. They've only got 3 on the bench at the moment. I think Liam Duggan, I'm waiting on I think he's doing the concussion test down in the rooms, but Liam Duggan is the one missing, and he obviously had that tough contest at the end of the third quarter, so I'll give you an update as soon as I have it.
Adam Simpson, the West Coast Eagles coach, has never suffered a 100-point defeat. Soldo down to Bolton, out of the middle, 3 bounces, runs to 40, shoots on goal and misses to the left-hand side.
Took one bounce too much.
Yep.
You agree?
Yep. He could have banged it from 45.
Not a problem. And be more balanced.
Yep.
Jeez, it was a good play. Went it through the centre bounce, out through the front.
It's like a gazelle, wasn't he, through there?
Richmond out by 95 points.
So the Eagles through Petreski, Seaton.
You feel for the West Coast mids in that centre bounce. They've been so reactive.
Into the right back pocket to Redden. Pass had to be spot on. This time it was. Finds Nelson. Nelson stabs it up the middle. Oh, getting the free kick here was Cripps. Had his arms chopped. He elects to play on by hand as Gaff runs behind him. He's got an option at left half back, and that's where the kick goes to Harry Edwards, who marks. Sends it down the southern wing. Oh, not a great kick. Bounced in front of Gaff. He couldn't get there. Graham mops up for the Tigers. Puts it back inside forward 50. Easy as you like to Lynch. He's got a player on in the left forward pocket. If he wants to go to him, he decides he won't. Stack wanted it desperately. Just took a little bit too long here, and Lynch will go back and have a shot just to the right, in line with the right hand behind post. He'll have to kick it from about 51.
Like it's 19-8 centre square bounce hit-outs. They're even on the score there, but they've just dominated centre bounce too.
In comes Lynch, looking for his 5th of the night. So he kicks 5. As you said before, he could have had 9. What a night to remember for the milestone man in game 200. As the Tigers 21-12, 138 lead the Eagles 5-7-37, 8 gone in the final term. Richmond's lead is 101 points. And the last time that West Coast lost by 100 points or more, you've got to go right back to round 13, 2008, when they were belted by 135 points by the Cats.
Yeah, that is a shellacking, Clint, and this is just as bad. Regardless, anything over 100 points is pretty bad, doesn't matter. But that was just another costly turnover, Wowie.
It's just skill. Harry Edwards didn't organise his feet. That's a fundamental in AFL footy, even for junior kids.
Dixon and Nankervis. Nankervis stays down straight to Bolton. Feeds it out to Riley Collier-Dawkins. RCD goes long towards full forward in good position. Witherden marks. 25 out from his defensive goal for the Eagles. Sends it out towards the wing and finds Dixon. Marks, handball away to Clark. Chips it over the top. Redden takes the mark. Wants to skip back and assess his options. Now he'll kick around the corner out towards the wing. Just a little sloppy, or more than maybe just a little. Nash has time to go pick it up and move it on to Clark for the Eagles. Just forward of halfway, southern side. Richmond by 101.
Clark sends it towards left half forward. Can only find Daniel Rioli, who marks. Has it for the Tigers. Moves it back inboard to Short. Will switch play from the right back pocket to the left to Bolter. Running by Grimes. Back in the team this week for the Tigers. The kick beyond defensive 50. He wanted to find Edwards getting in front. Petreski-Seton. So the 210s were right there. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Yeah, Sam Petreski-Seton was limping a little bit there, but he looks to be okay. Liam Duggan has just returned to the bench for West Coast Eagles fans, and he's just getting a rub down, so he looks like he might be good to go back on the field, which is great news.
Petreski-Seton's still limping as he goes back into position from the throw-in. Comes down here to Lambert. Short hand pass. Good tackle, West. He wrapped up Ross, the medical sub for the Tigers. And he's got the free kick. He has it at right half forward. Goes on a short run. Will kick long. Inside forward 50. Big pack up. And Curvis flew from the side. At the back. Revolt, or Boston rather, is actually in there trying to get a hand pass out. Tackles a player. Spilled out once more. And then trying to get it away was Baker. Nicely worked. It comes to Lambert, who's in the right back pocket.
Lambert gives it off to Baker. Richmond down the southern wing. They're away and running. Here's Graham. Nice handball forward to Baker, who goes over his head. Does well to get it back to Lambert. Lambert kicks to half forward. Rewalt goes up. Doesn't mark it. Bolton. Oh, a little bit of fancy footwork. Controls it. Kicks to full forward. And Lynch can mark in the left forward pocket.
Good fortuitous.
It was lucky.
Just the work rate. Oh, we're deep into the last. They're still working as hard as what they did in the first quarter.
Lynch is going to hit the post. Should have had his sixth. Marking around and snapping from the forward pocket. He's still got 5. Richmond lead by what is 102 points at the 11-minute mark of this final term.
That's a second poster of the game for Lynch. Had a couple of behinds. Out of bounds on the full. He's still got 5 goals. As the Eagles through Naish go beyond defensive 50 and they turn it over. Bolton marks at left half forward.
Must be frustrating as a player.
Back it comes inside attacking 50. Stretching for it but unable to get to it was Revolt. Harry Edwards got a hand pass away. Oh, stolen though by Edwards. Shane Edwards for the Tigers. To Revolt, tried a hand pass over his head and ball through for a minor score. West Coast happy to rush that through. 21-14, 140 the Tigers, 5-7-37 the Eagles, 12 gone in the last.
So Hearn with the kick in, short to Witherden. Witherden goes short to Petreski-Seton, who slips over, then back feeds a handball back to Witherden. He'll send it long in the Stranatica direction. Right there with him, McIntosh. Down in front, Darling for the Eagles. Little 1-2 with Gaff. Handball to Shuey. Shuey onto Gaff. Richmond close. Handball onto Stranatica. The Tigers coming from every angle, and eventually they halve it. And will force a throw in neutral territory on the wing. 103 points. Richmond's advantage. Just gets uglier and uglier for West Coast as it stands at the moment.
Dixon wins the ruck tap down. Redden's over the top of it. West will try to take it away. Ball's been held in.
Is this a worse performance than the Port Adelaide game?
Yep, and worse than Sydney. This is the worst of the year, I think.
Dixon got it down to West. Towards right half forward. Stranatica went up. Couldn't mark. O'Neill's at the drop. Gave it back to Shuey. Kicks the Eagles inside forward 50. But turns it over. Voston marks. And Voston goes to Gibcus, who stepped around Kennedy easily. On in turn to Daniel Rioli. A thumping kick beyond defensive 50. Hearn this time got up in front of Bolton. Not sure you say that too many times. He takes a good grab. With an inboard kick, finds Petreski-Seton. Moves it short to left half forward. This is Redden who marks.
Redden stabs it short. Cripps comes up and marks on his chest. 52 out. He looks inside 50. Doesn't see anything he likes just yet. He's going back as if he's going to kick for goal, Jamie Cripps. I think right on his limit from here, maybe just beyond him. From 55. Gives it a good roost, but he tugs it. Behind. Back to 102 points. Bridget Lacey downstairs.
Good news, West Coast fans. Liam Duggan back on the ground. West Coast did confirm he did go down and do a concussion test, so he's obviously passed it.
And after he ran straight into Collier Dawkins, just before three-quarter time. It was a solid bump. Collie Dawkins didn't know much about it. Long kick is out of bounds. It's going to be turned over.
Did he go to the barrel then?
I think he did. Redden will take the free kick at left half back.
Showing off.
And speaking of Lostone, by the way, kicks inside forward 50. Umpire spots the decision that goes to McIntosh, who's been awarded a free kick. Puts it into the left back pocket. Daniel Rioli to Bolter. Back again to Daniel Rioli. Hand passing it on again once more. This is Edwards. Moves the Tigers inboard to the logo. To Nankervis. Running by is McIntosh. Through the centre square. Bounces a kick towards centre half forward. Castagna gathers. Swept it up. Gave it to Lambert. Kicks backwards towards the southern wing. Only player anywhere near it is Short. He runs towards it. Picks up the bouncing footy. Kicks inside the attacking 50. Oh, crashing up there was Lynch. Couldn't quite bring it down. Bolton might have been taken high. Put his head over the football. Charged forward. Umpire says it's okay. Not sure much more that Clark could have done there as Bolton came towards him. But it is going to be a ball up at full forward for the Tigers, who lead by 102 points.
Nankervis takes it out of the ruck. Dribbles it on goal and it's through. It was a little clunky, but it was effective. We're going to check it. A score review. Whether it was touched on the way through, it doesn't look like it was. And unless it was touched right at the source by Jackson Nelson, which it wasn't, that's going to be a goal for Nank the Tank.
I'm putting it in the book.
Yeah, already.
That's clearly a goal, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Daylight.
So Toby Nankervis, he's able to dribble it home from 15 metres out after taking it out of the ruck. And Richmond's lead will be out to 108 once the score review is complete. It is a goal. 21-14, 146. 22-14, 146. Plays 5-8-38. Shamwo Woden, Michael Braun.
There's not much to talk about, really, is there? You know, they've just capitulated. And the question is, what game or what loss was worse the last 2-3 weeks? It's progressively gotten worse for the side. Just dejected players. There's just no pressure now inside their defensive 50. None whatsoever.
Just Monster Dixon, even stoppage structure, no one on the line when it's so close. Little things.
You know, getting pushed off the ball inside the CBDs, too easy.
Just the second time in the West they've conceded a three-figure margin. The ball here, though, West Coast. Duggan had it just behind the centre circles, gave it to Redden, kicks inside forward 50, sliding out, marking. Darling has it. 48 out from goal, just better than a 45-degree angle to the right.
What do you think about his efforts tonight, Wowie?
Darling?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's tried. No one hasn't. It's just, again, limited opportunities. What's that now? Inside 50s, 30 compared to 58. So supply hasn't been there.
Taken 4 marks, 14 touches.
Jack Darling will put boots a ball from just inside 50. It's a good kick. It's a goal. The Eagles 6th. Brings the margin back to 102 points. Still a long way. The biggest loss that they will suffer at Perth Stadium. 22-14, 146 to the Tigers. The Eagles are 6-8-44. 19 gone in the final quarter. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Xavier Neal is getting more treatment on that right knee problem he's been carrying for much of this second half. I'd suspect he's probably done for the day.
Bridget, have the crowd stuck around? I'm noticing a few more leaving now. Compare sort of what it was like at half-time to now. What sort of percentage are we saying?
I would say fewer people left than did in the second quarter against Sydney, but yeah, there's a few streaming out now. There's probably, we've probably lost 10,000 or so, I would say.
Back in the middle, Stranatica and Soldo. There's a free kick. It's going the way of Richmond. I'm thinking back to Trevor Nisbet's comments in the pre-game as well that there would be a better effort from West Coast. Short kick from Edwards. Fine stack inside 50. Rewalt doesn't complete the mark. Now at ground level, Morris Rioli coming through. Out towards the man they call Fridge in Graham. He kicks out to half forward, bouncing ball. And it's close to the boundary line and eventually out. We'll get a throw in 45 metres around from the attacking goal for Richmond. 39,430 the final attendance.
For a Friday night fixture, it's not ideal when full capacity.
Umpire spins it in. Soldo to the front. Tries to almost volleyball set it towards Bolton. Coming through Nelson for the Eagles and back out. We'll do it again. 20 minutes played in the fourth term. Richmond lead by 102 points. Adam Simpson potentially about to lose for the first time as a coach by triple figures. And the West Coast Eagles for only the second time in WA by that margin.
Soldo won it down. Bolton broke free of the attempted Shuey tackle. Kicks up into the air. Rewalt in best position. Was able to cradle the ball in as players crashed over the top of him. He's right in front. Can go back, and he should kick what would be a fourth goal.
Just so tough to tackle, isn't he, Bolton? Through the hips, very strong, good shimmy. It was just desperation. Yeah. You know, it's just the one. And same with Rewalt. You know, he was out of position, but he fought for the best position.
Rewalt is right in front. Easy as you like. He steers it through. Goal 726 now for him as he kicks his fourth. So one more for Rewalt to join Carey and Hudson, equal 19th in the most goals kicked in the VFL AFL. Richmond's lead is back to 108 points, 23-14, 152. The Eagles are 6-8-44. We've gone 22 minutes in the last. On Grandstand AFL, Clint Wilden alongside Ben Cameron in commentary, our experts. Brownlow medalist Shane Woden, premiership player Michael Braun.
Across the night, we said it at the start, the run and speed of Richmond was going to be chaotic for West Coast and create a lot of hassles. It certainly looks like that. The inability of West Coast to go with them.
Soldo, little backhander in the Bolton direction, who's on the ground and somehow wins the footy, but he's caught holding the ball. Naish receives the handball from Redden. Kicks inside 50 for the Eagles. Darling can't complete the mark. Knocks it out at ground level. Dixon to Kennedy. Snaps it through. Goal 700. Josh Kennedy becomes the 25th man in VFL AFL history to 700 goals.
Whole team should have gone.
And the West Coast Eagles fans, on a night they've had little to cheer, stand to applaud their greatest ever goal kicker. And so they may. What a champion he's been.
I don't think all the players probably knew it was his 700th, but Jack Rewalt down in the forward 50 for Richmond, he was even clapping as well, but a bit disappointed that the whole team didn't get down there for Kennedy, sorry.
I don't think that's good enough from the Eagles players, and I think that pretty much sums up where they're at the moment. They'll go forward again here, West Coast, from the middle. And they've been given a free kick, have they? No, it's gone against Dixon. Well, he was being infringed, but Bolt has got it and moves it short to McIntosh, who takes a bounce beyond defensive 50, and then a second. Keeps going and just chips up into the air. Clever. The inside of the boot to Collier Dawkins. Pauses. Graham runs by, receives the hand pass. Kick inside forward 50. It's through the fingertips of Nankervis. Hearn just keeps it in to Harry Edwards by hand. Moving it on again. This is Duggan to Kelly. That's an ugly kick beyond defensive 50. It's out of bounds on the full. Bridget Lacey's downstairs.
Xavier O'Neill now has ice on that right knee, so concerns for the youngster.
Rostone moves it short and he finds Ross. I'm not giving them an excuse for that. I reckon that sums up where West Coast have been at this season. The whole team should have known. They all should have gone. Kick inside forward 50 here for the Tigers towards full forward. Bolton has it. They can't get rid of it.
But even then, Clint, when it was on the screen, they still had time to get down there because they were still, a minute. They were given the minute.
Agree completely. I just don't think it's good enough.
Soldo slapping it out. Petrovsky-Seaton onto the footy, chipping it short. And West able to claim the mark. 51 out from their defensive goal for the Eagles. They lead by 102 points. It's going to be Richmond's biggest ever defeat of the West Coast Eagles. West kick a little untidy. McIntosh picks it up off the deck. Going after the footy, it's off hands and out of play, thrown between wing and left half forward.
What are your thoughts, Wally? You think the whole team should win?
Yeah, for a moment like that. He's been arguably one of their probably greatest player over the journey.
Oh, 100%, mate.
Umpire spins it back in. Nankervis, left-hand tap down to Castagna. Can't gather it first time. Tackled by Clark. Gaff trying to shovel it out. Now coming through Graham. Eventually Ross wins it for Richmond. Handball out to Broad. Clean pick-up. Away to Castagna. Time to steady from 40. Fires on goal and misses. Away to the right. Lead 103. For the Tigers over the Eagles. 25 and a half minutes into the fourth.
Short pass from Hearn. Finds Cripps. Beyond defensive 50 and West will receive the free kick. Taken out of the contest by McIntosh. He's got it at left half back for West Coast. Goes looking for Clark, who waits. He's able to bring it to ground and spun away from Morris Rioli. Clark, nicely done by the debutant. Kicks towards full forward. Liam Ryan might have been shoved out of that. Umpire says no. It's okay, and Bolter moves it on quickly for the Tigers. Comes to Morris Rioli. Short hand pass worked its way to Soldo. Not a great kick. Gaff was able to mop it up for the Eagles. Went back by hand to Shuey. On in turn to Witherden. Kicks around the body, wanting Harry Edwards, and Ross got in front of him. Knocked it over the boundary line for a throw-in. 103 points is the margin in favour of the Tigers. 26 and a half gone in the last.
Where do you go from here, guys? What can they do? I mean, it's a group that's had their premiership window slammed shut. They're not going to challenge its full rebuild. How do you find some spirit? I don't know. As Clark snaps around the corner, Baker in good position. Can't quite complete the mark. Darling arrives late. Waterman at the fall of the ball. Shuey snaps around the corner. Kennedy comes up. He can't take the mark. Roving front and square. Baker for Richmond. Gives it off to Rioli. He'll drive it long towards full forward. Lynch juggles it and marks. 20 out, as good as directly in front.
It was either Bolton hang or a Lynch mark.
Boy, he's had some chances today, Tommy Lynch. 5-5 he's got.
Yeah, I think you've got to do something different during the week. You've got to break the week up. I'm not sure what they've been doing. I know it's only round 7, but certainly maybe no review. Just break up the week, do something completely different.
Lynch will come in for goal number 6. He's got it. Richmond out by 109. 24-15, 159 plays 7-8-50. 28 minutes into the fourth term on Grandstand AFL.
Sometimes you need a circuit breaker.
Yeah, I'm with you. We've done it a couple of times. I've been on the end of some shellackings myself as a player. It's like a call to Jesus, so to speak. Get everyone in a circle, bit of home truths, and challenge one another. Say, come on, let's pick ourselves up, because no one else is going to do it. The only people that can turn this around. Don't blame the coaches and don't blame Simo. He's not the problem. It's the attitude of the players. Get around one another and look each other in the eye and commit to something, and say, okay, I'm going to try my hardest now. Like, something. Challenge one another.
Do something. Famous word.
Don't think, just do.
Correct. The Eagles will do something here. They bring it away through Kelly from the restart. Hand pass to West. Hand pass to Gaff. Awkward bounce from the footy. He was able to gather to Duggan. Hand pass back in the direction of Gaff. He'll run onto it and gather hard up against the boundary. Kicks to left half forward. Had too much on it. Baker's back there. Then paid the mark. Well, actually, what's happened here? They've decided the ball did go over the boundary line before with Gaff. Apologies. Umpires took a while to send it back, so there'll be a ball in. between centre wing and left half forward for West Coast. 24-15, 159. 7-8-50. Richmond lead the Eagles. Closing stages here at Perth Stadium. Getting a hand pass out, Collier Dawkins from the restart. Castagna might have had his legs taken out from under him. Umpire says play on. Duggan's kick was poor. Taken by Morris Rioli. Just got in the way. Gave it to Bolton. Stepped inside his opponent. He's 48 out from goal. All on his own as Lynch in the goal square. He's got 7. It's one of the darkest days in West Coast history. But if you're a Tigers fan, there is so much to like about what they've done tonight. Have West Coast just played them back into form. Lynch with 7. He's now got 21 for the season. 25-15, 165. The Eagles are 7-8-50. 30 minutes gone in the final term. 115 points as the Tigers lead.
And Jimmy, you, Clint, Benny, this is a perfect display of when a team is down to nail them, like step on their throat and really and get your percentage.
That's a statement.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm not going to feel sorry for you. We are going to destroy you, and we're going to put you in the ground.
He kicks that because Morris Rioli is on his toes, got awareness and wants to defend, wants to win the ball back. Great pressure, young fella.
115 points. Soldo wins the hit out, but Shuey steals it for the Eagles. The captain bursts out of the middle, floats his kick inside 50. Ryan hits it at speed, can't gather the crumb. Coming through Cripps, gives it off to Kelly. Snaps on goal, and a late consolation prize for the Eagles. They bring it back to 109 points. 8-8-56. Plays 25-15, 165.
It's well read by the captain at the centre bounce. Read exactly what Richmond were going to do there. Broke through the front and just got it in. Kelly finished the rest. 40 scoring shots. That's a lot in the modern game. Any game of footy, really. It's just... But even just the effort of Richmond just to not want to get scored against.
Crowd is still here. They're still mostly staggered though as Soldo won it down straight to red and Eagles away. Shuey got it onto Kelly, kicked inside forward 50. Darling flew, couldn't mark. Ball hits the deck. Tigers will look to mop up. Baker did well. The Vostone. Hand pass forward. Comes from McIntosh to Baker again. Hurry kick beyond defensive 50. It's going to be a relayed free kick downfield after Baker was dealt with. And got the kick away. So it'll come here to McIntosh. Looks to move it short to Castagna, who's at right half back. Kicks in the direction of Duggan. He's up and marking for the Eagles. West Coast find another consolation. Comes to Gaff, short to West. West will move it on. Kicks in the direction of Clark. They wanted it more, the Tigers, once again. Short won it down to Morris Rioli. Kicks towards right half forward. Bolton got away from his opponent. Steps one way, dances back, tried to draw 2 to him, tried to be a bit too clever that time. Hand passing to Harry Edwards. Was able to get in the direction of Nelson. On in turn to Duggan. Unorthodox, but it worked. To Gaff, to Duggan. Hand pass over the top. Clark met it to Kelly. Now to Nelson, who puts it on the boot. Inside forward 50 they go. Spoil came from Gibcus. It's down to Vlastone, and he moves it to Soldo in the centre square.
Soldo gives it to Vlaston by hand. Vlaston gives it off to Short, who moves it on to Nankervis. Nankervis will chip it into the pocket in the Rewalt direction almost. With it and did well. Halves it, then Hearn wins it for the Eagles. Goes short to Duggan. Duggan will send it out wide to Gaff. Gaff will send it further afield to Clark, who's able to take the mark. So Clark will now kick towards half forward for the Eagles, and the mark taken by Cripps. 49 metres out from goal for the West Coast Eagles. He'll just skip back and slowly suck some time out of the game. Won't matter too much. It's only the matter of the margin. 109 points late in the fourth, Richmond's lead. Cripps will just set it up to the pocket, looking for a marker, Gibcus. He floats in and takes the intercept mark at fullback for Richmond.
They'll move it short to Nankervis. Hand pass to Baker. Baker beyond defensive 50. Comes to Ross. It's seventh heaven for the milestone man in Tom Lynch. Richmond celebrate a crushing win over West Coast. It's simply embarrassing for the Eagles. The Tigers by 109 points.
Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yellow and black, we're from Tigerland.
They led by 37 points at quarter time and the game was theirs for the keeping. 63 points at halftime to the Tigers, 88 at three-quarter time. They've gone on for a thumping 109-point win. It's Adam Simpson's worst loss as Eagles coach. It's their biggest loss, West Coast, at Perth Stadium. For the Tigers, though, a huge percentage booster. They climb into the eights. The Eagles are dead last.
Tigerland, a fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yellow and black, we're from Tigerland.
You're going to play in a milestone game, your 200th. Why not kick 7 goals and bring up your 400th in the process? Tom Lynch dominating 7-5, a couple of out of bounds on the full. Could have ended up with 10 if his radar had been right at the start of the match. Jack Revolt kicked 4 to be having a record of 726 goals to his name. What a remarkable pair those two are. Camden McIntosh got 3. Morris Rioli, in just his third game, kicked 3 as well. Shea Bolton got a couple. Jason Castagna also with 2. Toby Nankervis and Dion Prestia both with singles. For West Coast, Josh Kennedy kicked goal 700. Just the 25th player to do so. A rare highlight in a miserable night for those in blue and gold. The other goal kickers, Luke Stranatica, Jack Darling, Tim Kelly and Liam Ryan. 39,430, which, considering there were no restrictions on the crowd, is the lowest that the Eagles have had at a home game at this stadium for some time. Dark days indeed for West Coast. Richmond, though, they've got their third win of the year, and they've done it with a crushing victory as well. Their highest score of the season by 50 points. West Coast absolutely shellacked as they make their way off the ground with more questions to be raised about where to from here. Let's get the thoughts of our experts, Shane Woden and Michael Braun on Grandstand AFL.
Oh, well, it's an impressive display, wasn't it, by Richmond? Again, as we spoke about a little earlier, off a 5-day turnaround, fly, rock in the day before a game, on a ground that's, it's enemy territory. It's pretty hard to win over here. Not really at the moment with West Coast, but yeah, just a strong display. And what impressed me tonight, I know they've kicked 165 points, absolutely, and it's a good score, but their work rate, their effort to get the ball back, and their defence, which, as I said earlier, is their DNA, is where their premierships came from, the ability to turn the footy over in their front half. But when they won the ball back today and then they bounced West Coast, they were so efficient going forward. But we spoke about just their intent to get the ball back. We want the ball, and we're gonna strangle you, and we're gonna chase you, and we're gonna hunt you. And that was the attitude from the very outset of the game tonight, that was what they were going to come with, and it showed. They displayed that, but their work to both ways, but particularly with the ball, that was exceptional. That was a bit of Richmond of old.
Yep.
Richmond of old tonight, and I hope that sort of catapults them now for, the rest of the year, because that was a statement.
It was a big statement. While you're spot on there, their desperation to be able to compete when their ball is not in their favour or they're outnumbered was elite, wasn't it? Like, even if it was a 2v1, their desperation would be willing, and then Richmond player would come over to make a 2-on-2, but his desperation is to get it back on even terms from a 2v1, and then they win the ball just because of that desperation of a 1v2.
Yeah.
It was outstanding. But I've just got 3 words for West Coast: turnovers, work rate, skills. It's cut and dry. And then you go to Richmond, who have these little bits and pieces. They do tap-ons, knock-ons. They spoil down to the direction of a free player on the ground. Just the little things and they're all in sync. It's not just the defenders or the forwards, it's everywhere along the ground. If I'm going to bend over to pick up the ball up under pressure and I've got you free, Clint, just a little tap on to get you. I don't want to pick up and get a touch. I just want to give it to my teammate.
What about the little things like the soccer of land?
Yeah, they're the things I'm talking about.
Yeah, just like that. The little outside of the boot stuff.
Better advantage.
Magnificent. The little, was it Lynch with the tap on that led to another goal? I can't take possession here. I'm just going to knock it in your path.
That's how they won their flags.
Yeah.
By doing that. Riewoldt turned his attitude around with that side of things. It's about defence, not about goals.
Yep.
And it shows in their game. It shows in the team-first behaviours as what you want to see.
And you touched on it too, but as impressive as the total is, Baker, they're up by nearly 100 points, I think, at the stage, and Baker's desperation. I'm not going to concede the goal here. I will dive full stretch and push that through for a minor score, for a rush behind.
Absolutely.
They're nearly 100 points up.
It's fantastic.
That was remarkable to see. We'll be interested to see how Port go tomorrow against St Kilda, because West Coast might have played Port into form. They might just have played Richmond right back into form, because the Tigers have been around the mark a bit. I know it's only their 3rd win of the year, but they will take a huge amount of confidence out of this game.
And it exemplified their last goal where Rioli turned that footy over. He sprinted with 2 minutes to go in the game, 40 metres to empty out of his forward 50 and turn that ball over at the top edge of the centre square when West Coast switched the ball back in the corridor.
And you asked where to from here, Benny? They got Lions away next week. They've got the Demons at home the following week. They've got the Giants away and then the Dogs home. It doesn't get any easier.
So when you've been belted by 100 points, you really want the second-ranked team at the moment in the comp, followed by the defending premiers, who are so far ahead of everybody else.
Yep. And then you go the Giants, but then you got the Dogs 4 weeks in. They're not playing good footy, but grand final this last year, they're no pushover, that's for sure. But it's a really good display. The player for mine, Bolton, he's really grabbed me, just like last week when you brought the attention to Shooter Schultz there, Benny. Players that you start paying attention to and then you watch them closely throughout the game. Geez, Bolton's work rate, his poise, his ability to just chase and tackle and then run on, 25 metres to get the third chain of handballs. Outstanding work rate.
Lovely touch here. Grimes and Riewoldt have lifted Tom Lynch up onto their shoulders to celebrate with him. Game 200, of course, with the Gold Coast, 131 games and 254 goals. But now 400 goals or 405 goals and 200 games as a Tiger. They're making their way down into the rooms. It ends 2 consecutive losses for the Tigers. They go to be 3-4 from 7. Let's head down. It's their biggest win in 47 years, Richmond. A thumping win over the Eagles. Here's Bridget Lacey in the Tigers' rooms.
Yeah, getting the claps from all the staff down here, guys. They're not too pumped up. I suppose the result wasn't in question for much of the game, but Tom Lynch, obviously the man tonight with his milestone. He's got his arms around Jack Riewoldt and Toby No-Curves. Here we go. Not the best rendition I've heard, guys, but we're hoping to speak to Nick Flostone very shortly.
Thank you very much, Bridget Lacey, downstairs in the Tigers' rooms. 25-15, 165, the Tigers, 8-8-56, the Eagles. Repeating again, the Tigers' biggest win in 47 years. And on the reverse of that, West Coast, their worst loss under Adam Simpson. So for 9 seasons, in fact, as I mentioned before, you've got to go back to 2008 since the Eagles lost a game by 100 points or more, and their worst loss here at Perth Stadium that was once a genuine fortress. Subiaco was the house of pain. This was a fortress, not so much in recent times. They're now 2-8, or 2 wins and 9 losses from their last 11 games. Richmond winning tonight in front of a crowd 39,430, winning by 109 points. Goodness me. And it's still a case of we should be celebrating Richmond, and we will again in just a second, but I just can't get over how poor West Coast have been. And when the reaction was they had to be better from Sydney, and they weren't. They were worse against Port, and they've been worse again. I'm just a little bit staggered by how this football club could turn so bad so quickly. When we go back to as I mentioned, round 13 last year, they're in the 8. They have an amazing win over Richmond. And then from that point onwards, they've now won 3 games. I know the cliff comes quickly, but it's come almightily fast for the Eagles.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
It's there.
They were over it for a while last year. They just didn't know it. And the worst thing,
own it?
Didn't want to admit it. The worst thing you can do in modern football is misinterpret where your list is at. And now they've extended it out for another year, and they've got another. They've just added another year to any kind of rebuild or transition, or however you want to phrase it. You know, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's usually a duck. I think it's a rebuild for the West Coast Eagles.
You love that saying, don't you, Benny?
Draft. I also laugh about that old saying with forget Elton John's line about sorry seems to be the hardest word. In football, rebuild seems to be the hardest word. This is not a transition for West Coast. They have to completely start again. Because, again, the 10 premiership players, they should be better than what they are. And because of trades and deals done, and they can defend them however they like, but because of those things, they haven't had a high draft pick, haven't had a top 10 draft pick since Andrew Gaff, which means you're going back to 2010 when he was taken at pick 4.
I think what Nizzy was saying is that rebuild, the word is saying, we're going to put the Q in the rack and not try. That's what I gathered from. That's why they're using the word transition. But there's nothing wrong with rebuilding. Everyone's got to do it.
I don't accept that to be the case. Rebuilding is a case of you are always trying to win, but you are giving games to your kids to work out whether or not they can play.
And they keep on the list.
Yeah, so you have to make those decisions. I still make the point, and I know that he's unavailable this week, but like Callum Jamieson would be a good example for them, who sat on the bench in a pre-season game and we didn't see.
The whole day.
The whole day, sat on the bench. Can he play? Well, we're not sure, but I would suggest that the Eagles have already decided he can't, because you put him on when you had, I think at that time, somewhere in the vicinity of 15 or 16 players who were unavailable. So you can call it a transition if you like. I don't accept the argument rebuild means you're not trying. I think rebuild means that you've accepted the fact, and Mick Malthouse said it on Sports Talk a couple of weeks ago, this is before they lost to Sydney, this list is not going to win you a grand final. Well, okay, once you know that this group doesn't have it in you to take you to the top, you start to think again. I'm with Ben. They made a blue at the start of this year, or at the end of last season, not accepting where they were at. But enough of West Coast for the moment. The Tigers, can this turn a season around, a win like this? The way that they were so impressive, and the way that, as you both mentioned throughout the game, they made every post a winner. It's a huge percentage boost for them. If you have a look, Richmond were 95.3 with their percentage, and they've been able to boost that with that huge win tonight. Their percentage is up to 115.5, so they climb into the 8. That's a big win for the Tigers. Everyone gets a touch of the footy. They get Grimes back. He's really solid. Lambert gets a run. Morris Rioli, well, does what Riolis do. There's a lot to like if you're a Tigers fan.
Yeah. And some would say it's a soft kill.
Very. But they still had to do it.
You still have to do it. But you got to do it with an attitude. Like, they didn't put the cue in the racket at all. As you said, they put the foot on the throat. But, again, in those performances, I'll keep going back to defence. And you've got to be good in that area. And just their attitude and their appetite in that facet of the game tonight is what impressed me the most. And I asked Adam Kingsley at the start of the game, and, where's those areas that, the trends at your club where you feel like you've got to get better? And at the moment, they're not good defensively. And today, maybe it's what was their focus. I don't know. We'll soon ask someone, but yeah, that was really interesting. That was what impressed me the most tonight.
There were some great moments too, not just the goal kicking, but Noah Bolter surging down the northern wing. Got it, just decided we're going to go here. I'm going to take everyone on. It opened up for him and we could deliver inside forward 50. Moments like that, they're magnificent.
Phenomenal athlete, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got players you want to watch. That's why you come to the footy.
And I think Bolton's fast getting into that category. He's a star, has been for a while.
Shape.
But but like the kind of person who makes you part with your hard-earned to come watch him play, because he's just playing a different game. Balanced, skillful, wizardry. He's just got the lot. I love it. He can take the high mark, he can kick the freakish goal.
He's got pace.
Great fun.
Yeah, he's got pace. Fun to watch.
Yeah.
Well, I reckon next week's game between the Tigers and Pies is now starting to, they could get a, 80,000 at the G.
Yeah, that'll be a big one.
Yeah, they've got the Hawks, Bombers and Sydney as well. So if they win 2 or 3 out of that 4, well, they're right back up there in contention again, aren't they?
But again, their system was working defensively behind the ball. Whether it was Grimes, was Vlosten, they had the +1 all night. They were safe behind the ball. Again, it was when Rance was there and been the general in behind, and Grimes has done it for years as well. How important is he to that lineup? He can play hard one-on-one, compete, and he just supports it so well, and they look safe and steady behind it. And then when they won the ball, they just counter-attacked fast, and West Coast just physically could not go with them.
I've got an answer, by the way, from the AFL about the double headers, which we spoke about in the pre-game as we wait to head downstairs into the Tigers' rooms. We'll have someone very shortly for you. The coming Friday, the immediate one just around the corner, was to minimise Sunday games, as Sunday is, of course, Mother's Day, so I can understand that from the AFL. And then the Friday, much later on in the round that they just announced, is because Perth Stadium was unavailable in other games, as Trevor Nisbet said to us, due to the National Rugby League have a state of origin here. So they've attempted to minimise the overlap and minimise crossovers across Saturday and Sunday for deciding that they'll have more of an overlap on the Friday. I would still make the point that maybe, I don't know, I can't make a comment in this situation, but I do know how challenging it is to get to a Perth Stadium bounce at 6:10, and the games in Melbourne often at 7:50, so maybe they move those to a 7:10, and then you have a bounce at Perth Stadium WA time at 7-ish, 7:30, and then there isn't a crossover. You just flow from one to the other. And you can still have them on your different broadcasters if you so wish. Let's go downstairs. Bridget Lacey's in the Tigers' rooms. Bridge.
Hi, we got Nathan Broad. You got us, Nathan? You can hear everything okay? Oh, okay. Hopefully you guys can hear us okay, but we've got Nathan Broad here. Great win tonight, Nathan. I bet you didn't expect to win by over 100 points here in Perth.
No, it was a great win. We tweaked a few things during the week that made our ball movement a bit quicker and that, and it showed dividends tonight, and to win by that much is a bonus, but it was a great win by the boys.
Obviously being a WA boy as well, there was quite a few of them in the team tonight. Did you talk about that much coming into the game?
Yeah, we've always seemed to have a massive WA contingency, which is nice. So, we all got a photo together and had a laugh yesterday against the Vics. But, it is good to have the WA boys here and see their families. It's been a while.
And a big milestone for Tom Lynch tonight, obviously 200 games, and he's had a nice game for it as well. He could have kicked a few more than he did.
Yeah, I know, the big fella. I think he kicked 5 points and about 3 out in the full, so he could have had an absolute field day. But, yeah, it's good. Our ball movement, I think, helped our forwards tonight, so it was good. He was able to get on the end of a few, and hopefully we can play that going forward.
Okay, let's see if we can, if Nathan can hear you guys upstairs. We'll give it a crack. We've got Ben Cameron, Clint Wheeldon, Michael Braun and Shane Woden.
Nathan, congratulations, mate. It's Shane Woden upstairs here. Terrific performance by the team tonight. I asked Adam Kingsley before the game about just the areas, the club and the trends where it just sort of fell off the pace a little bit this year, and probably has been defensively. But tonight, as well as you had 40 scoring shots and kicked 165 points, off the back of what I thought just an appetite to defend with real intent, and your system was just extraordinary tonight. How did you see it?
Yeah, I think we needed to get back to defend first and then attack, and give our forwards a bit of a chance by have some explosive ball movement and really running a system. So yeah, I thought tonight we were back to the Richmond's best. We saw those goals where forwards were able to run into an open goal in the goal square, which we haven't really seen at all this year. It's been every goal's been hard to get. So I think we're back to how we want to play in a Richmond game, but now going forward we just need to keep it consistent.
Mate, a first-year player who I think has settled into AFL footy extremely well is young Gibcus. Just his ability to defend one-on-one, do the fundamentals and simple things really well. Like, he kills a footy extraordinarily well, and he's nestled in the back half with you guys seamlessly. Yeah, Gibby's one of the most athletically gifted players I've seen come through the AFL probably. He can jump, he can run, he's fit, he can do it all. So, he's just going to get better and better the more he plays with us and the more he learns our system. But, yeah, he hasn't put a foot wrong yet.
Nathan, it's Michael Braun here. Well done on the win. It's a fantastic effort by you boys to get up and about and really flex your muscles over here in Perth. What was Dimmer's message at half time? Obviously, we were speaking about it in the commentary box here about finishing off teams, and you really did put West Coast to the sword the whole game. You didn't give them a chance. What was his message at half time about finishing off the game strong?
Yeah, exactly that. He said in the past we might have gone kick hunting and looking for touches and looking to get on the scoreboard, and just said we have to stick to the process, and he really wants to see a Richmond four-quarter performance, which, credit to the boys. They all played their role and were able to, kick away.
And it's probably one of the first or second times I've seen Bolton play live over here in Perth, and he's really kind of stuck out in terms of his work rate and his ability to be able to put so much pressure on, and his desperation to win the footy. What's he like at training? Is he a bit of a lad? He looks like he's got a bit of flair.
Yeah, he's got a bit of NBA appearance to him. A bit of swagger and that. And at training, he sits on blokes' heads at training even. So. No, he's a very laid-back character, but, geez, we saw the best of him tonight. He was absolutely unbelievable.
Nathan, a lot of people sit on the outside and they look at Richmond and say, is the hunger still there? They've gone to the top of the mountain, won 3 out of 4 during that period of the dynasty. For anyone who says the hunger's not there, what would be your response?
Oh, yeah, the hunger's 100% still here within inside our 4 walls. Obviously, when you're at the top for so long, people want to hunt you and come after you, and we need to adapt and we need to change, and we needed to get better, and I think we're slowly tweaking a few things that are finally start to come to fruition. We always said it was going to be a bit of a lag effect. And tonight I felt like what we're trying to do was another step forward, but now for us going forward, we just need to make it consistent with every game.
What are those things you're tweaking?
I think our ball movement, like I said before, it's every goal lately has just been so hard to work for. But I thought tonight, the way we moved the ball, we saw those, Joey the Goose goals over the back where forwards just could run into an open goal, and that's what we saw through, 17 and 19. So I think, we're back tonight, but now the thing is to keep it continuing.
Nathan, incredibly sort of 10 years ago, I can remember rolling out to Bassendean Oval to call the WAFL and looking down at the team sheet as we get ready for the league game, and one N Broad dropped to the reserves there for Swan Districts. All of this time later, fast forward, drafted, 3-time premiership player. How do you put that wild journey into words?
Yeah, it's been a crazy journey. I think I've played double the amount of reserves games at waffle level than league. So I've been a fringe player for a while, but to find my spot in the team and play a role for this side has just been amazing. And I'm so grateful for what Richmond gave me the opportunity as a mature age. And I'm just making the most of every opportunity.
We get excited up here, Nathan. It's Clint Wilden whenever we see a Rioli on the team sheet. You had two of them. And goodness me, the smile from Morris when he got his first goal of the night, that was something to behold. They're something special, aren't they?
Yeah, Morris can do some unbelievably freakish things. His chase pressure and his ability to close down space is the best I've ever seen. We saw a couple tonight where you just think there's no way he's going to get there, and he gets there. So the more footy he can play at this level, you'll see some very special things from him.
And I love one moment, wasn't a goal kick by the player himself, but Bolter's charge out of defence down the northern wing, he took everyone on. They're the sort of moments where you could see your fans behind the goal at the Farmer Freeway and all stand and applaud. There are moments with Richmond now that you think, well, I wouldn't be writing the Tigers off at all in 2022.
Yeah, Bolter, the big wild Brumbury we call him, when he gets the ball in his hand, we don't even know what's going to happen. But no, we love having him in. I love having him down back. He's just another dynamic. And the Tigers, I feel like we are coming, but like I said before, we really need to play consistent footy, and we've got a tough opposition coming up next in Collingwood, so we'll see how we go there.
And how big are those games, these two old Melbourne clubs, so much history between them? As one of the West Aussies moving across, how special are they to be involved in?
Yeah, it's always good playing against a big four, your Carltons, Collingwoods and all that, and they've got Justin Lepich and the coach, obviously Craig McRae now, who both ex-Richmond blokes, so they'll know exactly what we want to do in that. So, and they're on the rise too, got a lot of young talent, so it's going to be a cracking game, and hopefully we can get some crowd there.
And the last one for you, I remember with Ben going along and watching you play at Swan Districts, but I know it's not your role, but 1 goal in 91 games. Are there more to come along that front? Have you tried to sort of, come on, Tom, you've got 7, maybe Jack, you could just pass one off onto me?
To be honest, I don't want any more. I want to finish it at 1 if I can. I think if you finish with 3 or 4, it's not as good as finishing with 1. So I'm happy with my sole 1, and it was here at Optus Stadium too, so I'm wrapped.
It was indeed. Well, if you've got 3 flags and maybe, who knows, maybe 1 or 2 more, 1 goal and however many games for the Tigers, what a career it's been. Thanks for having a chat to us. Great to have a yarn.
Nah, thanks, boys. Have a good day.
Good on you. Nathan Broad, I do remember those days turning up to Bassendean.
So do I. I mean, he was sort of... and I don't mean this at all disrespectfully. He was sort of a little bit fringe at Swan Districts and then carved out a niche, and all of a sudden is a mature age pickup and finds himself a triple premiership player. Life's about timing.
And he's, again, one of those great stories about just making the most of your opportunity when it comes for you. And he was able to do that.
Nothing wrong with playing more reserves games than senior games. Absolutely not.
Do you speak from experience there?
Absolutely.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Played minimal waffle footy. But, it's a great story, isn't it? Yeah, he's a 3-time premiership player. Not many can say that.
No.
So, no. And he's just part of that glue down there. Just does his role week in, week out, and that's what you need. There's probably the plaudits go to more others in that back half, but sometimes you just need those role players who just do their thing week in, week out.
I got Brawny in trouble last week when his comments after the Eagles' loss to Port Adelaide were widely reported. Now you've had a little chance to digest what you've just seen. Mm-hmm. How are you feeling? And I ask this as an Eagles premiership player. No, I ask it as an Eagles premiership player. Does it hurt a little bit more? I'm just shocked by how today went. Take nothing away from Richmond, but that's just not how you expect West Coast to go about their business again. I'm just curious as for someone who, has poured their heart and soul into the club, won a premiership with them, done so much work with them, when you see them play like that. How do you feel?
Well, I did back Richmond by 116 points, not 16. Just let's clear that up. I didn't expect this sort of shellacking today. I did expect them to get beaten, and I expected a bit more of a better effort than what we saw last week, and especially against Sydney as well. At least Sydney, they came back in the second half and did offer some fight. Disappointing for the lack of response that I think everyone was expecting. I think the players are going to be disappointed with themselves more so. That there's really not much to say other than it was exactly the same sort of effort last week. And that's the most disappointing side of things. It's the lack of response and the lack of effort that they showed. And a couple of things that really annoyed me, or not annoyed me, but, booing Darling didn't sit well with me. And the fact is the lack of appreciation of the greatest Eagle to kick goals forward. Sorry, Summer, but, Captain Shannon Hearn, or ex-captain down here, Shannon Hearn, no one from centre-back ran down, and, you may know seeing Josh Kennedy again. This was his last year, surely. So for them to show that sort of respect is a little bit, harsh.
I'll compare that, and you talk about he's just the 25th player in 12,000-odd players to kick 700 goals. Michael Walters has been a little bit down on form in terms of his goal kicking. Yep. Kicked a goal, and Fremantle's players knew it, kicked a goal last week here, and every Fremantle player came from everywhere on the ground to get right with him and tell him how much it meant to them what he'd been able to do. And when you're down in the depths of despair that West Coast were, here is the highlight of your night. Here's the reason why, I'm going to say 29 of the 39,000 stuck around, because there was the chance that we're going to see something that you might not ever see again in your lifetime, and another West Coast player reach that 700 mark. And for the Carlton supporters, yes, I know he kicked 11 with the Blues, but that's still the point. And some of your own teammates can't make the effort to get down there.
Yeah.
I don't reckon that's good enough. I don't reckon you would expect that at Kulbinia in the Ammos.
You've got to do that.
Absolutely.
That was
I agree.
So poor from West Coast. I couldn't believe it. No matter how much you're getting beaten by, you've got to get around Josh Kennedy and get from one end of the ground, if you have to give him a little pat on the backside, rub of the hair.
You'll never get the opportunity.
And say,
ever again.
Well done.
Even if it was a 55-metre run for a 3-second, congratulations, and then run all the way back again.
Who cares?
And because the way they did, it was up on this big screen. I don't think they knew. The players knew, but they must have known Josh Kennedy's, he's a couple away.
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying it. And I reckon if they didn't know, I'll give you the even if argument. If they didn't know, that's not good enough either.
Yep.
The message should have gone out when he was on $6.99.
So you're pretty much saying there's no excuse of the lack of effort.
I'm not accepting an excuse for that from West Coast.
Josh Kennedy knew. He celebrated. The guys around knew, but there wasn't a great deal of excitement. And Josh is one of the most popular players in that playing group.
Ripping fella.
He is beloved. So it's nothing like that. It is just that it sums it up. It's emblematic of the spirit in this group at the moment, which is dispirited.
Yeah. And I said during the call, and I know it's been written about as well, that demonstrates that at the moment this is a broken club.
Yep.
There are reasons for it, but that was a moment you could hang tonight on.
Yeah.
And you could go away, again, understanding that your supporter base is part of the club, and go, well, we all got around him for the moment that mattered. The only thing we could take out of tonight.
Yeah.
And they failed on that front as well.
Yeah, too many people were looking at their bootlaces.
Yeah, feeling sorry for themselves.
Rather than focusing, eyes up.
But what about the crowd? 39,000. They've had bigger crowds, before. Like that's unlike West Coast to not be able to fill 50,000 here. Friday night football. That tells you where they're at. People don't like
struggling.
They come into the footy to watch the team play. That has never really been an option for West Coast. They've always come in droves to watch their team. 39,000. Geez, they're getting more when COVID was only at half capacity.
Yeah, as remarkable as that happens to be. Hoping to speak to someone from the Eagles rooms if we can. Greg Clark down in the rooms. We're having a few little technical issues. We'll get to that as soon as we can. I want to play this from the very start of proceedings. Trevor Nisbet, the CEO, was good enough to talk to us, and we do appreciate him taking the time, but things didn't go the way he was planned. This is the question that was asked about what sort of response would he expect after their previous 2 weeks, their poor losses to Sydney and Port Adelaide.
Well, it has to be obviously a vast improvement on the last 2 weeks, Brawny. As you know, we're not going to sit here and accept performances like the last 2 weeks, and we're very hopeful that our players accept that challenge, and it's a challenge against a really good football club. So we have to be up for it. And I guess one of the things when you are going through transition, you look at assessing the player group and which players are up for that challenge, so that you can then make assessments going forward. So it's a brutal business, and unfortunately, the players that aren't up for the challenges going forward, they may have to assess their futures, and we'll have to do the same, because we need to find out over the coming weeks, including tonight, which players are up for this challenge, because it's a big one, and we need to keep improving. And we'll be training to improve. We'll be training to get vast improvement every week from this point on.
So that was Trevor Nisbet pre-game. Not to be the case, though, unfortunately, for the Eagles. Richmond winning by 109 points, 25-15, 165 to the Eagles, 8-56. Let's head down into the Eagles' rooms. Bridget Lacey.
Yeah, thanks, Clint. Greg Clark's been really good to join us after playing his first game for the West Coast Eagles. Greg, obviously, not the result you wanted, but still a huge moment for you after so many years of battling away to get on a list.
Yeah, it is. It was an incredible experience to get out there and play my first game. Obviously not the result we wanted, but I think it's really important from here that we all just stick together, and I just can't wait to play my role to make sure we get back to our winning ways.
What was the message from Simo? Has he been able to chat to you all yet?
Yeah. Straight after the game, we just went into a meeting, and that was the message. It was a matter of sticking together, making sure we're doing every 1% we can to make sure we get back, like I say, back to our winning ways. And that's whether it's doing elite recovery, elite footage work. The younger boys are making sure we're looking at as much footage of opposition and understanding what we're coming up against to understand that game sense. So, yeah, it's just a matter of sticking to the process and making sure we do everything we can to get back to it.
Send you upstairs for some questions. Clint Wilden, Ben Cameron, Shane Woden and Michael Braun.
Greg, make commiserations, but also congratulations on your debut, mate. Talk us through the experience. Give us a little bit more intel into how you felt pre-game, going out into the warm-up, first bounce, through the night.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I was actually incredibly nervous. When you build it up for 6 years to be this massive thing, to get that opportunity, which it was, and it was just a matter of, and I knew it got through all, since Simo told me that I'd be debuting, I just had to get myself into the game, whether it be a tackle pressure or get a disposal or anything. So once I got into the rhythm, it was okay. But yeah, as a team, we just let ourselves down a bit there.
A little bit of a different role for you. How much have you been training as a wing since you've been at West Coast?
Yeah, it's been a focus ever since I got drafted that I'd be able to play both on ball and wing, and tonight it was wing. And yeah, I've had great teachers in Jack Redden and Gaffey teach me that role, and yeah, it is a bit of a different role, but I'm happy to just embrace whatever the club throws at me just to get out on the park.
Absolutely, playing AFL footy. And what about the role is different for you? Where's the learning still got to come from?
It's probably just the running patterns more than anything, mate. I think as an on-baller, you have a bit more freedom to go hunt the ball and hunt that contested side, whereas a winger, it's talked about quite as an unrewarded role where you've got to hold a lot of structure to make sure you've got defensive integrity and things like that. So it's just making sure I don't switch off and allow my opposition to get on the outside, if that makes sense.
Greg, it's Michael Braun here. Congratulations on your first game, mate. Now, obviously, you're going to remember it for all the wrong reasons, but, you're 24 years of age. I did watch you play for Subiaco last year in the grand final. I had my young fellas team here watching you play and got best on ground, the Simpson medal. How did it feel like when you first got told you were playing? Was that more excitement then or when you got drafted?
Yeah, I think excitement was probably higher for the debut. I said it straight from the outset that I didn't want to just get I didn't want to just get drafted. I want to get out and play and make sure I contribute to the team and repay the faith that the club showed in me in taking me at 24. So I'm stoked to have got out there today, but now it's my sort of role as a 24-year-old to keep driving the standards at the club and, like I say, make sure we get back to our winning way.
Yeah, you've got, some accolades with a, premiership, 3 premierships, state captain. Did you ever think you were going to make it? Like you must have been working so hard and to keep your dream alive. How much desire did you have, just the will to want to make an AFL player?
Oh, like you say, it definitely wavered at times. Like I spoke to the boys about my story as part of the whole debut process, and there was a year there at the end of 2017 where I actually quit playing waffle. I didn't think I could do it anymore. So my focus for a number of years was just leaving a legacy at Subi and trying to drive the standards at that club. And now that the Eagles have given me an opportunity, I want to do the same thing here. try and make sure we galvanise as a club and we all stick together and play my process in that.
Greg, it's Clint Wilden here. We were all cheering you on. It's a great story. Congratulations for making your debut at AFL level, and hopefully there's many more games to come. Thanks for having a chat with us.
No problem. Thanks heaps, guys. Really appreciate it.
That's really impressive from Greg Clark, being able to speak after a result like that. I can understand why any player would be hiding in the corner when your team's been belted like that, but he is, as we've spoken a couple of times, the resilience he showed, the ability to go through 3 premierships at Subiaco, winning a Simpson medal as best on ground last year, getting his chance. And, you know, he certainly wasn't, he was a long way from the worst in his debut game for West Coast. He was a very impressive effort. We need the votes, Shane and Brawny, in the ABC Footballer of the Year and the Christian medal. Good luck with the Christian medal, by the way.
Yeah, that's just a...
Can I just say that I've already written in who got the 3 votes, and I think I know who it's going to be. But start with your one.
Oh,
big build-up.
I'm
We're going to have this again on Monday. We're going to have discrepancies on Monday again.
By the way, if you've just joined us on a Friday night, the ABC Grandstand team in Perth do send the odd abusive text message on a Monday, depending on how the coaches' votes compare to the experts' votes.
Okay. 1 vote, Jaden Short. He rolled tonight. Haven't seen him play inside mid, but 800 metres game for mid's pretty good.
Massive.
You know, so in 9 inside 50s, didn't quite hit the scoreboard, but I thought he played a real full-quarter all-round game. 2 votes, Bolton. Yeah, had his 30, had 5 scoring shots. Again, electrifying display through that mid-forward role. So, again, he's a highlight reel. And, yeah, another 720 metres game. But the 3 votes tonight to Tom Lynch. Not many forwards have 12 shots on goal. Could have had 10. 9 marks inside 50 and 13 contested possessions, which is majority of his marking probably. But, yeah, he's got the best on.
If you're going to play your milestone 200th, make it a good one.
Yep.
You did that.
He certainly did.
So good luck with the Christian medal votes for the best Eagle out there. Stop smiling, Michael Bryan. this is probably tougher than
this is
3, 2,
tough.
1.
Yeah, tough here. A blanket.
Over how many players?
Yeah. 5.
You've got 20 seconds.
Okay, Luke Shuey 1.
Yep.
Josh Kennedy the 2.
Yep.
With his 4 goals. And Liam Duggan with the 3.
Shane Wood and Michael Braun, thank you very much for your company. To Ben Cameron, to Bridget Lacey downstairs, to Marty Roth, Clint Wilden. Just still a little bit staggered by what Richmond did to West Coast. It was an absolute annihilation. Well done to Tom Lynch. He kicked 7 goals. The Tigers by 109 points over the Eagles. If you're in the east, the lead will get us started tomorrow. Here in the west, it'll be Sports Talk from 10. Keen to hear what Mick Malthouse had to say about that. Hope you can join us then. Thanks for your company from Perth Stadium. Good night for now.
ABC.
Tune in to Nightlife with Philip